Hello, everyone, and welcome to our debate today. It's yet another day, many things happening in our political scene. And of course, today, what we saw Moses Kuria meeting up with Kalonzo and Martha Karua. And also, we were able to see Ruto going for a trip together with his battalion. He'll be out of the country for the next 10 days. According to their statement, they're supposed to be in the US for some days, then they go to the UK, and then they finish up in Qatar. So this invites us to our discussion again. Welcome to this day, Mutembei TV. Kindly remember to subscribe and also to like and share and share and share. As we move on, we will be joined on with we have one of our panelists, Wekesa, is already here. And any other person will share the link so that when you're ready, come on and share your views. We are starting a little late, but again, it's never too late to bring on the news and also to participate in the discussion. So, Karibu, I'm sharing the link right there, right now. So you can find the link on the comment section and come on so that we can chat. The link is on the comment section. But before then, I want to acknowledge those who have already arrived on the studio. I can see Brian Roy from Embakasi. I can see Eric Aukoth Suarez. I'm well, thank you. Akengo Omwango, thank you. Fatuma Nasimiu, Asante, Sylvester Jr., Kibusi, Christine Mulwa, Jared Joram Wangira, Mohammed Ege, Grafas Ingati, Mohammed Ege again. Thank you so much, Salome Mbone. You can also see Emily Sagala. Tell us where you're joining us from and also come and participate in the discussion. Captain Brayo Asante, link iko hapo. Just click on the link and then you come to the studio. I can see many of you. Captain is already here. Mr. Wangira is already here. Eman and many others. Karibuni sana to the show. And give your comments. We want to acknowledge those who are coming on the comment section. Kindly try and be civil. This is politics. Therefore, you don't have to hate your neighbor. You don't have to hate your friends. We are all Kenyans. We are just participating in a very progressive discussion that is going to give our views according to what is happening in the Kenyan scene right now. So welcome all. Feel free to share. You only need 4 things: a connection, some connection, a phone, what to share, and a willingness to learn. So karibuni sana. Wekesa, habari yako?
Niko salama, my brother.
Labda utufungulie kwa maoni yako, unaonaje yale maneno ambayo yamefanyika now that you're already here, bro?
Okay, before I start, I think, Vincent, there's a problem with your gadget. It's creating an echo. Let me put you at the backstage. You try and mute. I'm trying to mute you, but it can't. So try and mute, and then we bring you back so that there are no echoes. Okay, back to the discussion. Yeah, they say a day in politics is too long. Many things happen within a twinkling of an eye. So today we have seen those people we were told they were away. Now they are finally servicing. So we can say deliberately Martha Karua avoided the 2 meetings of Jirongo and of the NDCs. Martha Karua has a history. Like the Serena meetings, she was one of the headliners together with William Ruto. So when it comes to negotiation, Martha Karua is not your best bet. She will always take the hard line, and sometimes she believes her way is the highway. And I think today now meeting Martha Karua and Moses Kuria in the same pool even makes things difficult for one Kalonzo Musyoka. He may think he's creating a wake around him and a cloud, but he's only trying to make his own ways difficult. I've seen Azimio have released a plan for the meetings between now and 12th. 12th, there will be, I think, the final, conference, and they pick their candidate. So in other words, the train left the station. It's moving. You can try to join in. You can decide to mark time. You can decide to not to board, but it will go. But for me, I think Azimio needs to plan and plan ahead. Kalonzo is good, but not very reliable. He might, he always believes he's to a katikati. So while he's working with you, he's looking for remember that person still has echo issues. I don't know nani huyo ameongeza. He has echo issues, so let's let him sort. You can go out and then come back because your mic, it seems maybe you clicked several times and there are many open links. When you have many open links, sometimes you have those echoes. Okay, so I was saying Kalonzo anajinasa na ama anajikaanga na mafuta yake, and every day roping in a new person in the coalition. So the more he does that, the more also we believe that Oka is there for a transition. It's a holding point. If you are not sure where you're going, first of all, go to Oka. It's a safe place. It's a no man's land. It's an island. It's not even islands belong to a particular nation. It's a no man's land. So if you are not sure where you're going, go to Oka and then start strategizing and see which side you can go. On the international trip, I've seen a list of names floated, around 31 names. The governors following deputies, I think Muvuria and Nanok. The others, senators, MPs, and other Tanga guys, they total up to 31 names. And one wonders, these people who came to us and they are telling us lower the food prices. In other words, they believe in cost cutting. It's not as they say that Kenyans are struggling, so we need to cost cut. So you wonder, what is this important trip? What is this that they are going to do? 31 people. And you're not going for a conference of 1 or 2 days. You're going for a trip of around 10 to 12 days. So the expenditure is high. And so those guys, as long as they are still on government payroll, we know they are spending taxpayers' money. And 10 to 12 days are just so many for having that one leaders outside the country. So they haven't shared to us the agenda. If you have to spend taxpayers' money, you will always present the agenda before people and show them this is what we are going to do. And our trip, this is what is going to add value to this country. I'm not sure that all of them went out as private citizens. But even in Kenya, someone will just say, I went in my capacity as a private citizen. But in terms of expenditure, they spend as people in power, people in office. So that is where most of the time we have a problem. You will hear a governor say, I traveled as a private citizen. But when you look at the budget and the expenditure, it shows that this person used public money to do whatever meeting they went. So we are not privy to exactly what they want to do. However, they have not shown to us that there are people who can stand in as an alternative government that can reduce our expenditures, that can cost cut, and also create serious opportunities. We would have loved to hear what they are going to do and how it's going to benefit Kenya. And maybe we will be excited and say that the incoming government has good plans, and we may think of them in terms of alternative leadership. I've heard this guy anaitwa nani, the speaker. The Speaker of the National Assembly is also perfecting his watermelonism. Today he will criticize this way, tomorrow he will criticize that way. Today he was talking about the president, and he thinks he should not have criticized Ruto because they were together. And you ask him now, why are you criticizing the president? You are also together with him. And the other day you were criticizing Ruto and you are together with him. So there's nobody licensed to criticize and nobody not licensed to criticize. Otherwise, I also saw the new Secretary General of KANU, not KANU, then Jubilee. They're continuing the red activation. Today they were in Nyeri, and the message is one. Ruto has one vote. So if he helped the president to be president, he helped him with one vote. The 8 million Kenyans, each one, and helped the president to get one vote. So he should not tell us that I made him president. Each one of us, that is what they were telling the voters. Each one of us contributed our one vote to make Uhuru the president. I will leave it there, and we will, because it's just the opening, we will pick up the discussion as we continue.
Thank you so much, Kesa, for that. Now, as we contribute, it's just opener, so you're taking only 3 minutes, everyone. So after 3 minutes, I'll stop you. So you're not allowed to go on and on a tangent. So just prosecute on one point so that we can, don't prosecute on so many. We have many people, and all of them cannot wait for 10 minutes for one person to prosecute. So you have a maximum 3 minutes. Fika 3 minutes, na kustopisha. So let's go, Captain.
Thank you so much, Temba, and Wekesa, and everyone that has joined, Mama Selina, Alex, Murunga, and Jakasoko. So I'm just going to touch on the meeting, the OCA meeting. What I'll say is the issue about Moses Kuria and Martha Karua. It's like somebody sent Moses Kuria. And Moses Kuria just knows before their meeting today, Kalonzo attended the Jubilee NDC. And Kalonzo said they're going to sign a contract tomorrow to join Azimio La Umoja One Kenya Lands. Then what happens today surprises us again. They've postponed it to Wednesday. So what I'm actually seeing is that Moses Kuria and Martha Karua are indecisive. They are seeing like they've lost it in the mountain. The mountain has been divided. There are those people who support Ruto so deeply, and Moses Kuria is trying to make friendship with William Ruto supporters. Because when I look at this Moses Kuria, he looks confused. He's like saying, he said he's not going to stand any seat. Later on, he's now saying he's going to stand for governor of Kiambu under his party, Chama cha Kazi. Then on his tweet today, we see Moses Kuria again saying, we've agreed to work with OCA, but in one condition, if OCA does not join Azimio La Umoja. That means what? they've seen Martha Karua and Moses Kuria are attention seekers. The game plan of Uhuru and Raila, nobody's even concentrating with Martha Karua and Moses Kuria. Even Ruto himself is not concentrating on Moses Kuria. So they are trying to just try to help Kalonzo Musyoka to have a bargaining power. Because the moment yesterday when I said, let us read the mood. Let us read the body language. When someone speaks, you can actually tell what this person is thinking. So the only problem that Kalonzo has and the way he was speaking, when you can analyze him very well, you'll realize that Kalonzo wants a big stake in Azimio. There are some conditions that when he is coming on the table, he wants to tell Uhuru and Raila, yes, I am coming this, I want this. And we find those conditions because when we look at Azimio, we already know the candidate. But the coming up of Martha Karua and Moses Kuria, they would like to back up Kalonzo Musyoka so that Kalonzo Musyoka can come with a bargaining power on the table because negotiations are going to take place. They were given 2 weeks. On 12th, Azimio needs to tell the people the candidate of Azimio. Then it's a game plan. We have to look it very carefully. When I started, I said, somebody is sending Moses Kuria so that to just spoil the mood.
Captain?
Yes.
Your time is up. We'll come back to you. So you just
let me finish. Let me just finish one.
Just hold on that thought. Hold on that thought right there.
Okay.
We will come back to you. Will you have everybody, please? You have only 3 minutes. So kindly confine yourself to one point of execution so that we can have everybody participating. Then you can come another time. You'll have the time. Mr. Wangira, karibu. Dakika tatu tafadhali.
Okay, how are you? How are you, everybody?
Yes, you're fine. Karibu.
Okay, today we saw the One Kenya Alliance team meeting Moses Kuria, and Moses coming up with one caveat that if he must join them, then they must also commit themselves that they are not going to join Azimio. And again, when I look at that particular development, yesterday, Kalonzo Musyoka, who was an expected guest at the ODM National Delegate Conference, did not appear. Martha Karua never appeared at the Jirongo National Delegate Conference, and yesterday she was nowhere. She was nowhere to be seen. So I wonder, how come that they found time to go and see Moses Kuria today? Moses Kuria, who I believe doesn't have much to bring on the table, and they decided to avoid attending the ODM National Delegate Conference. What type of games are they playing? You know, that would be the question that could be ringing in my mind. So because I have 3 minutes, I want to do it quickly. So today we also saw William Ruto start a 10 days visit to the United States and to the UK, where we understand he will engage in a number of conversations on matters foreign policy, the future of governance and economic development in Kenya and the rest of Africa. So just as my friend Wekesa has pointed out, you know, that large delegation, I don't understand what was the essence of that large delegation and what it was going to offer in this particular trip. A delegation of 31 people. To me, that one is a huge delegation. And again, when I go to One Kenya Alliance, you know, Kabogo was initially part of One Kenya Alliance. Then we saw him at Musalia Mudavadi's National Delegates Conference. where he affirmed to support William Ruto, and having been part of the Mount Kenya forum, he seems to have been lost in between. And because now Moses Kuria is also coming out saying that he's going to run for governor of Kiambu. So I don't know how it's going to balance out between Kabogo, who was supposed to be a member of his own forum, and himself. Just as I conclude, yesterday His Excellency the President said that there's nothing wrong with having ambitions, but ambitions must be controlled. Otherwise, it will be like unguided missile that can be destructive. I tend to believe that
Thank you.
Kalonzo Musyoka. Okay,
Wangira,
I'm just concluding.
Wangira,
Okay.
thank you.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you. We'll come back. You have only 3 minutes, so kindly time yourself if you can. All of us, you have only 3 minutes
Surely.
to make your opener. We'll be back. I know we have many things to share. So let's have everybody giving their opener. Then we'll be back to you. Murunga? Dakika tatu, you are giving opening remarks, okay? So you have only 3 minutes. We'll be back to everyone to exhaust their points. Murunga, twende.
Remember, good evening.
Good evening, how are you Murunga?
I'm very fine, sir.
Dakika zako tatu zinaanza sasa.
Asante sana. Now, there's something that really irked my mind today, and that's about what we call double standing in politics. I think in politics we don't have a two-way traffic. It's either you choose one way and just be there. There's something that I've seen today that is about what Moses Kuria posted today. Anasema ya kwamba he is ready, willing to support to join Oka in a way that Oka does not support Raila Odinga. In this country, you only have two formations. You are either supporting Raila Odinga or supporting William Ruto. This is the fact. And facts are very stubborn. Facts are stubborn as it is for statistics. Yes, statistics are pliable. Today, I want to say this. Let's not pretend that so and so is more conversant with the politics of this country than the other person. Moses Kuria has no numbers. Moses Kuria is actually somebody who wants to ride on a euphoria, to ride on something that he does not know where it's coming from. Tuseme ukweli ambayo itatu set free. I'm sure my brother Bernard will agree with me. Moses Kuria has no numbers, and by even supporting what he's saying is giving him relevance that he doesn't have. It's agitating that somebody says if it's Raila Odinga in the ballot, then he's not willing to join Oka. That if Oka joins Azimio, then he's not part of the Oka. Hiyo ni unafiki kabisa. What I'm telling you this evening is these formations are already clear, and in this country, hata kama unatumia science aina gani, you can't beat. Raila Odinga is an election machine that you cannot beat. Please, anybody who is still burying his head in the poodle of the past, Raila Odinga is an election machine that you cannot beat in an election. So Moses Kuria should actually wait and join Raila Odinga, aache Kalonzo aendelee na huko kwingine. Na Kalonzo kama anasumbua sisi, anataka kutafuta mbini ya kutafuta kuingia ndani ya Azimio. He said yesterday, yes, I almost believed him. Lakini sasa I know the watermelon tag is not leaving him any soon. Let him adhere the fact that the train left the station kitambo sana. As we told our brother Jimmy Wanjigi, gari iliondoka station and Raila is no longer contesting on an ODM ticket.
Thank you, Murunga.
Yeye, yes.
Thank you.
Ndio mimi nakwambia. Just a minute,
you.
December, please.
Thank
Allow
you.
me to. Allow me to execute my day.
Nimekupatia dakika tano hata zimeisha. Just hold on.
Hata haijakwisha, dakika ni moja tu tafadhali. Now I just want to.
Thank you. Mama Selina, kindly let's squeeze ourselves within that time. And hata imeenda mpaka nimepatia dakika 4. It's opener. So just open and then you don't have to repeat what someone else has said. If you have a different mix to it, you can do that.
Okay, Temba. Naona Penat, karibu Penat. I hope si joto mahali huko unakaribishwa. Kulingana na mjadala wa leo ya kwamba Deputy President na delegate of 30 kukuja Amerika, nikaona Moses Kuria meeting Okoa Kenya, alafu Gideon Moi skip. Okay. Najua sasa vile mambo ilikuwa jana Temba. The big ceremony was yesterday. The big wedding was yesterday. Hawa Moses Kuria, Martha Karua, unajua Uhuru Kenyatta na Jubilee aliungana na chama ile, waliungana na wamesil. Azimio yake walisil. Ukiangalia Moses Kuria akilia na rafiki yangu Martha Karua wakilink kwa Kalonzo, wanataka space kwa sababu kwa Central Jubilee imefunga na ile watu wamefunga, ODM ilienda na ile watu wameenda, Gideon Moi na Chirongo wako na akili. Gideon Moi ako kwa Moi, so Chirongo ukiona hiyo siasa ya ajali kwa sababu yeye ako kwa baba. Naye Kalonzo ajue ya kwamba nilisikia leo mbunge moja akilalamika kuhusu Gavana Ngilu, Gavana Mutua na Kifuta. So hata Kalonzo pia anajaribu kutafuta mahali ya kulink. Hii ni watu tuliambiwa Kenya ni farasi mbili. Sasa hawa kwa Azimio wanataka pia kukuja kukua farasi tatu, of which haiendelei. Can you tell me what Moses Kuria can get in Central Kenya kama Uhuru Kenyatta Jubilee imekuja? The best thing wangefanya, wangeungana na Uhuru ama wakuja waungane na Kalonzo kwa sababu wamepata nafasi ya kuingia Azimio bila kudictate. The more they dictate, the more all of them will lose. Nafikiri sitaki unisimamishe kwa sababu najua nitarudi tena. Hii safari ya nje wacha tuone vile watakuja kufanya, na pia kwangu hiyo 10 days wanaenda. Jameni, wakirudi mambo itakuwa ngumu, because I hope amewacha strong people ya kuweza kuendesha KKA ikiongozwa na nani sasa, na Wetangula alinunuliwa bure. Wacha tuone vile mambo itaenda. I think imelala, wanataka excuse wakirudi, watu waambie tulienda nje na tukakuta maneno iliharibika. Asanteni sana.
Asante sana. Kama sisi wote tungekuwa kama Mama Selina, hii debate ingekuwa sawa. Give opener, we will open the debate later. Thank you so much. Jako Soko, tupatie dakika zako 3 tafadhali. You are muted. Tafadhali unmute.
Okay. I don't know what the problem is.
Unmute. Yes, there. Unmute once. Yes, there you are.
All right, thank you. Mine will also be a little bit brief. I will touch on Kalonzo, but Kalonzo, I'll just give a reference. If some of you are old enough, you remember 202, what happened with 202 before Raila declared Kibaki Tosha. Kalonzo went public that he is the suited candidate to face Uhuru. So Kalonzo will play his games the way he's doing it, and the space Kalonzo is looking for is very simple. These people are not giving Kalonzo the running mate. So Kalonzo is looking for everybody to give him the support so that he can bargain for that position. And on Ruto, I think it is it called too late, too little? Because at this time, people are actually inside the electioneering period. And it is not the right time, according to me, to go give lectures on some international things. And I don't know. I'm part of the audience he will be talking to. Maybe we'll follow up, but I don't think it will earn him anything much. And what my wish is that this time the 10 days is out. Let Uhuru and Raila paint the country blue, so that when he comes back, we'll start catching up. And that is all I can say right now. Thank you.
Yeah, super nice, Jacosoka. I think I like the debaters today. Yeah, opening. Alex, your opening remarks. 3 minutes, tafadhali.
Yeah, mine is very simple. We said Kalonzo is running Bisak. He lacks insight, and therefore he doesn't have even foresight. Secondly, Kuria is negotiating with Okoa Kalonzo, not Okoa Kenya. So we shouldn't be worried about that. Those are my opening remarks.
Thank you so much, Alex. Keep your opening remarks. 3 minutes, tafadhali.
3 minutes, okay, no problem. I hope Bernard umefika salama. That is good. I'm just going to talk about the Ruto thing very quickly. I think the first reason he's going there is to eliminate the rumors that he was not allowed to leave the country. Most of the time, he was not allowed to leave the country is when the president would leave. He has to stay. So that's the first thing. The second thing is he wants to go out there to start drumming up the beats, the international community about election rigging. So he's trying to protect himself. So I say, they're going to rig me and all that stuff. The other thing is it's a bit too late for him to do that, but he's trying to create an international relationship and trying to increase his notice internationally. So I think it's a bit too late for him. He should have started a long time ago. So I think Babu Namamba came and akamuonesha the good thing. The final thing, which is a bit scary, not the final thing, the second final thing is your IABC tender your machines. He's trying to look for a company. Because that thing has not yet been finalized for the IBC. And then finally, these people have not been allowed to come into the country to do deals with him. Atafanya hizi vitu, like some of you are going to see him, but then later on in the evenings we'll have a cup of tea with them and all that stuff to kind of finalize those deals. The other day he had to run to Italy, Dubai and stuff like that. But those are my opening remarks. That's why I'm talking very quickly.
Thank you so much, Kip. That's how brief, that's how we do it. At least that's the opener. Don't worry, we will now start the next part substantive. Bernard, utuambie kwanza Marsabit kuko namna gani, alafu utuambie maoni yako.
So greetings to everyone. Thank you very much. I'm yet to get to Marsabit. I'm right now in Isiolo. The place is extremely hot. But all is well. We are set to leave by 4:30 a.m. to get into the village where we're going to do the distribution of the resources. We have filled our lorry. That's what we've been doing this evening. That's why Alex is calling me nakaa kama mkatamiwa wa Mumias. Sawa tu. But always, I'm happy about the current development, the politics. William Ruto is scrabbling with any reed he can hold on to keep afloat. I don't think anything can be used to save him now. Kalonzo, Kuria, and the team, forget them. Forget them. When time for the nation to change has arrived and you still want to hold it back, we leave you behind. Hata Musa hakubeba kila Mwisraeli kutoka Egypt. Wale walikataa, walibaki kwa sababu malaika wa kutoa watu walikuwa wamefika na kila mtu akanyage tuende mbele. So right now, let Azimio la Umoja move on forward. Any other person want to make any other formation, let them make it independent. Tukutane kwa ballot.
Thank you so much, Bernard. At least everyone has had an opener. So now we want to go to the substantive. In the substantive, you'll have 5 minutes. The way to maximize on your time is this. You don't have to repeat what someone else has said. If it is the same thing they have said, if you're giving a different tangent to it, you'll add more value. So kindly try and maximize on your 5 minutes. Naanza na Wekesa. Wekesa, any question or any comment you wanna make or niende round kwanza?
Okay, my comment will tally with, with what Bernard has finished with. Not everybody was taken out of Egypt, and also not everybody was left. There was something called mixed crowd in those guys who are going to to Canaan. So there also there were Egyptians who wanted to go to Canaan, and there were Canaanites who remained in Egypt. Referring that, let me go back to 2002. 2002, as much as there was that moment and excitement of a new liberation, there are those who did not buy into the idea of Kibaki Tosha, the likes of Nyachae. And they thought like because he had a chopper, he could fly everywhere, and he thought he could either create a third force. It didn't stop. Yes, it didn't stop the liberation momentum that had been built. So Azimio has left the station, and these cross currents of Kalonzo will not help him. It will not add any. It will not even reduce the votes. I can tell you the conversation that is going on even within his own backyard is that huyu mtu wetu anachoma. So the more he keeps in the limelight and showing that he's indecisive, and remember there are other people who are coming out very strongly. The three governors. You could have ignored them if each and every person is coming alone. But as they are coming as a team, they will have an impact. So he may, remember, I used to tell people there is a water too. Just as we had Bohongo too, if Kalonzo may not buy the idea of Azimio, there might be a water too, which will declare him redundant. And the Azimio vehicle will continue forward. Let me stop there because in my opening remarks, I almost touched on everything.
Captain, Karibu. And if you have a question to any other person, you can always ask. You can raise your hands and ask a question. That's okay. So, Captain, dakika zako tano, twende.
Okay, thank you so much. What I was saying is, Kalonzo is trying to play a game plan in negotiation plans for the Azimio. So what he's doing, Moses Kuria and Martha Karua are trying to back him up so that he can have the bargaining power. And he's also trying to tell Uhuru and Raila he has a plan B. What is the plan B? Remember the coalition between TNA and URP. Ruto, before even he signed a coalition with Uhuru Kenyatta to form Jubilee, there's a time he reached a point and he started threatening and saying, wapi huyu Raila? Wapi huyu Tinga tuongee naye? So it's a game plan that Kalonzo is trying to play because he knows very well, let us just be honest, if Oka joins your team, that's a sure bet. And Ruto knows it very well. If he loses Oka, Raila becomes the president. Raila will win with a higher landslide. But now, there's a two scenario. Either Ruto is using Moses Kuria to confuse Kalonzo Musyoka so that Oka does not join Azimio. But he will realize the only principles in Oka that we know are very sure with us are Gideon Moi, Sarah's Jirongo. If Kalonzo wants us to leave, if Kalonzo wants to leave, let him leave. Because these are just game plan. So he wants us to tell Uhuru and Raila, do not just take me hivi. If I'm coming to negotiate, you guys have to give me a lion's share. Because what Kalonzo needs, Kalonzo wants the deputy president. And already the deputy president has been decided is going to the Mount Kenya region. So it's going to be a game of numbers. How many numbers is Kalonzo going to bring on board? How many numbers will he get on Mount Kenya? But Kalonzo doesn't want to hear, so that he is going to bring Martha Karua, Moses Kuria, to come and help him bargain. The 2 weeks, I'm telling you, bargaining with the Baba for the 2 weeks meeting is not going to be an easy meeting. Yeah, Kamba, you're talking.
No, umemaliza.
No, I was listening as if you are
There's
talking.
There's a question,
I have
Akesa.
a question for you.
Okay.
Yes, I have a question for you. When you say the 2 weeks meeting, the negotiation will not be easy. Are there, first of all, negotiation? Because according to me, the 2 weeks they have already set the meetings to happen, and they expected to have a joint rallies with these guys because they have already come and they are also showing that interest they have a candidate. So the conversation was the two guys to have joint rallies, and then after that, let us retreat and decide between the two who is our candidate. The rest of the Nini, they will bargain later. So if he's going to miss out on these all rallies, when they convert, they will just, in fact, in rallies you will see, because he knows the shout outs will be the same way it was in KICC, and majority were in KICC, that we want Baba. So that's why Kalonzo is skillfully trying to plan parallel meetings, that he wants to make himself like Martha Karua, busy, so that he doesn't attend those meetings and it appears like it's already tilting towards Raila Odinga.
Yes, Captain, you have a comment to that?
Yeah, I'll just tell Akesa what Kalonzo needs. Kalonzo, Oka was supposed to sign the coalition. You know, when Baba in ODM NDC, ODM declared and said, we as ODM are joining Azimio. In Jubilee NDC, Uhuru also asked the delegates, we as Jubilee are joining the Azimio. So on Monday, which is tomorrow, they were supposed to also declare as Oka that they are joining fully Azimio, and they sign contract so that it will be Azimio One Kenya Alliance. Then we will register the party to the registrar, because right now our party, the coalition is called Azimio. There's no Azimio One Kenya Alliance. So the game plan of Kalonzo, we know very well, Kalonzo is not going anywhere. Kalonzo wants to remain in Azimio. He said he wants to be in Azimio and they cannot work with the other team. The only problem is the problem that Kalonzo is fearing, even not attending the ODM NDC, is because of the three governors. The three governors in Machakos. Kalonzo still feels he is the person, he's the kingpin of Ukambani. So if anybody wants to talk to Kamba people, he has to talk to Kalonzo. So Kalonzo wants to tell Uhuru and Raila, I am the one that I should negotiate on the behalf of Kamba people. But if you now take Kivuta Kibwana, Mtula Kilonzo and Charity, that is what is making Kalonzo Musyoka, because when he joins Azimio without any bargaining power, he will be at par with the rest. He will be at par with Kina Charity Ngilu, who are party leaders, Kina Mutula Kilonzo, which Kalonzo doesn't want. Kalonzo has experience in politics.
Okay.
And he just wants to join Azimio so that we can give him a lion's share.
Thank you,
That's all.
Captain. And this one, anybody can respond in their submission. The question I want to ask right now: why is Kalonzo insisting that when his Oka alliance joins Azimio, the name of Azimio needs to change? Jubilee is also a coalition of many other parties, but Jubilee is joining Azimio without a condition that the name of Azimio needs to change. ODM is joining Azimio without a condition that the name Azimio needs to change. A few days ago, Baba said that we haven't yet formed Azimio. So there's nothing called Azimio according to Baba. So these people coming together is when Azimio will be formed. The assumption of Kalonzo is that there is already Azimio. So when Oka is coming in to change the name Azimio. According to Jubilee, according to ODM and other parties, Azimio is yet to be formed. So what, in your view, is informing Kalonzo's desire that this name, Azimio, should include Oka Azimio? Now, anybody can respond to that at your time when you're responding. And I want to bring in Alex. Alex, dakika zako tano, tafadhali. Okay, Alex is not there. Alex, are you there?
Yes.
Okay, go on.
I'm in mute. Okay. Themba, you know, I'm not going to waste my time on Kalonzo anymore. Because as I said yesterday, we stopped reading The Art of War. Nikaambia rafiki yangu asome self-destruction. That is what they are doing to themselves. What we are doing now is that we are preparing for administration. And I think that is what we must start talking about. We should not talk about, in the book, 90 days, the 91st days, there is a way you deal with people who want to distract from your agenda. And one of the ways is to ignore them. So we are going to ignore this guy. That's a dog barking without, unajua hata huko kwetu Kisii kila mtu ako na mapera na avocado. Ukipata ile umbo inabweka kwa avocado, ukikaribia inatoroka. So wachana naye. I'm going to talk about what I saw today. Africa was speaking about Azimio la Umoja. Niliangalia South Africa, one of my favorite opinion op-ed wrote a very good thing about the democracy of Kenya. And he praised it. He said he wishes that at some point, that kind of democracy should be embraced between the DA and the ANC because it's progressive. I saw Chamisa make a comment and said he wishes people like Namawanga and Chamisa could come together and put the country together. And I believe people like Tanzania who love our democracy are looking at what we did yesterday. I know Bobby Wines is looking at the situation of Raila and how he has been able to become a role model in African politics. He is taking notes. I know Tanzanians are looking at Kenya and they are even more mesmerized with our politics. So I can say that yesterday our country was made proud by two legends, and we should concentrate on clapping for them and now giving them advice on what we should do. Any destruction or anything that gives Kalonzo and people like Kuria airtime is a waste of time. They are not going anywhere. Those are sideshows, those are theatrics, those are temporal things. The real thing is that Raila is becoming the president. Now what after that? We must talk about that. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I want to bring in Selina Sego for another 5 minutes. Selina.
Before Selina come, I have a question for Alex.
Okay.
Selina
even she's stuck. I don't know if okay. Go
Yeah,
ahead,
talk.
Wakasa.
Alex.
Yes.
I know you are avoiding that story, but comment on why was Gideon missing?
Because it's simple. Oka is no longer the one Kenya alliance we know. It's Okoa Kalonzo. So Kalonzo is making a bullshit out of it. Kalonzo has remained alone. And remember, during the NDC of Mr. Jirongo, they told him candidly, we are out of time. We are not going to have any meetings anymore. So Kalonzo is trying to appease the politicians and the people. And in politics, we don't want theatrics. We need to make decisions and direction. And Gideon Moi knows very well that without Raila, Ruto will roost him. And so he's making the right decision. And even you know, Ruto will go after the man in a wrong way. And you see what he did in Baringo. The second county to reject the BBI was Baringo, and they regretted it so badly. So the people of Baringo understands, and Gideon understands, that the only way Gideon can survive is through working with Raila. And therefore, Gideon has made a decision. He's in Azimio to stay, and he's going to focus his money, his wealth, and his time in advancement of Raila being the president, not Kalonzo in any way. He has wasted too much money on Kalonzo, meetings after meetings, and I don't think he's ready to do that. Secondly, Martha Karua is not with us. I think Nani ametuambia hivyo several times, and anything you find that Martha Karua ako ndani kidogo na Kalonzo is just a way to delay us. So if you find where Martha Karua is, I don't think Gideon Moi is going to be there. The fact is that you have seen Kalonzo where his heart is. He's only trying to be in Azimio because he has no option. Kalonzo does not want the president to be Raila Amolo Odinga. That's a fact, and we should not even discuss about it anymore.
Thank you so much for that. I can see your is it called Kalonzo phobia? Yes, Bernard ameinua mkono, kuna kitu anataka kusema hapa.
Time is money. Wasting time on Kalonzo, we don't have that time. We have nominations to conduct. Our nomination is going to be robust. We need all the machinery to be invested in that. There is no wasting energy on Martha Karua, Moses Kuria, and Kalonzo. Let them be ignored. Let's move forward. And finally, I want to go because my lorry will be ready by 4 a.m. Thank you very much, those of you that are supporting my traveling. I am. This place is serious. You bathe after every. That is if you get the water.
Vaa kanzu na usivaa chupi.
Well, Alex, kaa kule huko kwa gari yako na ujitahidi. So you people, I'll see you later on. We intend to get to Marsabit and do the Nini by daybreak. After that, roll back to Nairobi. So probably by end of the day, tomorrow we'll be back in the city. But we travel safely. The road is clean. Development everywhere. Infrastructure is good. I'm loving my country again. The security here is better than Nairobi. I promise you. Thank you very much. God bless you.
Thank you, Bernard. We wish you well. Keep safe, keep hydrated because of the setting. Now, since Selina is experiencing a lot of issues, let me bring in Milan since he hasn't said anything. Milan, karibu. Give you your some 5 minutes to at least give us your opening remarks and your thoughts. Milan, unmute. Yeah.
Yeah. Good evening.
Yeah, good evening. Go ahead.
First, I think today I'm very happy because I'm in the same panel with one of my classmates. So it's interesting to see you, Captain. I think my observation today would be limited in. I'll try and avoid to discuss Kalonzo. Yesterday, I said he suffers from inferiority complex, and that is the problem he's been having for a very long time. He does not even believe in himself to start with. Today, I just want to discuss a few issues. But before I start, I just wanted to pose a question to Kip. I don't know whether he has a banner in his house or or that is just a screen. So Kip, you can tell us whether the Azimio la Umoja is a banner you've kept in your house, so you can share for us. We also want to have such banners, but that's on a light note. So I want to discuss the role of the pressure groups that we have in ODM and Azimio related structures, and how our leaders in the local who are jostling for their own local survival are leaving the national campaigns unattended. We want to make sure that as we also discuss the political landscape, we must call our leaders and the national campaign structures to order in a way that they'll be able to understand that in this is war, and every trick, every method, every arsenal is justified. So we want to call on them because we've realized that even if you look at the national campaigns, especially at the backyard where our presidential hopeful is coming from, most of them have resorted to survival at their respective interest areas and not very visible in the national platform. We want to see the veganess, we want to see the involvement that they need to be able to bring on board to be able to see that this is delivered. The other thing that I also want to be able to look at is the need to be able to have so many pressure groups and splinter groups, including one that for me, I have a lot of phobia for. I have a lot of phobia for this Sibanduki thing. The Sibanduki movement or forum caused us a lot of problems in 2013 because it cannibalized so many other pressure groups that needed to be hands on the deck to be able to assist us in campaigning for the presidential hopeful. We hope that a repeat of the Sibanduki situation in 2013 would not repeat itself in these particular elections, that every pressure group will be able to be given its space to be able to campaign for the president hopeful. And we can improve. I again insist that we need to improve in our branding and media positioning. And that Jubilee did very well. A good example, you can see right now, there are some vehicles for Jubilee that they already have been branded in a way communicating something. ODM for a long time and related campaign methods have not taken the role of branding seriously. And for me, that is something that is very important. Just to be able to roll over, we also need to discuss our opponent. We just need to know what is the structures that our opponent is putting forward, and what are their chances, who are the potential running mates, what is the import of that, and how can we have a counter strategy to be able to deal with this kind of issues. And we must be able to discuss this foreign trip, because now, as we discuss what is happening in the weekend, one of the things that is significant in our opponent's camp is the US trip, where you have 30 members of parliament have flown out of the country. Will they leave the campaigns deserted for the next 10 days? And if that is the case, how do we make them disorganized, that when the team that is outside comes back finds that nothing has moved, and we have made certain grounds and taken opportunity of that kind of situation? And lastly, is basically looking at the nominations. I still have a feeling that the board is not has not comprehended the magnitude of the nomination exercise that they have ahead of them in terms of the task, and they need to be able to make sure that all resources are put on the table. We have very transparent nomination processes. It needs to be early to be able to manage the fallouts and to be able to give our teams alternative avenues, and just make sure that it is above board. That is my submission for the opening remarks. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Milan. And Selina, are you ready now?
Yes, just I can come in. Thank you so much. Nafikiria yale tungependa kuongelea sasa ni, naona baba Wednesday ODM wametengeneza campaign, wamesema sehemu wataenda, na kidogo ni kwamba hatutaki kurudia wale watu wanataka kushikilia nguo ya watu wengine. Wacha wajaribu bahati yao. Ya pili, trip ya abroad ya kukuja huku, wacha tuone sasa the next meetings, kwa sababu tutafuata na tuone kama itakuwa na any fruits, but ile kitu ya muhimu ni kwamba Azimio la Umoja, Jubilee na ile chama sote ya baba na wale wote, kama vile nimeona Trans Nzoia, naona mwenye alikuwa anataka kusimamia gavana kwa tikiti ya UDA ameama UDA, amejoin chama cha Mbolea na amesema anasimama kiti ya parliament katika Kiminini.
Selina, are you there?
Yeah, I'm there.
No, Selina. Okay, I think
Okay, naona inatusaidia.
Selina, we lost you.
Hiyo ndio tunataka kusikia. Okay, I'm sorry, I'm back. Naona ilikuwa imepotea. So am I around?
Yeah, I can hear you. Go on.
Mnanisikia?
Okay,
Okay, thank you.
nakusikia.
So nasema kama hiyo, okay, kama hiyo nimeona Trans Nzoia mwenye alikuwa anasimama gavana na kiti ya UDA ametoka leo, ameingia chama ya TPA na amewacha hata kusimama gavana, amewachia former commissioner bwana Mtembei na anasema anasimama Kiminini. Hiyo ndio vitu tunataka kuona kwa sasa wanachia range. So na baba anaanza mkutano yake. So kwa hii siku 12 yenye wanarudi Nairobi, tunataka kuona kila mahali imetingisika. Na sisi sasa watoto wale wanalia, tusiwapatie nguvu sana. Wale governors ya Kitui, Machakos na Makueni, they are capable of doing anything. Kama si hivyo, ingekuwa weakness. Ya pili, tunaangalia vile wengine wamesema kura. Kalonzo Musyoka, by the way, kama amekuwa watermelon, safari hii ajua hakuna kuingilia katikati, na hata mkiitaka sana kwa Azimio, ataweza kunegotiate na wale watu ya Okoa, KKA na iletee shida baba. So wacha tukue na watu genuine, na kama ako genuine akuje peke yake vile wengine wamekuja bila kupeana condition, na akipeana condition, hii safari sidhani kama His Excellency the President ataweza lala kuona kiti yake. Amesema ata hand over inchi. So sidhani hata ODM wajikaze, lakini kulingana na maoni yangu, hakuna vile watu walitusiwa ya Mount Kenya, professionals na matajiri ya Mount Kenya, pamoja na president mwenyewe, vile ameambiwa tukiingia serikali, unaona watu wanamwambia KKA ikichukua serikali tunawafunga. Temba, kama umefunga nyumba yako na unaona mlango yako si ngumu, utajaribu kuweka madram kwa mlango ukifikiria ukilala mtu akikonga unasikia. This is what UDA ilianza ku threaten president na watu ya Central. So everybody is very ready. Huwezi taka kulala kwa nyumba yenye uchui mlango imefungwa vizuri, dirisha iko aje. So ameweka watu kukua nguvu. Hata wale watu wangekuwa reluctant kusema waja tusitafutie baba kura, they are very ready, kwa sababu kwanza wanachunga biashara zao. Second, amuchui mtu mwenye anaongea hadharani, mtu anakuonyesha madharau. Ati hata ukiwa hapo ni kama vile Temba huko nyumbani na askari ameingia kwako na amelazimisha kulala na mke wako, na hata ukisikia uchungu ya mke anakuambia nataka msichana yako, that is the time unasikia kukufa. This is what has happened. Hii madharau wameonyesha His Excellency the President. I don't think he can reluctant. So mambo ya Kalonzo, wacha akuwe na watu 500. Hiyo yake nusu kwa sababu at least. Alafu ya pili, kwa nini ninarudia hapo? Kalonzo Musyoka alipatiwa kiti na marehemu Mwili Mutisha as kingpin of Ukambani.
Mama Selina, I think we lost you when you are just about to make a very important point. You can come back later. Keep, kindly come in.
Right. So for me, it's a bit of a comment and a question. So I know Alex doesn't want to talk about Kalonzo, but we have to exhaust this because it's a very important topic. Because this man is holding the coalition in ransom. I don't know what happened to him. Over the years, he's not been in politics, and he should have taken that time to build his party, because his party should have expanded into the rest of the world like ODM, just like William Ruto. These people have expanded their party. He's just sitting down with a bit of people in Coast, a few people in the Kambani region. So that's the first thing I wanted to say. So I don't know what he's bringing. Yeah, he's bringing a very large population or community of Kenya into the group, but there's nothing else he's bringing, because his governors are beginning to seem very stronger than him, and more decisive than him. So my question is quite simple. When Jubilee was formed, it was formed as a coalition between URP, Jubilee, and other parties. And then the coalition was dissolved, and then a party called Jubilee was formed. Or was it still a coalition? So that's the first part of the question. Second part of the question: when Oka was coming into Azimio, was it coming through Jubilee, meaning that Kalonzo was coming to negotiate with Uhuru and then get something through Jubilee? And at the moment, I think ODM and Jubilee have the lion's share, and the other parties are bringing something small. And coming late into the party, I think Kalonzo, even if it's not the presidential ticket or the deputy ticket, I think he wants a bit more than he wanted. So more than he deserves coming late into the game. So if I would know if he's negotiating with Jubilee or to come into Azimio, or he wants to like kind of drop the whole Azimio thing, come with a new name, come with a new, this is a house that's already been built. Junet Mohammed Ali reserved you in October last year. Junet did register for this party, for this coalition. So the thing is, I just need to understand where Jubilee and Kalonzo come in, because I don't think this guy wants to talk to Raila. Amekasirika kabisa na Raila. So I need to know what Kalonzo's game is.
Okay, thank you. We will allow anybody who has a response to come on, Captain, and then I can give my view to the same. Yes, Captain.
Okay, I will answer to Keep. It's good to see my schoolmate Milan. I will answer to the question of Keep. Kalonzo Musyoka has 23 Wiper members of parliament in the parliament. Kalonzo Musyoka is the kingpin. So if we don't want to talk about Kalonzo Musyoka, then we lose it. So we just need him. We need to hear him because he has the numbers. He's the kingpin and he has 23 members of parliament. Hata tukichukua, if we take Charity Ngilu, take Chap, take Kivuta Kibwana, how many members of parliament are there kwa machama zao?
Captain.
Yes.
That is the no, wait.
I've answered this question.
No, that's the lamest
why
argument.
Kalonzo Musyoka should,
Hold on, Captain. That is the lamest excuse I've ever gotten. Considering that this parliament, you can have even 70, but this parliament is coming to an end. And all those MPs are going back to the ground to look for votes. It's just like, you see, hold on, Captain. It's just like right now what UDA is telling us, that we have 160 MPs. That translates to nothing as far as the next parliament is concerned. It is just good for you to go bargaining, but those people, you know so well that according to statistics, 70% of MPs don't come back. Kalonzo was not able to win an MCA seat in his backyard against UDA. So you cannot base Kalonzo's strength on the basis of he has 23 MPs right now. So the question for Kip was this: And I think maybe you need to address yourself to that. What is it? Who was Kalonzo talking to? Was he talking to Jubilee? Because clearly, according to Kip, he doesn't have he thinks that Raila is the most dishonest person. And he said that clearly from his speech. He was like, President Uhuru, take charge of this. We need to sort out the issues of imbalances in our negotiations, which was not even part of the agenda. Okay, so what is this? Is he talking to Jubilee? What makes him think that Oka is in equal capacity with ODM and Jubilee? What makes him think that Oka should be given priority in naming Azimio when Jubilee, according to Kip, Jubilee has signed some coalition agreement with other parties, I think 4 or 5, before yesterday. So Jubilee is a coalition of other parties. Why did Jubilee ask for the change of Azimio name? Why is he asking for that? Those are the questions you're asking. Why is he asking for preferential treatment in the negotiation? So can you answer that question? Because if it is about MPs, Jubilee has more MPs than even Kalonzo. So if there's anybody who should be asking for a change of name Azimio, is Jubilee. If there's anybody who should be asking for the change of Azimio, is ODM. It has more MPs, over 70. So why should he ask for preferential treatment at this time? That is what we ask. The strength of Kalonzo. Yes, Wekesa.
And as he answers, I want also to answer himself why he thinks that, in a negotiation, you don't beg. That's why even Kalonzo himself is putting his feet down. So Azimio cannot negotiate with Kalonzo with a mentality that we need him or we are doomed. That you don't approach. It's like going to a home, you want to marry a lady, and you are like, okay, in negotiation, you want to look like, I'm already 55 years old. So if I say anything else, this lady akinikataa sitaoa. You don't negotiate in that manner. In fact, look at it this way. With or without Kalonzo, Raila has been getting 44%. So we need to look at it that, is it possible to craft a coalition even without him? And that is the thinking of Azimio, why they brought in the governors. They knew that Kalonzo has been a friend of Raila, but history also tells us that at the highest moment when Raila was almost getting the presidency, it is Kalonzo who betrayed him 2007, and he can easily betray him. So you always go in this thing open-minded, that this person you think is for me might betray you at the last minute. You need to have a plan B as we negotiate.
Let me answer it.
Just
Kalonzo is
a
not.
moment, Captain. Captain,
Kalonzo is not.
Just a moment.
Okay.
Remember, allow me to make a point. Allow me to make a point, tafadhali.
Hold on, Murunga. Hold on, Murunga. Just a second. Captain, wait, Milan say something, and then now you can respond to that, then we move on. Yes, Milan.
Yes, I just wanted to expand the question a bit, and this may go to Captain and Wekesa. I'm interested in some small dynamics that I want to get clarity on in terms of how they read the body language. Moses Kuria tweets by saying that Raila cannot win the presidency without Kalonzo. What is the import of that particular statement vis-a-vis today's statement that he would not want to join Azimio where Kalonzo is part of Azimio? So why is he breathing hot and cold? He wants Raila to work with Kalonzo for him to boost his chances of becoming president, but he would not want to join Kalonzo if Kalonzo would be joining Raila in Azimio. That's one. Two, why would Kalonzo, who does not mean very well for Raila, invite Raila to his NDC, his nomination to president? He was the chief guest. So we want to see why it was significant for Raila to attend that NDC, but it is not significant enough for Kalonzo to trust him with the leadership.
Okay, can I
Okay,
answer?
Captain, yeah, go ahead.
Alex said when he was submitting his submission, he said Moses Kuria and other people are Okoa Kalonzo. So they're just trying to help Kalonzo have a bargaining power in Azimio. Another point about Kalonzo. Kalonzo is not discussing with Azimio team as Wiper. He's discussing with Azimio as Oka Alliance. So they want to come into Oka Alliance, not through Jubilee,
Captain,
not through ODM,
wait,
because he has
Captain.
trust issues with ODM. So they want to come as Oka.
Captain,
so
wait.
it will be Azimio, Oka, one of
Captain,
Azimio,
wait.
one Kenya lands.
Captain, can you hear me?
Yes.
There's no Azimio yet. Okay? There's no Azimio. So Azimio is going to be launched. And Baba said that. He said, we are yet to form Azimio. So you can't negotiate with a body that is non-existent. So you can either negotiate with ODM or you're going to negotiate with Jubilee Coalition. So there's no Azimio yet.
It exists. It's been registered.
Azimio was registered.
No, wait.
No. In fact, remember the NGZ that was in Bomas for ODM. Was the day it was ratifying and giving Raila powers to join and ODM to work under Azimio, and then proposing Raila to be a presidential candidate in the coming Azimio, because Jubilee was also going to do that in their delegates conference and propose people who will work under Azimio. So Oka could also have done the same, come with and suggest that this is the person we want to work under Azimio. But if you come and then you are trying to change a name where people have not arrived, it becomes a problem.
So Keep, for your information, wait, Milan.
Yes.
Milan, wait. For the information for Keep and the rest, Azimio is yet to deposit its documents with all the people, the parties that are under Azimio. The name has been reserved. Okay? So the formation of Azimio is yet to occur. Okay, but the name has been reserved as Azimio Coalition or Coalition Partners. Now, number two, so each NDC that was happening was saying that we are agreeing that we are joining Azimio. So the NDCs are supposed to agree that they're joining Azimio. DAP conducted theirs, they joined Azimio. The others conducted, they joined Azimio. Now, Jubilee conducted theirs, they joined Azimio. ODM conducted theirs, and they released Baba to Azimio. Now, this Jubilee is a coalition of parties, so it had to sign a coalition partnership agreement with other parties. So it is joining Azimio as a coalition party, okay? Now, when it joins there, Uhuru said, from today onwards, I'll be Azimio, okay? Now, there's another person called Kalonzo with his Oka Alliance. Now him is coming to negotiate with Azimio that is yet to deposit its documents with his members. Now, you see, that's what we are asking. What is it about Kalonzo? Is he negotiating with Jubilee? And that is what Kip was asking, Captain. Is he coming to Azimio under Jubilee or coming to Azimio under ODM? It is clearly not under ODM. So he should be coming under Jubilee or as Oka, okay? So Oka should be conducting their national delegates conference within its party and agree that they are joining Azimio. Then from there, they come to Azimio. But him on that day, he was like, we want to Azimio Oka Alliance, which kind of, I think I would want to agree with Alex, though I want to exhaust this thing and express my displeasure. I would want to agree with Alex that we don't need to discuss this shenanigans because you cannot come and negotiate with a non-existent body. How are you negotiating with a non-existent body?
So what is happening on the 12th of March? So what is happening on the 12th of March? The Azimio delegates. It was in the press release for ODM.
Now it's part on 12. Let me say this: it's part of the agreement which was ratified after AUKUS coming, and they insisted that they also will have a presidential candidate. You remember the press they had. They will also have a presidential candidate. Remember, even Uhuru said that when I came here, don't force me to say what I wanted to say, because everybody in affiliated to the Azimio, which was to be formed by yesterday, Saturday, were expecting that Azimio will be formed and have a presidential candidate. But when the OCA made their press conference and they say they are coming in, and they're also coming with a presidential candidate, they had to halt and say that we cannot complete the process with people are coming in. So what they said is that, okay, if you are coming with a presidential candidate and we are also wanted to pick one, therefore we need to have a process where out of the two presidential candidates, we can agree on one. So they held the process and said that now we need to have 2 weeks. And these 2 weeks, we are going to go around, we have rallies around the country. Then we come and have the final conferencing, just that like they wanted to have a meeting on a Sunday, but they removed it. Now that final one is where they will declare that this is our candidate according to what we have gathered from the people. So from there, if they settle on a candidate, they will work out on the details of these other parties and whatever. But they want to settle on a candidate first. Remember, even 2002, the first thing that happened for NAC coalition to be formed was they said, Raila said, and he repeated it, and he said that the key thing that helped us to move forward is when I said Kibaki Tosha. When he said Kibaki Tosha, now it stopped everything else. Now the jostling of power stopped. They had now to retreat and work out the final details. But if they would not have settled on a candidate, they will continue in these circles like what Kalonzo is doing. You come here and tomorrow, instead of meeting, you create another meeting within a meeting and another meeting, and then you create another coalition within a coalition. You see? They need to settle on 12th. They are going to solve that problem. They are going to settle on who stands for Azimio. Then the rest, they will now work out on the instruments of power, whatever they will deposit to the registrar of political parties, like that.
Yes, Alex.
You know, the one thing Kalonzo, I said he lacks insight, and therefore his foresight is thwarted. In that, Kalonzo tells us he's negotiating with Jubilee, and they send Jubilee to us, and the patron for Jubilee now is the president. The president in his speech says, when Raila came and saved my government that was being sabotaged by ABCD, he never asked any position. He came as a friend. And in the next government, I will support him unconditionally. Those kind of statements are very clear from the president that Jubilee has made its decision. Whoever that is coming to us must come knowing we have told Raila we are supporting unconditionally. So those are Jubilee problems that we are talking. Those are not Azimio problems. So the president must know how to handle him, not us. They are not negotiating with us. And remember, those are the mistakes that he was making constantly until Sifuna one day says, we are sick and tired of these people. And Sifuna made it very categorical. We are not going to speak to Kalonzo anymore. And I need you to put that clip on how Sifuna castigated Kalonzo unequivocally, vehemently, and said, from today, we are not speaking with this guy. And I think those are the theatrics he kept playing. Now we are out of that problem. Let the president and Jubilee handle that theatrics if they want to. But the president made it very clear. his negotiation with ODM and Raila and the partners, by the time they came to us, was very clear. Raila is the flag bearer. And already I think they have a document that will guide us going forward, according to the president's speech. And let's put the president's speech so that we can understand what he said. And you come to understand that whatever Kalonzo wants is just a placebo effect to make him feel like he negotiated. Otherwise, there's nothing to negotiate.
But why does he keep on playing this script to look like it's only Raila who cannot be trusted? Even the president
He's
is
a
going
melancholy.
to...
We all have characteristics. He's a melancholy who is also sanguine. You have to understand. He's a melancholy. Those are features of melancholic people.
Yeah. Because me, I was telling you, even the president they are going to negotiate with, they have had already an issue with the deputy. Why don't he see that? And even the Oka, he was ill, all of them deserted him. You should know that in politics, betrayal is not centered to Raila Odinga. In fact, it's if you don't have a structured discussion, anybody can betray another one.
And one thing, Wekesa, maybe so that we bring Murunga. One thing I can assure you and say without a doubt in my mind, Gidi and Jirongo are decided for Azimio. They are very decided for Azimio.
That is actually what I wanted to ask.
Yeah,
is Gideon and Jirongo out now? Like
no, Gideon and Jirongo are decided where they want to go. They are coming to Azimio. Kalonzo's drama is one Martha Karua. Martha Karua is still the spokesperson for Mount Kenya Foundation, which has Moses Kuria. Moses Kuria is a mole for UDA. Moses Kuria is a mole for UDA, and he is with Martha Karua for that particular reason. If you see what Moses Kuria has posted on his Facebook, this is what Moses Kuria said. I want to quote that for you so that you can appreciate the kind of a person you're dealing with. This was yesterday, 2 days ago. This is what he said. None of them is assured of victory. The determining factor still remains you. What you do with this information is entirely up to you. Now, I've reached a point whereby I don't take Moses Kuria seriously. Moses Kuria is a UDA functionary and, of course, trying to find relevance in politics. Now, Martha Karua is buying that. Martha Karua is not joining Azimio. She's not joining Azimio. Because when she came to Oka, the promise was that she was going to be the deputy president of one Kalonzo Musyoka, because she knows she can't make it as a governor. Now, if Kalonzo joins Azimio, what will be the part of Martha Karua? She'll have no position at all, because it is only Kalonzo who will be assured, and the principals who will be assured of something. So I want to think, and I want to suggest to Kalonzo Musyoka, those who are with him, you cannot go to Azimio and then start saying, Uhuru Kenyatta, take charge of these negotiations. We are three-legged stool, and you are bringing yourself as a three-legged stool, while in the meantime, you have negotiated with Jubilee to come in with Jubilee, and then you are saying that the name has to change. You are submitting a proposal of a change of name already, while you have not even agreed. You know, you are telling a lady, I'll marry you. You haven't even proposed to her that I'm going to marry you. You are telling her you are going to change her name to reflect yours. That's one of the most outrageous things that you can ever see in a particular situation. So one thing I want to submit, even as I bring Murunga, is that Kalonzo is the most confused politician. Right now, if he gets out of Oka, out of Azimio, to go out with Oka, he's going to be dying slowly, not even slowly. He's going to die completely, because watermelon tag will go with him. And according to what Wekesa has said this, which I think we all need to carry home with us. At the NDC, when they finished yesterday, the 12 days, they were supposed to go to rallies together as Azimio. As Azimio. Now, the songs of Azimio already have Baba as the presidential candidate. There's no question about that. So there's nowhere you're going to go with songs of Azimio and you're going to bring someone else, like we are still going to set on a presidential candidate. There is nothing like that. Kalonzo needs to get that clear. Then they are going to bring delegates on 12 to officially unveil their presidential candidate. So whoever is talking to Kalonzo should tell him that there are no two ways around it. It's either he accepts or accepts. If he gets out, he's dead politically. Allow me to bring in Murunga to give his submissions as we
Temba,
wait, Selina. Wait, Selina. Murunga.
1 minute. Only 1 minute. 1 minute, and then
Okay,
you
Selina.
continue.
Okay. Go ahead.
Thank you. As we discuss that issue, kama Gideon Moi, sponsor ya Okoa Kenya, tell me between Karua, Kalonzo, Moses Kuria, nani atasustain hawa kwa sababu Gideon ameondoka na pesa yake? So as we talk, unless nasikia Mudavadi for the first time alikuwa na delegate huko kwake kama William Ruto alikuwa na sponsor. Now tell me, without Gideon Moi, where is Okoa Kenya? Then thank you.
Do you know who will sponsor them? Do you know who will sponsor them? The Kenya Kwanza Alliance believes that without Kalonzo, Raila will not make it. So definitely the Kina Moses Kuria are coming in, but there is a structure. Kina Jimmy Wanjike will come in. The aim is to spoil. So the sponsors will be there, and even Chairman or Mama Mboka will sponsor them indirectly because he thinks this will spoil Papa's chance, which may not happen anyway.
Yeah. Wekesa, you are right. You know, Kenya Kwanza will sponsor Kalonzo to go to the wire. Why? Because if Baba's party, I mean, Azimio is not able to achieve 50+1, then Kalonzo will do what he did in 2007, that he's going to join the Kenya Kwanza Alliance. And of course, right now, Jimmy Wanjigi is out. Jimmy Wanjigi is going to join. They are going to convince him that we are going to help you go with this thing. So that is the game plan Kalonzo is trying to bank on. He's going to be told, go to the debe, go to the ballot, and he's going to go with Martha Karua as his running mates. And if he goes like that, they are going to convince him that if you make it to the end, then of course you can come and join us. Then we beat Azimio. He doesn't like Baba, and Ruto doesn't like Uhuru. So that is you have common enemies. So we can be friends because we have common enemies. Yes, Alex, what is it?
Unajua saa ingine inakuanga ngumu kutumia mifano fulani, but ni nzuri sana. Kama jana Mama Selina alisema, msichana ako interested na wewe. If she makes a mistake and comes to your house and mufunge nyumba, hata akitoka huko nje, it will never be the same. So the Kalonzo will go back to Yuda to negotiate will never get any better deal. In fact, he will be used even more worse. So Kalonzo has nothing now. He is completely irrelevant. That is a fact. Hata akienda kule atatumika vibaya. So Kalonzo is better placed now in Azimio. But if he goes the other side, now the way he's going to be used will be even more worse. And I'm telling you, he has already made some of the Ukambani people feel like Azimio is a safe place. He makes any mistake, he goes with nobody. The same thing Mudavadi made and Wetangula. Had Mudavadi and Wetangula remained resilient to the last minute, they will be giving us a problem in Western Kidogo. Not much, Kidogo. But now we have no competitor. As Manyora said, he handed over Western to Raila. And Kalonzo is about to do that. He's going to hand over watu wake wote to Raila. And we are seeing that. By Friday, we won't be talking about Kalonzo. You will see all MPs and all governors and all senators come together and make resolute decisions. Because even them, as we are speaking today, they are not assured if they are going to be what? To be elected. They are tired. You will see them come out. They are tired.
Thank you. Murunga.
Asante Bwana Themba. Now, I will take a bit of example of what is happening in Western Kenya. As Manyora put it today, that Western Mudavadi has handed over Western to Raila Odinga. That's for a fact. Western Kenya is gone. because those hardcore supporters that Mudavadi had that believed in him have also deserted him, moved with him. We moved with Raila Odinga, gone to Raila Odinga. The same thing is going to happen in Ukambani. Reason being that every other person, and there is something that you people, as we discuss about Kalonzo Musyoka, yes, there are few things that may make Kalonzo Musyoka not actually backslide on joining Azimio, because when the wife was admitted in Germany, and this is something that we can verify, it's actually Uhuru Kenyatta that actually went and sponsored him, actually paid for the medical bill. Vitu zingine unafaa uangalie na uone ya kwamba this guy is going nowhere, and for a fact we need Kalonzo Musyoka.
Murunga, that one I don't agree.
We need Kalonzo Musyoka.
Murunga.
We need Kalonzo Musyoka. Yes.
Murunga,
I agree
that one
with
of
Murunga.
wife,
We need
I don't
him.
agree
Yes.
with you. Why? Because Mudavadi's mother was buried by Uhuru Kenyatta, the state. Politicians will betray you whether you have done for them too much or not.
Now,
But
Murunga,
Hmm.
there's something that you have said that is okay. Yes, we need every vote we can get, but we are not
Yes.
desperate for it. Not at a certain cost, not at the cost of losing your own identity. We need every vote.
But
We even need Ruto's vote. We need every vote. You are right about that.
But
we do not,
I agree with you.
Yeah, go ahead.
I agree with you. Even without Kalonzo's vote, Raila is going to win the presidency, because when you look at the country and the way the country actually is today, the fact is that Azimio has actually taken over the country, and every other person, including the youth, even the Mount Kenya region. Today I had a chance to speak to the youth of Mount Kenya in a region where I was actually operating this afternoon. I'll tell you that most of these youth will not go against Uhuru Kenyatta, and the leader of Central Kenya is Uhuru Kenyatta. And Uhuru Kenyatta is the president of Kenya. Uhuru Kenyatta is the leader, is actually the head of government. Uhuru Kenyatta is the leader of the Agikuyu community of this country. So I don't think they are going to go against him. So what I'm saying is this. Kalonzo Musyoka, as much as he's trying to make his it seem like he's actually yearning for more bargaining power, but what we're saying is that the time is actually running out of him, that he needs to join Azimio as soon as yesterday. I'm happy that he said yesterday that we cannot afford to lose this election. He said it before the president and before everyone else, that everyone knows that Kalonzo Musyoka is going to join Azimio. And that's where he came up with another name, Azimio, or Azimio, a One Kenya Alliance coalition, which is not practical. Because if you're joining Azimio, it's either you're joining Azimio as One Kenya Alliance and become an Azimio member. EQT Azimio One Kenya Alliance is not there.
Was that name finalized?
What I'm saying is this. What I'm trying to say is this. Kalonzo Musyoka should. Yes. Yes, go ahead.
Was that name
you want
finalized?
to ask something?
Yeah, was that name finalized? Because he's the
Is
only
it
one.
Captain or who?
The Azimio One Kenya Alliance, was it finalized? The manie peke yake alitoa hiyo jina?
Azimio name.
It was his proposal.
The name is Azimio.
If you want to know what happened,
the name Azimio One Kenya Alliance was proposed. That was
proposed by Kalonzo.
That was Kalonzo's proposal. That was Kalonzo's proposal, which I think didn't go well.
Azimio,
it was his proposal.
Alliance ilikuwa ya rais, ilikuwa hiyo ilikuwa ni mpango ya rais Panga na Musalia, Mudavadi, Kalonzo, Gideon Moi wakiwa State House wakisema okoa Kenya. So that was President Uhuru wakati alikuwa naweka hawa.
Okay, thank you, Murunga.
Walianzia hiyo State House.
We can't hear you.
Murunga, you are done?
Yeah, anyway, Themba, there's something that Murunga is asking. I think the proposal of Azimio Oka Alliance was from the side of Oka. The other coalition partners haven't responded to it, which means for if there is need for a name to be changed, then there will be a discussion. But they will have to settle on which, if they are going in one direction first. You cannot just start changing the name when we are not sure whether you are going in the same direction.
But Kalonzo asserted that we are going to be called Azimio One Kenya Alliance.
No, I'm not yet done.
That is a proposal and a negotiation, because you see, he said in a presser, and when you ask him, you know, Kalonzo says things that he cannot substantiate. The other day he said that we have started negotiation. And then in the same statement, he finishes by saying that, but we have never talked anything. So it is his bargaining skills, and sometimes he floats. This is what he is actually bargaining in the public. Let me put it this way. Kalonzo has been bargaining in the public, not in the boardroom. So those things you said in the press is what he thinks needs. And he also stated the fears why it should not be Azimio, but it should be Azimio One Kenya. His fear was hatutaki kumezwa. In his own wording, he thinks when we have Azimio or Kenya, then he can negotiate for a position because they are part of it. When it remains Azimio, he thinks like ni kama wamemezwa, wameingia ndani. So he's trying to bargain it in the public, even before they table these things on the negotiation table.
And then if you listen keenly, Kip, yeah, Kalonzo even went to an extent of trying to dismiss Azimio, saying that Azimio means resolution. So he was trying to cheapen the name, you know, which in his own case is trying to build a case for Azimio One Kenya Alliance. But as Wekesa said, it was a proposal from Kalonzo. The other teams are yet to respond to the idea of the change of the name. That is one. Two, if it was a change of name, all of them are yet to join now Azimio. Okay? Now, Jubilee has already said they have Azimio. Even the president said, I'm Azimio. Okay? ODM has released their candidate to Azimio. One Kenya is coming with a demand that, number one, we also have a presidential candidate. Jubilee doesn't have a presidential candidate. Their presidential candidate is Raila. All the parties that signed a coalition agreement with Jubilee, their presidential candidate is Raila. Okay? And ODM's presidential candidate is Raila. In One Kenya Alliance, Mangidi and Jirongo know that they trust Raila as the president of Azimio. However, Kalonzo has his ambitions. So he wants to convince them that he's still a presidential candidate so that they can settle on one. Now, that is what he's trying to do. I found that as a very interesting move, that immediately the next day he's meeting the likes of Moses Kuria. That tells a lot in politics. In politics, you don't just move. So for me, I think he's shooting himself in the foot, and that will complicate the negotiation. From yesterday, all the teams that were conducting the NDCs were agreeing that moving forward, they are together in the rallies. And Azimio has released a what? A timeline, okay? Which means that this is what all the Azimio teams are going to be using, the timelines that have been released, you see. So there's no way, in my view, okay? In my view, there's no way even the name will be changed. The name is yet to be deposited, but already it has been reserved. So there's no way it is going to change. Whatever thing that happens. Okay? So let me hear Milan, and then maybe you can bring P. Osoro, who has been waiting here for a while. Yes, Milan?
Yeah. We started discussing this yesterday. He wants to eat from both sides. Like if it works, he's successful. If it doesn't, he has some cheap plan B that is taking him nowhere. So for me, I would really request that we possibly, I don't know whether this was the theme for today or the question that you wanted us to discuss today, but I have a feeling that we need to also get structured a bit so that we have thematic items that we can be able to discuss. Something that I want us to be able to look at is what is the Wanjigi effect, because we are looking at occurrences that happened in the weekend.
Milan,
Yes,
Milan, hold on. Are you seeing the things running on your screen?
Yes.
What is running there?
International trip.
And what else?
And Moses Kuria.
And move to the end.
Oka as Gideon keeps meeting.
Yeah, we are basically within the theme. So I mean, we took us hour too. So we are okay. I mean, Oka, Kalonzo, we are within the same topic. So we refined ourselves within that. So don't worry, just hold on there. P. Osoro, Karibu.
Okay, thank you. Hello. Hello.
Yeah. How are you? Continue.
Yes, I have to be sure that I'm being heard. Now, I think I've been sitting here for a while listening to a very interesting discussion here concerning Kalonzo Musyoka and his demands. But I can also see that there is another discussion topic on Ruto's international trip. Let me just address myself to this issue of Kalonzo Musyoka. It's really yesterday when I was listening to him, it was really very interesting because Kalonzo Musyoka has shown that he doesn't trust Raila Odinga and his candidature to be the president of this country. When he said that he invited Uhuru Kenyatta to chair the Azimio coalition discussions, I think to me that was awkward because for one, Uhuru Kenyatta is not going to be the president. Uhuru Kenyatta is already leaving now after his term ends in August. So the person who is going to take over, as majority of us believe, is Raila Odinga. So the person that he is supposed to negotiate with is Raila Odinga, and not Uhuru Kenyatta. And when you look at Kalonzo now, if he wants to join Azimio, then he needs to join Azimio without any conditions, because this man, just in case we allow him to come, this is a man who is going to behave like Ruto, the way he has behaved towards Uhuru. He'll make the presidency of Raila Odinga to be very difficult. And that's not what Kenyans want. I think we have learned our mistakes from the past. The way we have seen Uhuru and Ruto worked, it didn't really work so well. We need a deputy president who can support the president. We need people who come to the coalition of Azimio who believe in the leadership of that coalition. We don't need somebody who will come with a very plotted ego, thinking that he's the one who has everything, to come and dictate terms. Kalonzo Musyoka, I believe he has some numbers, but again, we have governors from the eastern part. We have Professor Kibwana, we have Dr. Mtua, we have Charity Ngilu. You know, these are governors. These are people who are elected. You know, they have numbers also. Why can't we just trust these people? Why can't we trust these governors that they can deliver votes from Ukambani to Azimio? Because if we keep on wasting a lot of time listening to Kalonzo and his theatrics, I think we'll be wasting a lot of time and in the process losing some direction. So according to me, Kalonzo, if he wants to join Azimio, let him join Azimio, not something else. Because if he's telling us about Azimio Oka, that kind of outfit is not there. What we have is Azimio. So he either joins Azimio or he joins something else. Because if you listen to him in the rallies that he has been having, he has been talking so much ill about Raila. The same way you see Ruto's side talking, you know, they have the same language. The way Ruto talks is the same way Kalonzo talks. So now I think Kalonzo fits so well in Ruto's camp. He can also join Ruto's camp so that we can move with people who believe in the cause that Kenyans want this country to move. Talking about the trip, Ruto's trip, international trip, I think as Mio, we should capitalize on this and move to the ground, campaign seriously, because you know, when Ruto leaves, he doesn't have people remain behind to campaign, unlike when Baba leaves. So let us go to the ground, campaign. By the time he comes, I think you will find that the whole, even the little he had is gone. I think let me stop there. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Osoro. Jack Osoko.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Temba. I've listened to the contribution from members. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay. My contribution will be about Kalonzo. I'll touch on him shortly because I don't know. Kalonzo's case is a bit complicated because a lot of people are pulling strings on them, on him. Sorry, because Kalonzo backyard, especially the Wiper Party, we have people who are giving Kalonzo direction. If you look at the Mutula Kalonzo Jr., and there's a senator from Kitui. Those are the main guys who tells Kalonzo what to do. Before those people agree, I don't think Kalonzo will go anywhere. I remember there was a funeral where the ODM Secretary General Sifuna and Gilu and some other people and Peter Kenneth went to that funeral. And the guy was adamant that they have to give Kalonzo, for Kalonzo to join Azimio, they have to give Kalonzo something which is Wado, which means they are looking at being a deputy president or something. But what they don't know that the people who are in power, when we talk of the regions like the central Kenya, these people has been in power. The first president was from there. I think all of us know that. And now the current president is from there. These people will not even give Kalonzo a blink of an eye when Kalonzo demands to be a deputy president because they are looking after 10 years. Where will the central or the Mount Kenya in general be? So Kalonzo is playing a game where he can't win it, and Uhuru and Raila knows Kalonzo better than anybody else. So they will play with him, but I foresee a scenario where this guy is like you guys talk about Jirongo and Gideon Moy. These people will individually sign an agreement with Jubilee. That is the scenario I'm seeing because I I don't see Kalonzo being useful to them. They will look at Kalonzo and say, man, we can't do this anymore. And on Moses Kuria and Martha Karua has a long history with Uhuru Kenyatta. Remember in 2013 when the Hague issue was so hot in the country, and at that time, according to Uhuru Kenyatta, the way he was reacting was that everybody from his tribe was to support him and give him a shoulder to lean on. By that time is when Martha Karua was also running as a candidate. So Martha Karua and Uhuru Kenyatta don't think they can easily go along unless Martha Karua is given something, which maybe some people are lying to her that she can be a deputy to Raila, which I don't think can work. So Moses Kuria is just playing with Kalonzo. They have found a easy catch for them that they can twist around, because you can't say that you can only work with Kalonzo if Kalonzo is not joining Azimio. And Kalonzo at the same time, yesterday attended the Jubilee convention and said he's coming to Azimio. And I suspect immediately Kalonzo left the Jubilee convention, Kalonzo went and had a meeting with these guys, because the other time we were hearing that Martha Karua is in Southern Sudan, she's in Kirinyaga. Today, Martha Karua is resurfacing. So Kalonzo is being played, and we enjoy the game. As somebody also reaffirmed what I was saying, let Azimio these 10 days Ruto will be away. Let them hit the ground hard, so that when Ruto comes back, he will just play the catch up, and the ground will be somehow stable. My feeling is that Raila has this thing, whether Kalonzo comes in or not. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I want to bring in, before I bring in Mr. Kamau, yes, Skip.
Yeah, this is just a question on top of that. It's a very interesting, it's a very, politics is, you never say never. Does that mean, because he might not, it's definitely not getting a big seat in Azimio, those things, amechelewa kabisa. Would that mean that the Kenya Kwanza could offer him a sweet deal and then he joins Kenya Kwanza, even though he said never? Is there a possibility he could go to Kenya Kwanza? And what are the repercussions for him and for the Azimio team?
Okay, I know someone else will respond to that, but my comment, maybe I see Jakosoko has a comment. Yes, Jakosoko, before I comment. Jakosoko?
Yeah, I just want to answer him that I don't think there's a possibility that Kenya Kwanza can give Kalonzo anything that Kalonzo need. Kalonzo need to be a running mate, that's all. And Kenya Kwanza can't give Kalonzo that, because already the people from the mountain are aware, and they believe in that whatever Ruto, the best price Ruto can give them is to be a running mate. The same thing on the Uhuru side. I don't think Uhuru can relinquish anything to the extent of giving Kalonzo a running mate. So Kalonzo has to play the ball where Mudavadi is playing right now. And to me, it is easier to deal with Mudavadi more than to deal with Kalonzo. Kalonzo is a tricky guy. Thank you.
Okay, my comment before I bring Mr. Kamau is that Kalonzo might not necessarily be offered anything at Kenya Kwanza, but he will be sponsored. He's likely to be given money to run his own campaign. You know, in politics, that is possible. In Rwanda, Kagame sponsored a presidential candidate, and he ended up winning against that presidential candidate. So that's the nature of politics. You can actually sponsor competitors. And for the purposes of weakening, entering the areas that are of your opponent that you think is a strong one, and then eventually, with the hope of having those people joining, like in the voting, and maybe eventually, if they are able to force a rerun, then that will be good. If they are not able to force a rerun, those guys would be able to vote with Kalonzo's side as the opposition. So when they go to parliament, Kalonzo's team will be voting with Kenya Kwanza in parliament. So that way they will successfully, or hopefully, as they think, they'll be able to kind of slow down the government side, or in that case, or weaken, or maybe slow down, or maybe keep the government in check together as the opposition side. So that is what they're trying to bank on. In my view, there are people suggesting that we shouldn't bash Kalonzo. That is up to them to implement what we are not even. We don't work for Azimio. None of us here works for Raila, and none of us here are in Raila's presidential team. So we will talk about Kalonzo until we get enough of it. And for those who are saying that, okay, we are probably arrogant, we are saying it as it is. Kalonzo is wasting time. Of course, Azimio has its technical team. They are doing their technical negotiations in their own way. But us, we have to point out the things as they are. Kalonzo is wasting time. That is what I can say for now, as I bring in Mr. Kamau.
I have a question for you, Demba.
Yes, Wekesa.
Yeah, this is tilted towards what was happening today. Don't you think also, and that's why we are suspecting the Kenya Kwanza Alliance might have a hand in this. Do you know, in fact, I saw, I think it was Wahome Thuk who was asking who is the UDA gubernatorial candidate in Kiambu. There is none, no? Okay, there was Waititu, but now because of that, the resolution that somebody who has a case cannot, so he's not there. So the idea of Moses Kuria now floating an idea of being a gubernatorial candidate in Kiambu. What if a deal has been hatched? To you go, we will support you to be the governor of Kiambu, but make sure you work now towards helping us achieve what we want. Because I see there might be a mathematics happening there.
Now, let me give my point, then I bring you, Alex. You see, Moses Kuria has said time without a number that he's the one that founded UDA. So he said he's a hustler. His only problem is on the parties. And in a funeral yesterday, he was busy telling Kanangata that you are the one who will come crying to me once Meoshwa. So his problem, only the only part they differ with UDA is on the party part. But all the other things is UDA, all right? For him, UDA is much better than Azimio. So yes, that could be on the cards because he has already given out his advert. He's going for governorship in Kiambu. And maybe UDA is not gonna, give any candidate for the Kiambu gubernatorial seat so that they support Moses Kuria in exchange for him supporting UDA presidential candidate. So I submit that could be the game plan, which in my view, Martha Karua knows, and to some extent, Kalonzo knows. That's why he's having that cold feet. So he's playing the game that Mudavadi played with them. Mudavadi was attending meetings with the president, but already they had Kenya Kwanza Alliance that already been registered. So he's only coming this side to say, let me see what deal these guys are offering me. If it doesn't go well with me, I'm out. So when it was clear that he wasn't getting the deal, that's when he jumped. So you see, Kalonzo is playing the same game with Azimio guys. Yes, Alex?
I want you to listen to me, Wekesa. There are people who are hurting politically right now. What happened over last week politically has put so many people in a mortuary, political mortuary, not even dustbin. We have a lame duck president who people were castigating that wacha kazi yake ishe aende nyumbani. He has reincarnated himself to be a kingpin that is more popular than before.
Correction,
He's sending jitters.
He's not lame duck. Lame duck is after election. So that is a very wrong terminology Kenyans have
No,
used.
it's a lame duck president is a president who is having his last term. Go read the dictionary, my friend.
No, it's after
Not
election.
after the election. It's not after the election, my friend. Don't teach me English. It's a president who is on his last moments. That's called lame duck. Read your dictionary well. So a president that was castigated that wacha malize kazi yake aende nyumbani. He has reincarnated himself, and what you heard the president speak was, in his speech, I want to remind you two things he spoke. He was so prophetic in his speech. The first thing is, Raila sio mtu wa fujo. What has brought all these problems in this country is the political system. And that political system, then he said two things. We had a solution for it, and that was BBI. BBI is supposed to do what? To make the amendments that everyone must feel part of the government. Now, that is why you saw a few people made a mistake and joined Jubilee with the idea that the president is getting out of politics. When BBI comes, the position of the premier is going to go to Jubilee. And now they are surprised. So the person, Moses Kuria, at the moment thought that I will get out of a parliamentary seat. And this is what he said when he said that he's not going to contest. He said, I will be the kingman. Now I will decide who is going to become an MP and everything. Now he has come to know that his position as a kingmaker has been taken. Now he has to be made a king in one way or the other. So he's joining now politics of contesting because he realizes the role. And that's why people like Muturi, who thought they are going to take over the president, are throwing tantrums. You heard what Muturi said. People like Martha Karua, the people wanted to take the position of the president have been left in a bizarre position. You must understand they are bleeding politically. Now, a situation is here that after the president worked very well with Raila, the Putin thing is going to work. The president is putting Raila as the main person he trusts. And as a result, because they worked very well, I am not surprised that if BBI is enacted, immediately we get the position of the prime minister. Our next prime minister is Uhuru Kenyatta, and that is hurting these people. They cannot believe. They thought Uhuru is going home, but Uhuru will remain in politics. And that was the prophecy of the man Atul. He told us long time ago, and we didn't know what these people, the script was written. The man is coming back to politics as a prime minister. It is hurting these people to the core, especially Muturi. Muturi can't believe it. You can see Muturi. Muturi is going to UDA. Martha Karua is going to UDA. Kalonzo is in UDA. Kuria is in UDA. But wakipiga namba zao now, when they sit down and calculate, they see they have lost, so they don't know what to do. So don't even think that alienda huko because he's going to be given anything. No, it's because he has realized being in a political cold is too much. He's going to put a coat. You cannot tell people that winter is good if you don't have a coat or you don't have fire. Winter is bitter, my friend. Ask me.
Alex.
Yes, sir.
I wanted to apologize to Kip. This is the definition of lame duck, and I want you to listen carefully, okay?
A lame duck president, tell me.
Hold on. Yes. An official, especially the president, in the final period of his office after the election of a successor. Keeper said the period after the election of a successor and the successor taking office, that is when the president is lame duck. That is Kip's submission. Kindly apologize to him.
I don't get apologies, and I don't apologize to somebody.
No need.
Anyway, let's
Tunapigananga na huyu.
let's move on. Let's move on. Mr. Kamau.
Kama tunapigananga
I
kila
don't
siku.
know
Hold
if
on,
you
hold
have
on.
Oxford Dictionary.
Hold on. No.
No. You are not going to read some dictionaries here that are not right. Temba, I know you. You read Socrates. It is no philosophy. Let us.
No, it's
It's an
okay.
American term.
Let it
It's an
rest.
American term, and you're in
No,
America, you don't even know.
Let it rest. Let it rest. Thank you. Mr. Kamau, karibu.
Asante sana bwana Themba. How are you everybody? Sasa I want to agree with I don't get the definition of lame duck because I think that is you have expressly tackled that. I'm gonna still be in darkness because huku kwetu kuna shida ya stima. I think there's a problem. But anyway, the matters ahead is the issue of Ruto international trip, Moses Kuria joining Oka, Gideon skips meeting, and of course there is Mother Karua and these other characters that wants to be relevant. I want to echo what Mr. Rex said. Once the president roared in Mount Kenya, it is cast in stone now that majority of people in Mount Kenya, except those people who want to be relevant and those who want to punish president because of a march, the hatred that have been spread for 4 years by Ruto, majority of us and majority of Mount Kenya will go with the president. The president is single-handedly the most influential person right now in Mount Kenya, and that has not changed. Characters like Moses Kuria's influence can only be felt in a bit of Gatondo and at the flyover at Githurai. I don't think there is any influence they have. They are not relevant until President Uhuru Kenyatta is out of the scene. President Uhuru Kenyatta has been coronated through the rituals that have been laid by the culture and the people of Kikuyu. So there is no other spokesman, any other person, and particularly these two characters, Mr. Kuria and of course Karua. Those people have no influence. In any case, they opposed the BBI. We know they opposed the issues that were going to bless or make a difference in Mount Kenya. So we know where they are. They're irrelevant, they're busybodies, and they're going nowhere. So as we remain with the president, and majority of us, that's what I'm talking about, we remain the president, and it is going to be vindicated come 9th on August. We are not going to change. We believe that the president has done what he can to build this country, and he knows better who can take care of our resources and make Kenya a fair playing ground. The problem we have in Mount Kenya is that people think that because someone is leaving the presidency, now his political life has gone to an end. President Kenyatta is not Kibaki. He's not going to be like even his father. He is still very influential, and I don't think he's going anywhere. He's going to be part and parcel of the future decisions of this country, and that is why we are behind him. He says Raila is, and I think he knows. He knows, and everybody knows. It's only that sometimes we like not accepting. But Raila Odinga has always been a very democratic person, very fair person. We have seen it before. It's only that before that they were in competition with him. But there's nothing wrong with Raila. Raila has been a good man. He has always been actually the only thing that has brought issues, and I think the president addressed it yesterday plainly, that we have had a process of election that is not fair. It is true, because the people following Baba, they feel different. It is called what? They feel like they are not part and of government because of a process of election. But a character like Moses Kuria, whether he is in Oka, whether he is in Azimio, he will not add or remove anything that has actually been brought by Uhuru Kenyatta. He will not convince people following Uhuru Kenyatta to go to work or go to UDA. He cannot. These are busybodies. They want to create, they want to build a relevancy. They are not, in fact, someone like Mother Karua, I wouldn't support her because she is a person who you cannot work with. She can change, she cannot be royal. She will always have issues with herself, have issues with everything around her. And I think her time is up. I don't think she'll have any other, she'll not become a governor. If she goes for governor, she'll not become a deputy president. If she goes for, she will not become anything. She'll just be there making noise, going with Vitenges here and there. I'm not against Vitenges, but I think his influence in Mount Kenya is dismal, and she's not going to impact anything. The other thing about Ruto in the US, there's some meme going around that she has been deceived by Donald Trump. I don't know who. It's funny because I think she has just visited a museum because she's not a serious contender in this he's not a serious contender in this election. I think people know him internationally. You know, the NIS and of course the international intelligence, they know the kind of a character he is. And I don't think they'll give him much. They'll just give him what we call an opportunity to speak. But I don't think he'll meet anybody serious in the United States, in the UK. I think he has messed his character. Let me put it this way. If, number one, Ruto listened to president not to campaign forever in his life as a deputy president. And if two, he had some character, integrity, I think he could have won this thing very easily because the age is on his side. But because of his character being greedy and the many things, even court cases that have been actually been caught and completed and many other accusations, then he has really messed his candidature. There is no election, I can tell you. On 9th, Mr. Raila Odinga will win over 65%. This guy will get 32. The people you see branded in Central Province are just people who are in the stage, who are in the market, but they are not gonna be voters. They cannot be translated to voting. Voting is with the people who listen and analyze issues, and we do that in Mount Kenya. We analyze and see going this way is right, going that way is wrong. He might become a president if changes, like the president said, but at the moment I can tell you, the die is cast. People have decided, and majority of Kenyans will vote for Raila Odinga come 9th. And on 10th, we're going to celebrate together and going to make sure that country is in better hands. But these are the theatrics by Moses Kuria. Those are things that are going not to add anything. He doesn't know what he wants. As I finish, Kalonzo. Kalonzo is just living to what he has been characterized. He should make up come up with a decision. Let him not be watermelon, as they say. Yeah, he should say, "I'm going to Azimio or Luda." Let him decide, and then we go for elections. But this issue of saying I have conditions, you have need, I don't think even Uhuru Kenyatta said he has no conditions with Mr. Odinga. Odinga supported Uhuru Kenyatta for 4 years in parliament. Mr. Odinga did not even request anything from him. He just supported him because he realized the brigade led by deputy president was out to sabotage the economy. Yeah, these are the same people who are allocating funds in different ministries so that they can plunder. I can surprise you. The Ministry of Energy was divided in so many parastatos so that they can be allocated a lot of money by Ishungwa, and in the same breath, Mr. Ruto can have his people there receiving things. So the point is, if Raila supported Uhuru Kenyatta in his agenda for 4 years without any condition, why should Uhuru even ask for any condition? He said he's not going to have any condition. The biggest agenda now is to make Mr. Raila Odinga the president, and he opens up to other tribes to for presidency. He also opens up for other people to opportunities, and Kenya becomes a better place to live in. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Kamau. Penny, how are you?
Fine, thank you.
Thank you.
Penny, hiyo ni convoy ilikuwa na welcome. You had ulikuwa umepotea sana.
Yeah, I'm back. Thank you.
Themba, continue.
Okay, Penny, I see you have come after the NDC, so tupe maoni, karibu.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I can see today's topic is about Ruto's international trip, and Moses Kuria joins Oka as Gideon skips meeting. Yeah, so I don't know why the deputy president has chosen on such a time as this to make his international trip, because previously he has been busy campaigning, and we could see that in some instances he was holding as many as minimum 5 campaigns in a day. So, networks, if he has gone to establish his international networks, I think this is something that he should have done well in advance, and not to wait for a time when things are so hot, at a time when there was a Sagana 3 meeting, and it is rather perceived that the ground is too hot for him, or rather the seat is too hot. So to many, it appears like probably he has just gone for holiday to evade the heat that was emitted by the president when he was being hammered during the Sagana 3 meeting. So I think the timing was not very good for him at this time, because this is the time that he should now be consolidating his votes in his strongholds, so that he can strategize on how he can make his campaigns better. So for me, I think the timing is not very right, because he should have started establishing his networks way before he embarked on too many campaigns. So that's my take on his international trip. And then maybe also, I think it's also an opportunity for him to go and meet his international business partners, because we have seen previously that some of his trips were being curtailed by the government, and he wasn't able to travel freely. And some of his business partners who are coming to visit him also experienced a lot of challenges. And I think for him now, he saw it necessary for him to travel to the US and UK, so that he can be able to meet whoever he wants to meet without a lot of interference from the government. So I think it's an opportunity for him to be able to meet his friends and his business partners. And people like Ayadin can freely travel to the US without having a lot of sanctions being placed on them. Then I think the trip is also necessary for him, because he could be looking for some fundraisers in the United States, in the Kenyans in the diaspora. He's probably soliciting for funds there, so that he can also come and so that by the time when he's coming back, he'll be having some money for the campaigns, because we all understand that for someone to be able to campaign properly, there has to be a lot of finances. There are lots of finances involved. So I think he also made the trip to be able to look for support from the Kenyan diaspora and his international friends to support his presidential bid. I think it's also necessary for him to have traveled to the US, because there are a lot of issues that the DP has been contending with in terms of his character and in terms of reputation. It's like his reputation has been at stake. So I think this is the moment that he rather chose to go and try and mend fences with the international community, and try to look rather international. Then about Moses Kuria joining Oka, I don't think it was just a statement that he made. He has not yet joined Oka. He only expressed sentiments that if Kalonzo had not if Kalonzo is not gonna make a deal with the Azimio team, then he's most likely to join them. So I think Moses Kuria is Kalonzo could be using Moses Kuria to up his takes, because just the other day Kalonzo was already in communication with the Azimio, in discussions with the Azimio team, and they are supposed to be signing a deal, I think tomorrow or this coming week. So I think this is just a political game that is being played by Kalonzo by using Moses Kuria to up his take, so that it can seem like, in case the Azimio team are not willing to budge to his demands, then he'll appear as someone who has a plan B, so that he can get the best out of the deal. Then to me, Moses Kuria and Martha Karua seem to be people who are sitting on the fence. They seem to be so much sitting on the fence. They are quite indecisive. They've not been able to make up their minds as to whether to join the DP side or Raila's side, or whether they want to go up to the ballot. So for me, as a leader, a good leader, one of the first and foremost qualities of a good leader is one who is able to make decisions and make them at the right time. So at this time, if Honorable Martha Karua and Moses Kuria have not made up their minds which part of the political divide they want to be in, I think for me it is rather too late. And for someone like Martha, who was initially aspiring to be a governor in Kirinyaga, I think time is catching up with her, and it's better for them to make up their minds. For someone like Alonso, I think probably the timing for him might be right, because he had to wait up to this time to be able to make up his mind whether to join, to enter into a coalition with the Azimio team, or whether it would be necessary for him to just go up to the ballot. So I think up to that time, that's my submission, unless someone has maybe a question or a concern. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Penny, for your submission. Jared, you have been coming in and out. You don't want to talk today?
I was thinking that you are the one kicking me out.
Why would I kick you out and you stop being UDA?
That's why I was wondering. You didn't want me to say something about my ex, so.
Okay, go ahead, Jared. Go ahead, Jared. Before I bring.
I had a question for Penny.
Before I bring. Okay, hold on, Jared. Yes, Kip, you have a question for Penny?
I had a question for Penny. Penny, other than, so I think a lot of the focus for today was on Kalonzo, but also I think Ruto's trip is a very important subject. You've hit on 2 points that I think he's doing. But I was wondering what your thoughts were about the IBC tender that needs to come through, which is for the machines. So they're looking, I think he wants to be involved into the company that is going to get the tender for these machines in Europe. So that's one thing I wanted to help in expansion. And also I think he wants the international community to sympathize with him, just in case he brings the topic of rigging after the elections. He doesn't know that what Raila has built over the years in terms of international relations is what the international community had gave him sympathy, gave Raila sympathy during 2007, 2013, and 2017. So I think I wanted to know your thoughts about his trip there for those two specific points there, the tender and the rigging argument.
Yeah, I think one of the reasons why he also went to the United States and the UK was also to monitor the IEBC tender. I think he also wants to participate in the process. He has been having a lot of interest in the IEBC tender, and I concur with you that that could also be one of the reasons. And then also, like you have mentioned, the international community, they are the watchdogs during elections. So I think he's trying to also win their favor he might reach there and decide to commit to concede defeat in case he's defeated, whereas he might also call upon them to launch pressure in an event like, I think he already could be having sentiments that since Raila has been picked on by the president, to him, I think he holds the fear that there's a likelihood of the elections being bungled, and I think for him it's a safety measure for him to start making good relationships with the international community so that they can launch pressure in an event that things like rigging are spotted. So I concur with you on the two areas. Yeah, it could be one of the reasons why he also traveled.
It's a bit too late, don't you think? It's a bit too late for him to start doing that.
Yeah, like I said, you see, relationships are things that are built over time. And I think at the moment, Mr. Ruto is having a lot of things he has to contend with, you know. I think politically, with what happened in Sagana 3 and the NDC the Kanu NDC that we had, he's having a lot of issues to contend with, you know. So I don't think this is the right time for the timing for him to go to make the trips is rather too late. I wish he started earlier. Yeah.
Themba,
Thank you.
Themba, there is I think one of the things is that we also normally check out facts and make sure we correct them because we are here to learn. Someone shared with me this issue to do with lame duck now from the Merriam-Webster dictionary. It has three meanings. One is a lame duck is the one that is weak or that falls behind in ability or achievement. Number two, a lame duck is an elected official or group continuing to hold political office during the period between the election and the inauguration of the successor. Number three is the one whose position or a term of office will soon end. So maybe all of you are right, depending on which definition you chose. Thank you.
Thank you, Ekesa. Yeah, so it's semantics. So you pick the definition and then we move on. That you want to pick from there. Thank you. Jared, Karibu.
I saw Alex having his hand up. I don't know if he was commenting or questioning.
Jared, you don't give other people.
Thank you, Jared.
Thank you,
I was
Jared.
just throwing to you your attention. I can continue.
No, I ignored it for a reason.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Jared. This guy is, I know him.
Okay. Yeah, so thanks the panel. I think, I don't know, for some reason I've been having issues with the internet kicking me out. But on the topic of, I don't know if I start with the international trip. I think allegedly, I just want to put allegedly so that I cannot be held accountable for any information. One is that we need to ask ourselves why it has been difficult for William Ruto to travel internationally, and all of a sudden now he could be able to travel. The government is not somebody to joke with, okay? Sometimes they let you win, small wins, but their goal is way different. I think that the money issue has become a major talent to deputy president, and we are aware that recently somebody was stopped from Burundi bringing money in. I don't know if anybody got a list of the people the deputy president is traveling with. In fact, maybe a good number is from his Karenjin. That's a good number. In fact, very surprising that I didn't see anybody from Kisii accompanying him.
But that's a story for another day. So my take is that sometimes he use these people when they go out to see how they can bring in money. But the government might be smarter than that. But watch out when these people are coming back. This is a way to try to bring money to continue fueling the campaign. Otherwise, nobody will take all these people. What will be the use for all these people? What is their specific? I can understand technocrats coming, but what will they add? In fact, the people they are coming to see is the real hustlers like us who have hustled our ways. Those are the people he's going to meet. But I know that what I have had, one is to have a way to see if we can get the funding to get the money back. And also another, somebody is talking, I think.
The president clearly coming out to support and endorse the former prime minister.
Temba, bless. Okay. All right. So, and another thing I think is that there is this, there's another, I don't know how I can call it, you want to come up with that the president want to extend his term through Raila. And they want to persuade some people internationally so that they can start that rumor that, you know, the president want to extend that. This is a way, if you hear what he says that as if we are campaigning for the change of the constitution, which we abandoned a long time and we said it's on a break, but he keep bringing that up. That's another approach he want to approach it, that, hey, the president want to extend his term. You know, like African leaders, they are known for that. That is also another rumor he want to create from the international. But other than that, I don't see much impact he will do. Yes, he has his own friends internationally, but most of his friends has been from the church. He has always carried himself as the person who is fronting the Christianity. And as I can remember, most of his friends here are those people who are having big churches here from that point of view. So I don't see actually any much impact. Maybe by the time he comes back, he might find that most of the people left. The way I'm hearing, people started leaving, and they might be surprised. Coming to Moses Kuria joining, I don't know if he joined. You know, Moses Kuria is another person who you might not know what he says. You will have to wait for the next one. So I can, instead of talking about Moses, I can go to the man, Kalonzo Musyoka. I got a chance to listen to the panel, but I don't know if anybody mentioned this. We have to look at 2005. Then you can start running these people or their behavior. In 2005, one, I think, I don't remember this lawyer for one of the MPs, is a lawyer to Kalonzo, registered ODM Kenya, when they were doing the campaign for the change of the constitution. Then he ran away with that ticket for ODM Kenya. Then Raila had to go and get another ODM
certificate,
with
not
Mugambi.
ticket.
A certificate, yeah. So he ran away with the certificate. And these people, if you see, actually one of the major reasons they broke up with Mudavadi is because Oka is in the hands of Kalonzo. So, and Mudavadi wanted also to own that. That's why he registered Kenya Kwanza, just like he had NASA. So the reason he's coming up with the change of name is that still ego that I need to have to control the party or whatever which comes up. That's why it's coming up that the name has to be changed as Mio Okalans, which makes no sense at all. And honestly, I don't know if that will ever happen. He's just in his dreamland. But he wants that name to appear so that he can feel that he's a stakeholder to it. Mudavadi feels that he's a stakeholder because he's the one who registered Kenya Kwanza. But truly, he's just a name, just like NASA. He registered NASA, but nobody knew him in NASA. NASA belonged to Raila. So, so that you can see the trend that they have a problem, and they think that with those people. And I think one time the deputy president, when he was having a function in Ukambani, he told Kalonzo that these people, they don't have your interest at heart. They only want to be elected. So some of those hardliners, they only want to use Kalonzo so that they can be elected, and then they don't care what happens to Kalonzo. Because when somebody tells Kalonzo, we want you to go all the way, or Kalonzo, we want you to be supported. Supported with what? You know, there is one panelist who said Kalonzo has had a chance from 2005, I think, when the original wipe started, ODM Kenya. He could have expanded it to the whole country, but he kept to be a kingpin of Ukambani. The reason all of this is happening because it's threatened in Ukambani. The three governors, they might not have much, but they have threatened the existence of Wiper. That's why he want to always, for the egocentric, to be able to say, hey, I cannot be in the same level with Ngiru, with Mutua, with this, because they are party leaders also. I want to be seen that I'm a principal up there. That is the reason he's trying to do this. So he's concentrating to see if he can put Oka together to have enough numbers or enough parties to say that, okay, I also can be a principal. But these people would see that this is a personal interest. There is one panelist who say that Kalonzo has 26 members of parliament. You have to understand how these 26 members of parliament, 23 or 26, came in by. This was NASA. And there was, you see, this Davadi and Wetangula. There is this what they call zoning. There was no much any competition in Ukambani other than Chap. So he was let to have all the Ukambani. In fact, ODM lost much of the seats in Western because of ANC, giving ANC saying, hey, we are giving them presidents now, this one's down here, we need to get it. That does not show the true picture of what Kalonzo. I'm not dismissing him. He will still have some votes, but he doesn't control. He cannot by himself. If these governors could have gone to UDA, Kalonzo himself cannot deliver Ukambani. But we need him just to lock Ukambani. And this is why I think we should lock Eastern. As much as Jubilee is putting inroads in Central, I am still worried a little bit that these other small parties from the Mount Kenya are fearing Jubilee. They are not joining Azimio because of Jubilee, because they want to have also a small stand. People like Moses Kuria, they feel like they should be somewhere. So if UDA opens up to accommodate them as their own small parties, which UDA has not been ready to do that because of the obvious reason. If it opens up that way, what would happen with Jubilee and those small parties? We should monitor those keenly. That's why we would need to lock Eastern. Then whatever happens in Mount Kenya, I believe Jubilee, wherever it brings, if it brings 30%, 40%, that will be enough. But let us not dismiss Kalonzo. He might not bring everything, but we want to lock everything out. That's my submission.
Thank you, Jared, for your submissions. You stay right there. There are questions I have for you, but before I ask you those questions, I want to ask Rono to give his point. Rono Patrick, karibu. Aya, amehepa.
He's asking for Mwakenya. Somebody is passing him Mwakenya. So,
Rono, are you there? Okay, as Rono is preparing, Victor, habari gani?
Ameenda kujipaka mafuta kuja.
I'm good.
Okay,
Victor, my friend, how are you?
Alex, mimi sitaki siasa sahi. Hello, can I continue? Alex is provoking me.
Yeah, continue, Victor.
Okay, thank you, Jared. If could it be that you are close to me, ningekuambia uchukue dasani moja kwa bili yangu, lakini saa hii chukua moja kwa bili yako juu tuko mbali. Then let me say hi to Alex. Alex is a good friend, he's my neighbor. Though I've not met him one-on-one, but he's a good neighbor. Themba, thank you, Bekesa. I've heard your argument. You're a good debater. Keep. You are good. You're good. If by the way, I don't know whether you keep Tanuya or keep Kangatich, I'm a keep watch, I'm a keep Otieno. But I just want to appreciate. That is my minute. I'm going to make it shorter. Okay, the first thing, let me just talk, and then everybody is going to have a rejoinder. In issue of Ruto's international trip, and maybe I'll nitamalizia nayo. But today, let us not renew. Let us focus about Kalonzo Musyoka. We've got a bigger thing to do. We've got so much to do as at next towards the mid of this week. So I'm in Kenya and I'm in Homa Bay, and now I don't know the time. Our time zone is very different. Like Alex, I'm yet to know where Alex is because it is sunny and here it is not even we are in total darkness. So Mr. Kalonzo Musyoka is always bwana watermelon. So ni mtu mwenye tunamjua, tunajua tabia zake. So hiyo isilete shida ama kasheshe, if I can say, if any case there's something of that kind. My screen is just dark. I'm seeing somebody Adams. Amekuja tu mkubwa hivi kwa screen yote. So Adams amechukua screen yote, ni kubwa. And I wonder.
Endelea, Victor.
Okay, thank you. So everything was on a light note. Let us assume Kalonzo will not join Raila Odinga. You can't tell me that Kalonzo knew that Raila was invited in Jubilee, PG, or NDC, and then all of a sudden he just popped in. He wanted to go there before Raila, but it was as a result of protocol. All those juniors go there
Victor.
before seniors.
Victor.
Yes.
Can you hear me?
I'm hearing you.
Yeah, just a second. Rono, if you're coming to the studio, you're coming to speak. You're not coming to just check and go. If you just want to follow, just be on the comment section. That's okay. We will appreciate. Okay, continue, Victor.
Okay, thank you. So I'm saying, okay, I'm really. So what I'm saying is that Kalonzo went there, and then Raila came, and whoever had the day in Jubilee PG, the NDC, was Raila Odinga, and then he took president to ODM NDC, and we all followed, and we all knew what happened. So let us leave Kalonzo Musyoka. Martha Karua, let us leave Martha Karua alone. Moses Kuria, let us leave Moses Kuria alone. We all know you cannot tell me
everybody has got a home. Alex has a home, Demba has a home, Wekesa has a home, Jared has a home, Penny has a home, Selena Sego has a home, John Adams has a home. Is there somebody where we belong? You cannot tell me that if I go to work somewhere and then maybe mapato ni kidogo, but I can get something to take to my family back at home. Then I get somebody to send. Then maybe the fare is not enough. Go take this half sugar or 2 kg to my wife, because you can afford the means and go there, and you do not have a lot of anything or these other things. Then you go. Then at the end of the day, you tell my wife, these things that I've been bringing here, it is me that have been bringing them. Then at the end of the day, the whole of my family thinks that maybe our father, my husband, has gotten another family. Now, then the day I'm coming back home and I'm going to tell you the truth, Uhuru went and told them the truth. All those development projects that Ruto has been bragging of, it is because of Uhuru. Where was Ruto? So, the issue of Ruto and the national, I don't know, international trip where he went, there's nothing that will change. The only person who can cause earthquake in New York, I was once in New York, is Raila Odinga, and there was a very big jam, hii traffic jam unaona hapa hivi. Everybody wanted to see Raila Odinga, not William Ruto. William Ruto will go to US, he will go to England, to UK. There is no earthquake they will cause there. They will go with his or her earthquake partner. I don't know whether the two people are doing. Raila always work with his wife. So coming back home, Ruto's International, that's the agenda trip, nimemaliza. Moses Kuria kwanza alichomeka, na ni kwa sababu ya Mungu akarudi na akaleta mtu anaitwa nani, huyu jamaa, huyu mtu wa Western anaitwa nani, this guy who's claimed Livondo. Then akaitisha Livondo ashikwe. Livondo hajawahi shikwa mpaka wa leo. So Moses Kuria, I'm done with Moses Kuria. That is a joke. Martha Karua, those are jokes. What I can say is that let us focus ahead, let us pray, and our members, our people who are in the diaspora. Today, I'm very happy. Sijaona watu wenye wanagomba. Mama Sego yuko. Always there's a loggerhead with somebody called Sam. I don't know what today. I've been following. Today it is very good. And what I can say, let us have our votes ready. Let us take Raila Odinga to where we can belong. I'm telling you, there is somebody who has gone to those international trade. Bwana, you did not, those who are alive in 2007, I was at KCA University, 2007. This university in Ruaraka, but then it was KCA College, Kenya College of Accountancy. Then it came, the charter that Uhuru, was it Uhuru? Yes, it was Uhuru. The one was Minister of Trade. He represented the minister. I'm telling you what I saw in Madari. I'm not willing to go under that same thing. Ruto ni mtu wa hasira na haezi akanini. He cannot even look behind and see ati hapana. In our dialect tunasema ati omuga matuan emitugo kuo gine Omar Alex sema hiyo kitu omuga jowi matuan emitugo kuo. This rhino who is just ever in front is the one who's killed and the skin is being slaughtered. That guy cannot even turn back and see where he has come from. So let us just be frank and let us just preach this. Let us preach peace with our brothers from the other side, every other person. But hii chuki yenye huyu jamaa ako nayo na kuambia akipata, the first thing, I don't know what they did with the current president. Siwezi sema. The first thing, the first victim wataona. Na sahii hata venye ameenda Gisheru pia kwingine, I don't want to divert the agenda. I don't want to be kept in the cold, and nimekuwa kwa cold sana. But let me just say that Gideon Moi did the best thing. Gideon Moi is pro Raila. He knows that if any case he deviates, then even their Kabarak home will be auctioned. Thank you. Alex, I donate the rest of my minutes to you. I know you are listening. I'm
How
done,
sure,
Pemba.
how sure are
Okay.
you have the rest of the minutes?
Nimetumia kidogo.
You have no minutes to give away. Welcome, John Adams. Let's allow John Adams, and then I'll start giving other people also now a second time. But before I bring John Adams, Jared, there's something you said that oh yeah, the question I wanted to ask you: do you think Kalonzo is insisting on the name Okoa Kenya? I mean Oka Azimio Alliance, because he's already registered that name and reserved that name somewhere. The way they did with ODM Kenya, when ODM Kenya had been launched, they went and reserved it and then ran away with it. Do you think they have already reserved it and that's why he is insisting on the name? Number two, you are saying that we should not dismiss Kalonzo. What makes you think we are dismissing him? We are highlighting his weaknesses and the things that the challenges that he's providing to Azimio. What makes you think we are dismissing him?
Okay, I start with the thank you. I start with the first one. Is that I don't think he has registered because it might be a similarity, might not be around, and that could come out. And I don't think it's going to happen. Or he want, and as I said, I think yesterday or the other day, there is stakes ahead of this election, and some of these people, all they want is to command a certain crowd. So all he's trying to do is to keep giving his people some hope that, hey, don't worry, you know, there is a hope they might endorse me, when that might be even almost impossible. So I think he's trying to track this a little bit so that they can be able to stick to Wiper so that he cannot lose members. Secondly, the dismissal, I was trying to say, there are some people, I've seen even comments, people saying, why are you persuading this one? Let him go. We can win without him. Yes, we can win without him. But as I was demonstrating that still we have not seen the small parties in the mountain coming together, and they might come together and go on another side. It could have been beneficial for us to rock it in Ukambani. So I was just alluding to comments that we don't have to worry about this. Yes, we might not tolerate what he's doing, but yes.
It might look like it's beneficial to his people, but I think it's counterproductive. I've been walking around and all the posters and the billboards I see, Azimio are already out, and the candidates are campaigning with the colors and whatever. For Oka, they are not sure and they have not put out anything. They are growing impatient because they don't know what kind of thing Kalonzo will come out with. But those who are already decided, like I'm running governor on Azimio, they have already put their posters have been in and billboards have been in the place for quite some time. So I think there is no time for his followers, and they are running out of patience. I heard recently, Wavinya Ndeti, who is an ardent follower of Kalonzo, says that where Uhuru is, that is where we will be. She's also growing impatient. So kindly, he needs to decide.
I think some of those is because they have competition and they are trying to see who Kalonzo is going to favor. I think Wavinya is going against, is it Macau or somebody? So, and that's why they are trying to see if we are not going to get Wiper, we're going to go to the other side. So, and that's why Wiper, he knows, if let's say, for instance, if Kalonzo Musyoka was to go all the way to the ballot, I can assure you that he will win some more seats for parliamentary and local politics. He can win for that because there are people who feel that now we have one of our own. And that's that's why they keep pushing him. That hey, keep going for something. If he comes to Asmio and there is not a principle, he's like Mutua and all of these other people, he would lose influence in Ukambani, and that's what he's fighting for. That's what I'm trying to say.
Okay, thank you so much, Jared. Let me
Temba.
bring in, yes, Alex.
Temba. Temba.
Go ahead, Alex. Yeah, go ahead, Alex.
Kalonzo is one of the most unfortunate or fortunate governors. Fortunate in that in Ukambani they have working governors who you can show from material or development that their people are where they never used to be. Unfortunate in that those governors have now influence and clout, and in that when they are going to vote, you cannot tell me that they will not listen to their governors. Their governors will be candid on the development record of what they have done and how long Kalonzo has been in government and was not capable to do anything. So I don't think Kalonzo can win as many seats as he had before. And you're the one who was here who told us that he won because of zoning. So I think you're contradicting yourself. There will be no zoning anymore for Kalonzo. And that's the point I had, that Kalonzo cannot win more seats this time around. There will be competition. The parties that we have today in Ukambani will play it hard and loud.
I totally agree with you, Alex, and that's why I was saying the reason he want to become as a principal, those are some of the things they go to the table with, saying, I want to be the kingpin. I want all these governors to come under me. Then there will be zoning. That's what he will negotiate with. Of course, without zoning, he will not get anything, and he knows that.
It looks like you're fetishizing him. He's a neoliberal gangster. Don't even allow him to get anything. Let him lose even what he has not worked for.
Yeah, but Alex, there's something.
The guy, we must bust him.
Alex, there's something Jared is not getting right. You cannot talk about zoning. You don't zone out the governors within your region. You can only zone. Okay, for example, when we are zoning, we can say Raila should not field candidates in Ukambani. But you cannot zone out your own governors in there, and they have their own parties. How do you zone them out? They don't have any other region. They belong there.
And you cannot, Jared, you cannot be a beneficiary or liberal intelligentsia all the time. That all you want to do, people work hard and you just take the pork home. He cannot be a beneficiary. In 2007, he took the vice presidency from Moody Award. All along, that is what he has been doing. He needs to know what is to work hard politically.
And now DM is not playing that zoning game this time.
Thank you. We'll come back to that point. You hold on that thought. I know Alex has said something very, very key on how hard is Kalonzo working to get what he wants. That's just, we will come back to that. John Adams, kindly, if you can submit.
Thank you, Samba. Can you hear me well?
Yes, go ahead. This is Victor. This is John that you saw in your big screen. Okay, go ahead, John.
Yeah, I think I'll start with Oka, and I just wanted to reference law number 14 of the 48 laws of power, which is pose as a friend, but work as a spy. And I think if there's one thing we can clearly tell about Oka is nobody is really in Oka. Oka seems to be the current holding ground of our politics. a waiting ground of some sort. Gideon and Jirongo seem to be headed to Azimio. Kalonzo seems to be indecisive. And Karua's game plan doesn't seem very clear. But from all indications, she would, in my perceptions, be more comfortable working with Ruto than she would with Raila, or Uhuru especially. She seems to have something very particular against Uhuru, and I think somebody explained saying the fact that Uhuru is remaining lowers her relevance to some degree. Looking at the meeting that they had today, for me, I read it like a meeting of spies. Some people there are working for the DP, some people are working for Raila. And I don't know, because I know for sure somebody like Jirongo, everything that was discussed in that meeting will quickly make its way towards the president and Raila. And that doesn't seem to me like a serious coalition of any sort. My worries for Azimio bringing in Kalonzo are simple. Kalonzo has shown over time that he has two weaknesses. One, he's very indecisive. He tends to take too long to decide. And then two, there is an ego question where Kalonzo and Raila are involved. I think he has never accepted that Raila is senior to him in terms of politics. And that battle they have from the protocol issues during the coalition government to 2017, they just seem to be, it would be another Uhuru Ruto tussle, maybe in a different shape or form. If you listened to Enoch Wambua on KTN today, they're still reiterating the betrayal thing. They've given UDA the ammunition against ODM and Raila of betrayal, that betrayal tag and conmanship. I think when Ruto talks of conmanship, most times he's referring to what the Wiper team has been, or the Oka team when they had Mudavadi and Matangula. So I feel like he's somebody who is not really genuinely aligned with what we're trying to do in terms of Azimio. But there's one thing I must give him credit for. He still retains the general larger command over the Ukambani vote. I've done my own analysis, spoken to people from the community, and I've spoken to them and asked them where they are currently. I thought UDA was doing well in Ukambani. The good news is UDA is not selling in Ukambani. But the challenge is now a lot of them are waiting on Kalonzo to give them direction. So the bigger question for me would be, can we win as Azimio without Kalonzo? And for that, the gap that will be created by the Ukambani vote will need to be plugged in my opinion, by the Mount Kenya vote. And I don't know where we stand currently. We are somewhere, but I don't know if that is enough. If we can, I would suggest that we go without Kalonzo, because Kalonzo will be a problem either now or in future. But if we cannot, then like Uhuru did, Uhuru had to make some sacrifices with Ruto in 2017 to win. And then he did he played his cards differently after. So that is also an option. But I know for sure the demands that they're coming with on the table will not be met. And I do sense a larger problem being generated by, if Kalonzo doesn't get the running mate, I don't see him working hard for Azimio in Ukambani. I just don't see. Moving to Ruto's trip, I think he's sort of using absence, in my opinion, to create some sort of respect and honor. I think one of the biggest mistakes that Ruto has made in his campaign is he's been too available. He's always somewhere. He's always saying the same things. He's always available. So it's good for me that he's taken a 10-day absence. That will create some yearning. Again, when you're on the attacking end and you're not responding, the same way we were all waiting for Uhuru to speak, I think this was well calculated amongst the other reasons that you've given in the panel. But generally, like I said on this panel before, Ukambani for Azimio is one of our greatest challenges. And if we can win the Ukambani question, then I think we have this election in the bag.
Thank you, John Adams. And
question for you.
yes, Wekesa.
Yeah, let me ask you. I don't know why people are boxing themselves in Raila performance of previous year where Kalonzo had to be there for him to get the numbers he had. Let me ask you, Kibaki re-election, Kibaki had no any other region apart from Mount Kenya. You can go and check. He had no any other region. So if Raila can invest, he has serious regions. So let's say he can get, even if it's a quarter or a third of Ukambani, and invest heavily to get the larger part of Mount Kenya. Don't you think he still has an up? Actually, go and check. Kibaki had only one region. The rest, he was picking a few votes were there. All other regions voted for Raila.
Yeah, just to answer Wekesa, I think this has been my biggest challenge with Azimio for a long time, and I was happy when Governor Ngilu, Mutua, and Kibwana took the mantle. For such a long time, we were not doing much in Ukambani. And I know for sure there is a huge number of people in Ukambani who will support Raila with or without Kalonzo. The question I think that all of us have had is, will the percentage that will not support him translate into either a vote for Ruto or contribute to a runoff or affect our first round win? I think that has been the question. We know we can get something, but how much is left? You know, that's a voting block we had nearly 100% of. So any loss of it, whether it is 20, 30%, is a loss for us. But if Mount Kenya comes in and plugs in that difference, then we could walk into the election, get at least 50% of Ukambani, and get a substantial share, at least 40% of Central, because I think the rest of the country, we are about 80%, 75% there.
John Adams, a question to you. I don't know if your assertions are based on previous outcomes when Kalonzo was not running with Baba on the same ticket. What was the performance of Baba vis-a-vis Kalonzo? There was a time Kalonzo was on the ballot and Baba beat him. What was the performance of Baba? Because that would inform projections. You know, we can look at past to kind of look at projections without Kalonzo, because the thing is, the people in the strategic team within Azimio have already looked at the possibilities of with Kalonzo on the ballot, I mean on the team, and Kalonzo outside the team. And I keep saying here every day that there's a reason as to why the three governors ran a 3 days campaign in the 3 counties of Ukambani. It was a warning shot to Kalonzo that in the event that you don't show up, there is an alternative. Now, if you look at it in the backdrop of how Kalonzo performed, I mean how Baba performed before when Kalonzo was not with him. What's your comment so that I can bring, I think Kenya has joined us. Go ahead.
Yeah, I may not have the exact figures on that, and I think that is something I need to definitely look into. I know we got something, but I think there's no denying that the Ukambani vote, at least a majority share, went with Kalonzo. But I think for me, what I try to do is I've taken time to speak to a few people from Ukambani because I don't want to make an assumption. I know it's not uniform. I know we're going to get something in Ukambani. What I don't know is how much. And my worry has always been that little that we lose, will it have a detrimental effect on our first round win, or can we do without it? Because Mount Kenya currently, we have something, but there's no denying that DP is ahead in Mount Kenya.
All right, before I bring Alex, I know kuna maswali. Kenya, Spain huko? Ama bado kuna shughuli?
Hello, yeah, I'm here.
Are you ready to speak? Ama you're still busy?
Good evening. I can say I can speak. I can say something.
Haya, karibu.
Okay. Salam. I've joined the meeting almost at the middle. But what I can say is that you know, I can't prophesy how the Ukambani people will vote, because this depends on people on the ground. They are the ones who can tell us how things are, how they can see things. Because as you are aware that Ukambani is big, and we have also Ngilu, is an influencer, and also we have Mutua and Kivuda Kimbwana, who can also influence a lot on how people will vote there. So chenye mi nasema, it's like Kalonzo has not yet decided, and it's like he's 50-50. It's like anapatwa na ungumu ya ku speak out his mind, and maybe he's thinking of, if I go alone, I might win. If I go this side like that, you know what? There's proverb which says hata mtoto mwenye ameumwa amekatwa na wembe, akiona anasikia bado anasikia that there is that fear, maybe I might get burnt. That's what happened. Kama mtu ashachomeka, akiona moto tu anafikiri kama he or she might get burned again. I think that's what is in Kalonzo's mind. Maybe he's feeling what they experience. They have years of some years ago, that maybe we might again come here, we do a coalition with this one, and after that the results repeat themselves like the last years. I think that's why I might say it's becoming hard for him to decide. Maybe we don't know. Maybe we don't know. You know, it's hard to read someone's mind, unless someone speaks out. But getting some votes from Kambani will also help a lot. Tasaidia sana kwanza Azimio, because pia Kambani they have some votes. They have a lot of votes, because ni 3 counties. Let's not forget. Then what else? I don't know about our DP, our deputy president is touring this side. We pray sikapatwe na this you know, Europe sio kuzuri sahu. We interfere, tunaongopa, but we are praying all goes well. We are praying that this what is happening now not to go far or to worsen. Hope Ruto hatafungiwa huku harudi kaendeleza na campaigns, but it's good akuja asikie venye sisi wa Kenya huku diaspora tunasema, though I don't know whether he get chance to meet with all Kenyans in Europe, because we don't know where he is touring this side. Doso, mi sijui kama daughter yake, his daughter kama alitokanga huku juu. She was once working with the embassy ya Poland, so I don't know. So we hope for the best. Nikipata chance ingine nitarudi, but thank you for the chance.
No, bueno.
I have a question from Kenya.
Bueno. See, Dimen. Yes, I'm here. Sema.
Alex,
Kenya.
Alex, why are you
Yes.
smiling? Okay, go on, Wekesa.
Kenya, why do you think
Yani
okay.
Wekesa amefurahi mpaka anasonga karibu na kamera.
Now between me and you, who is smiling?
No, I'm laughing. You are smiling. There's a difference, my friend.
Yeah, I'm serious.
Wachana na Alex. Alex is pulling
Yani
his
mpaka umesonga karibu na kamera. My friend, anakuona hata kama uko mbali.
No,
Tuachana na Wekesa.
I'm dark. I have to display some color.
Uliza Mkenya swali.
Aya, wacha niulize swali. I wanted to ask you, Mkenya, on Ukambani vote, why do you think 3 governors, all of them come from small parties? And then why do you think Kalonzo lost the by-election in Makueni, even having campaigned with all the Oka principles? He lost to a independent candidate who is being supported by Kivuta Kibwana.
Though I'm not a political analyst, but I can say that in Ukambani, what's lacking is that leadership, because it's like those who want to, everyone there wants to become a leader, and what's problem here? There's no trust in one person, and that's why 3 governors, it's like they are no longer with the Kalonzo. And what's problem here? When these 3 governors, kila mtu anatoka kivyake, anakuja anasema also wants to lead, anataka this and this and this. I think they lack some unit. There is that lack of unit with this Ukambani government. But at the moment, what we can see is like the other day, Mutua was saying that he will go for presidency nini, he will atakuwa anaitisha kura za president, but I don't know what has happened. It's like he has changed his mind, because what we are being hearing, I follow some of these politicians, and I had some time back there talking very bad about Kalonzo, but I think that's not the best way to solve things. It's not the best way to go and attack your fellow your fellow politicians or whatever, because these people come from the same place. They are Kambas, and we know Kalonzo has been the government for so long. So I think the best way Mutua can do is at least some respect to Kalonzo, hata kama anasema anjafanya kitu Kambani. We can't say anjafanya kitu, because kama alikuwa in the national government, maybe alisaidia kwingine hata kama si Ukambani. But lately, what I've been hearing from our governor, that is the governor of Machakos, are against Kalonzo, and that will not help. That will make them distance more. It will just, the gap will widen. And I think the best way to at least to cover the gap is at least they try coming together and solve their differences without involving what is going in the politics, because kila mtu ataenda na group yake. There are those who are supporting Mutua, there are those who are supporting Mama Ngilu, and there are those who are supporting Kivutha Kimbwana. So at long last, what will happen here? There's a lot of division. There's not that unity. Na unajua watu wengi wanasikiza tu. Sometimes they vote Kalonzo because wanajua Kalonzo has been the national government and maybe this and that. But I think there's need of unity in Ukambani.
Thank you. Themba.
Yes,
Themba,
sir.
me, I
Can
want
I
you.
Okay,
Yeah,
sir.
before you move, I want to ask you this question because people
No,
are not.
no, I'm not moving. I'm not moving anywhere. Yeah, I'll allow you to ask me the question. I just want to say something so that maybe as people are thinking, they think about this. Is in 2007, Kalonzo was a presidential candidate. 2007, Kalonzo was a presidential candidate, right?
Yes.
Okay.
You wanted us to answer, everybody knows.
In Eastern Province, Eastern Province was supposed to be his stronghold. Now, Kalonzo with ODM Kenya in Eastern Province, Kalonzo managed 14 constituencies. PNU got 7, KANU got 4, CCU got 2, NAC got 2, ODM got 2, DP got 1, NAC Kenya got 1, PIC got 1, Safina got 1. The total of the rest was around 24. Kalonzo was 14. So when I look at that, I am trying to find this thing you are calling Kalonzo's strength in the eastern area, and it is starting to move until he came. He probably performed better when he was running mate to Raila. In that case, Raila might have given him more value at that time. So I want us to start thinking around that. But I was just putting that in. Wekesa, you can now bring your
I have
comment.
a related question to that, Demba. And the question is, I have found sometimes our analysts, we are very partisan in handling this issue. There are people who are stuck and telling us that Mount Kenya will go for Ruto. And then they tell us that Kalonzo will go with Eastern. So the question is, if you guys think that Ruto can pull a rug under Uhuru, why do you think that 3 governors cannot pull a rug under Kalonzo? Because we have to be very objective in our analysis. If we still believe that Uhuru is the Mount Kenya kingpin, and Mount Kenya should listen to him, but we still believe that Ruto is pulling a rug, and he doesn't even come from Mount Kenya. And these are 3 governors who are very influential, by the way. And we think that they cannot pull a rug under Kalonzo. I have my reservation for that.
Sir, I am with you on that. For me, first of all, I'm struggling so that I can leave it to these other people. I'm struggling to understand why you guys keep saying that Mount Kenya is Uhuru. Ruto has a head start. I still don't understand. Because if that was true, then we should have seen that reflected in Kiambaa. There should have been like 70-30. Even if the turnout was low, there should have been 70-30 in that by-election. The by-elections have not reflected what you guys are telling us. You know, it's a propagated narrative. Oh, Ruto is still ahead. Ruto is still ahead. Which MPs are there with Ruto? You talk about Gachagua. You talk about, the first timers. I'm still struggling, and still right now people are coming and saying, you know, Ruto is still ahead in Central. For me, I don't buy that. Secondly, it has not reflected in the registration of voters, because you keep telling us, oh, you know, the youth are saying Ruto. We should have seen that reflected in the new voters who are registering. Those who are at 18 years and above should have registered in droves, so that we can say, okay, these guys have actually decided it is Ruto. That one is not reflecting. So yes, there's that drumming up. Ruto has been there for 4 years talking, but I don't think it is reflected on the ground, and that is why it's gonna be different. I want to bring in Kip, and then I bring in John Adams, and then I bring in Alex, then I bring in Jared, in that order.
Okay,
I thought you said I'm speaking after Spain. I had a question.
It's a question. It's a question, Alex. Yani leo umenigonga, I don't understand Alex nimekufanyia nini. Anyway, my question is, it's one of them has been answered by Themba right now. Is unaona zile gari zimetoka leo, hizo gari za Jubilee. Who is Uhuru campaigning for? I'm trying to figure out, is it at the MCA level? Are there coming new MPs? You said that it's 70% retention of MPs in Kenya, and it's proven. So this machinery and this money being pumped in Central, yeah? Who are these new faces? I want to see, and when will that start? So that's the first question. And you answered the second question for me. You could see a lot of people are in the ground are very young people, but do they really vote? Unless it was online voting, wange vote. But I don't think this online, the young people that we're seeing on the ground is happening. So if anybody can answer me, those very many vehicles, hata imeshinda ya Azimio kidogo, for Jubilee, who are they? Who are they for?
Okay, John Adams.
Thank you, Themba. I've just done a quick analysis of 207, and I know that the scenario is different, but in 207, from the constituencies that form Ukambani, not Eastern Ukambani, Kalonzo had about 655,000 votes. Raila had about 5,000 or so from the official election results, but that was then. I don't know. I know for now things are very different, but in 207, Kalonzo had 655,000. Raila had just about 5-6K.
Alex.
Swali yangu.
I wanted to touch quick on Kalonzo, and because Kalonzo is being overrated in many ways, that it saddens me. And it is sad to say that Mutua has squarely won the elections of Machakos. I'm one, and that is a person I believe. I don't know, there are people who come there from Ukambani, and we have tried to have a stake of Ukambani because Utawala is in Ukambani and all those areas. And I've seen a couple of people from Nyanza buying plots there, kidogo kidogo, and I see like Machakos is like a metropolitan place. So when somebody is telling me that Machakos is in the hands of Kalonzo, I tend to distrust that totally. That one doesn't make any sense. And that is why even during COVID, we had to give even Machakos a gearhead that it's part of Nairobi. So if you are coming from Machakos to Nairobi, Nairobi to Machakos, it's part of Nairobi. So Machakos is predominantly, right now as we are talking, almost like a diaspora for many, many people. So when you look at Machakos as a whole, and I think it's more populated than other counties, ambazo ni za Wakamba. And I look at the by-election for senatorial that just happened when their senator died. What happened? Chap chickened out. If it were not for Raila, who went to campaign and help, Mudama was taking that thing like crazy, and you could see there was no power in one man called Kalonzo. Kalonzo had to go bring somebody's wife to run over there so that at least he will get some clout. And I don't like family politics whereby we bring somebody's wife or we castigate families into political feudalism. I don't think that is right, but I think Kalonzo had no option until he had to go bring that woman in order to win. Otherwise, Kalonzo will not have won that seat. That's a fact. When it comes to gubernatorial, Kalonzo has never won that seat. I want to know from others.
Before you move away, Mutua didn't chicken out. Actually, the candidate for Mutua was very strong. So the problem Uhuru had was he didn't want UDA to win. That's it. Because he said if these two can divide, they will win. So what he did is he asked Mutua's candidate to step down. By the way, Mutua's candidate was following Kalonzo's candidate. They were closely like this. But the split of that vote would have made the other one win.
So, you've been here longer, and I've tried you a lot, and I think I trust most of your analysis. You know, because you are not a fanatic. But I want to question Adam. You know, your statistics in terms of in Ukambani. Which people are you talking to? Because Mr. Wekesa comes and tells us different statistics. He even said here today that even the posters and ABCD, and he also speaks with the people. So I don't know if you go and speak with a different demographic. Probably you speak from 18 to 24, and the guy is also speaking with the people on a higher. But it looks like both of you are in Ukambani, but your demographic seems to be not what we want to know the truth from there. But from my side, when I look at Machakos and how Kalonzo has been helped to maintain even a little bit clout in Machakos, I don't think you can convince me this time around that Kalonzo can hold the whole of Ukambani together. I think we are blowing things out of proportion. That is my side. But you can help me understand, because both of you are from Ukambani, but you're not giving us the same information.
Thank you. I know I want to give John Adams to respond. There's a video, Wekesa, I don't know if you will be able to play it, but one of Kalonzo's strong men has said today that OKA is not joining Azimio. On KTN today, he has said that they are not joining Azimio. Then he goes ahead to say, I want you guys to listen to my party leader. He said that we have started negotiations, but we are not joining Azimio. That is not, take that to the bank. So if you are a leader, you move on to a stage and then you make a statement, and then your juniors go to a press conference and, you know, counter that statement. It shows that there's some form of disorganization. That's the same thing that happened with Malala and Mudavadi. Before
and why is he having a PNU akona color ya blue, akona red na white? So akona Azimio colors. What is going on, Temba? You are saying that, and I'm watching him now. Akona colors ya Azimio.
He copies Baba everything, from music, from Inawezekana to everything. He's a copycat.
Okay, thank you, Selina. John Adams, go ahead.
Yeah, just small on. And all over the world, NDCs, the main agenda of an NDC is to unveil a presidential candidate. That normally would be the main agenda of any NDC anywhere in the world. You appreciate that Jubilee is not fielding a presidential candidate in this election. And so, for that reason, maybe then other things will be discussed. But I don't speak for Jubilee. I don't want to pretend that I can speak for them. About One Kenya Alliance and Azimio, and that's actually maybe the only reason why I'm here, Sophie, is to put the record straight. Because I think there's a lot of confusion on this matter. For the record, One Kenya Alliance is not joining Azimio. Let's get that straight. What my party leader said, and I want you to play that clip if you have it, is that One Kenya Alliance is opening up the doors for negotiations, discussions with Azimio. We in Wiper, we are not joining Azimio. The One Kenya Alliance is not joining Azimio. We have opened up doors for negotiations.
To be Azimio One Kenya Alliance.
That could be the ultimate.
Right.
But discussions can take whatever direction. That would be the desired outcome. But when we sit and begin the negotiations, then it could end up whichever way. The thing to take from me, for everyone in this country, is that One Kenya Alliance has not joined.
It's not big.
Thank you, Wekesa. John Adams, go ahead.
Yeah, I think just to answer Alex, I'm of course not. I'm not going to proclaim myself an expert, but I try to talk to people on the ground. This has been largely the older demographic, not necessarily the younger population. And then what I think I'm trying to say is Kalonzo will not sway, but he will have a say. So the question is, if we can do without that say, let's go for it. Looking at Machakos, the by-election, with a 21% voter turnout, Wiper had about 104,352. UDA had 19,700. Chap had 1,476. That's not to say that is what Mutua will bring, but you can clearly see Kalonzo has a say. He might not have sway, but he has a say. So I know we're doing well. I think there was a press conference.
Why are you analyzing Chap when Chap had announced they had withdrawn a day before? Those ones who voted yes, they didn't hear the announcement, but the candidate withdrew ahead of the election.
Yeah. So like you're saying, Wekesa, it's hard to tell for now what exactly Mutua Kivuta will bring in Ngilu. There's a little worry with Ngilu because Ngilu, there's a chance that Ngilu is not coming back as Kitui governor. I need to state that. That's from the ground.
Who is the strongest, according to you?
Malombe, the former governor.
Some of us don't just talk to a few people. There's no rural area in Machakos. Not in Machakos, in the eastern that I don't know. Even Kalonzo's place, Ikuru, have been there. I work in, this is my area. So, in fact, majority sometimes the discussions that pop out to anasemanga tu baba amechukua hii kitu. Sijui kwa nini Kalonzo wetu anadilidali. So majority of people understand the national politics and they know where the politics are going. And he has lost quite a number of people in the process of waiting and not making decisions. Majority of them knew that he's going to team up with Baba. But as he delays and delays more, they say now, mtu wetu amepotea. And actually, I can tell you this one for free. Even since the days of Moi, the voting pattern for Ukambani has always been, it's open for grab. It's like Western, it's open for grab. And even personally, in the field I'm doing, in the field of sales and marketing, we normally say if you have a new product, the best place to test for is Eastern, because the customers are always open to new products. They're always open to new ideas. And that's why politicians run to Eastern, because they knew it's not a rigid population. You cannot try this in Bungoma, where I come from. Bungoma is the only place that voted for Kibaki bananas when the whole nation was voting for oranges. And you can understand how Bukusus vote. They are somehow rigid. And that is what has given Wetangula some leverage, because he knew that my people are resistant to change. Kambas are not like that. They are always willing to experiment. That's why even Ruto is having a leverage. He will have a few votes in and even a few MCS and seats of MP. So Cumberland, Kalonzo is more worried than we are even giving him leverage.
Yeah, I think that's my hope. If we're doing better than I am seeing, I think that for me is a good thing. Yeah. So.
No, we will keep seeing how it pans out. We are giving our views to the extent that we think Kalonzo is overrated. Personally, I think so. I don't know what Selina thinks. Selina, you have been quiet for a while. Kindly, I don't know what you think.
Yeah, I'm quiet, and then I was seeing this KTN, and I see Shole. They are complaining that Jubilee wametoa deputy president. They have changed even the color. They divorce. Kama mwanaume ametoa nguo yako nje, amerudisha mali kwa baba yako, why are you still crying? Go get another man if you are still young to get married. Or come and come we stay. So now walipatwa kwa surprise. They don't know what to do. She's trying to complain. Anasema wangetaka kuona yale makosa deputy alifanya ndio aweze kutolewa kwa NDC. That is it. Kusalamiana ilikuwa yellow na red. Sasa imepaki red na white. Sasa these people are really confused. You know, sometimes bring it baby. Come baby, come. The baby has come. They bring it as bring it. So now what is the problem? Kuhusu Kalonzo watu wameongea sana. Ule mtu wa kwanza aliita Kalonzo watermelon. He knew what is the meaning of that watermelon. It comes. Unajua Pena na Temba. Kuna msichana ukimtongoza ako cheap. Lakini hapo nje anaambia wanaume, hapana mimi nimeokoka sifanyi hiyo. Alafu huyu mwanaume mwingine anakujaribu anaenda ambia ule mwingine the same. End of the day they divorce you kwa sababu uchakuwa na hiyo principle. Kama unakuwa na msimamo ya kwamba siendi na wewe, ambia mwanaume that akuja mara 10, stand in that principle. But hii muti yetu watermelon, I'm in, I'm out, onja kidogo, usionje kidogo, it is too much on him. Akae kama wanaume wengine. Raila aliinsist kutoka wakati ya Moi mpaka saa hii ana resist akisema no ni no. Deputy President ameonyesha akisema no ni no. Ali kama unamfukuza anaenda ansa nyumba yake na anaendelea ruti nyuma. We need strong people like that. But these crying babies, Musalia Mudavadi, Wetangula alisema kwa parliament na alikuwa speaker, alikuwa senator minority na alikuwa one senator from Bungoma akipatiwa veva na ODM. Kuna lugha alitumia na hiyo ilimuuma. The same as to Kalonzo. Hii mambo tunaongea Wakamba wameamua. Kwa nini mnasahau young university students na youth walisema we are Azimio with Kalonzo or without? Kalonzo kuna kitu inamuuma. We need to pray for him. At even his health inasoroteka. Wacha nikwambie, he knows kama baba hawezi sema tosha, he cannot be the president of this country. All these people, kama Raila ni mbaya, why do you want Raila to endorse you? Kama huyu mse Raila ana watu, why do you cry for him? Na unasema tulikubaliana. Raila aliuliza wa Kenya, do you want me? Kenya ndio wanaita Raila, si Raila ako na tamaa. Sasa hii watu wengine group yote, I salute Gideon, I salute Chirongo. Hawana watu lakini ni wanaume wamekaa na msimamo. Lakini huyu mwingine anatabataba, you have a woman, utaki kuchunga, anyway, sasa hii siasa ya Kenya, the generation we are in na hii yetu ya wasia iendi pamoja. Hii wengine tunasikia mbaya because these young people Kalonzo anasema ako 65. Kwa hivyo nisipokuwa president now, when will I be? Raila is 77 na Kenya ni wanamwambia baba we need you. Na yeye ako na 65. Still he has a lot of years to come. Ya mwisho, wacha niseme, ingawa kuna sister yangu kutoka Central, kuna naona 3 4. Story Central ni secret. Mutapika round na kusema tuko na kura Central, but watafuata Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta. Hii vijana wanateremuka na kukimbia na kukula pesa, wataambiwa muende, but the last day watu watakuwa shocked. Hata Kuria anajua, hata my sister Martha Karua anajua. You cannot play with a central fort. Wako rahisi, lakini ikifika ni kuamua waendangi wrong. Cherat, nimekusahau, nimekuona. Hiyo mambo ya central watu wanapiga, tutapata 60-40 mahali Uhuru. Hiyo makari yote mliona leo imetoka kwa nani? Na pesa bado, na mkutano sitapangwa, because they need a country. Sisi wengine tukue kama hawa wengine wanatuonyesha. Baba is so humble, na hata Kalonzo, na mimi nataka niwaulize panelist, kama Raila ameaichipu Kalonzo. Kalonzo amelalamika kwa TV ya kwamba tunaambiwa tuingie Azimio na Raila ataniongelesha, na nje najua ni Uhuru alimuongelesha. So afanye favor, aingie kwa Uhuru. Na mimi nataka niwaulize, Uhuru sahi anajaribu kuambia Central tupatie Raila, alafu tena waambie Central atutaki running mate iende Western. I don't think so. Kama kuna running mate inaenda hiyo side, niende kwa Wameru ama iplay kwa Central. Asante sana.
Thank you so much. Julia, how are you?
I'm doing good, Demba. How are you?
I'm good. Najua hutaki kuongea juu ya Kalonzo. So ongea mambo ya Ruto na kwenda ng'ambo.
Okay, but today I think I should talk about Kalonzo, but about Ruto kwenda ngambo. Okay, before I say, okay, hello everybody. Good to see you here. Thank you for the discussion. It's really awesome. Now, about Ruto, I think Ruto anachanga pesa. I think amekaukiwa kiasi. Ametumia pesa mingi. So I think he's trying to, I have no doubt, he's trying to get his friends in the US to raise some money somewhere. I also, the thing of him monitoring the election stuff and all that, yeah, I don't trust him. I really don't trust anyone. When it comes to elections in Kenya, like I said, anybody is capable of doing anything. So, but I don't want to indulge in that, because just like I am thinking, I'm sure Uhuru is also aware of such things. So I think he's going to be very careful about Moses Kuria joining Oka. I think we should not pay attention to Moses Kuria. We should not even waste our airtime on Moses Kuria, because I even wonder why people in this country elect some people to be their members of parliament. I don't know what happens to some constituencies that they come to an agreement that elect people like Moses Kuria. I would never give him my attention. I don't want to pay attention to Moses Kuria. Now, Gideon Moi is very wise. He's playing a very, very wise cards. And I think Gideon Moi has a future in this country. Now, going back to the debate that has been so much here today about Kalonzo Musyoka, I don't want to dismiss Kalonzo Musyoka's influence in Ukambani, because I think the people of Ukambani have not really had a kingpin. Kalonzo Musyoka is like, I think, is the only one who has risen to the position of vice presidency. And once you've served as a vice president in this country, it gives you a head start. Even if you may not have the kind of character people are looking for, you still have a head start. That's what is happening to Kalonzo Musyoka. Now, Kalonzo Musyoka is playing hardball. I think Kalonzo Musyoka should not be doing what he's doing, because if he's trying to impress on Azimio, the people leading Azimio, to do as he feels, he's not going to get far with that. He's not the kind to play hardball. If I were Kalonzo Musyoka, I would be like a Kibaki kind of a candidate. The kind that wins people's hearts. The kind that appears harmless, like I could not hurt a fly. And if I were him, I would be the first one to campaign for Raila Amolo Odinga. If I were in his shoes, I would have begun doing that a long time ago. I would not have been demanding anything. I would have been like, Baba, I'm here for you. You're going to win because I'm going to make sure you win. Now, come to think about it. If Kalonzo was doing this, or they were even without wasting time in Oka or whatever they are calling, what do you think would happen after 5 years? I think I mentioned this. I do not think Mount Kenya is very ready for presidency after 5 years. So after 5 years, it means the presidency will be available to the best candidate. And that will be the person who will back Raila wholeheartedly. And if Kalonzo Musyoka had been wise, that is what he could have done. He could have placed himself strategically. People have used women, husband and women and girls and brides to be as good examples. I also want to use this. If you are a woman, Mama Selina atakumbaliana na mimi, na Penny will, I think, will agree with me, and Kenya, Spain. Those days that we were looking for those days, in my head days, if you see a young man that you like, if you see somebody that you like, you don't, you aren't gonna tell them that, hey, if you're going to marry me, you're gonna do 1, 2, 3. I want you to do this. I want you to go to my home. I want you to buy for my mama this. I want you to, no, you place yourself strategically. You place yourself like a wife to be. And if you know this guy likes this kind of a wife, you behave like one. You know, if you think he likes submissive people, that is what you are going to do. You're not going to give him conditions. And I think those girls who are paying attention to me should pay attention. We've been there on that journey. So I know what happens. So if you want to win somebody, you don't give them conditions that I need you to buy me this, I need you to do 1, 2, 3. No, you become friendly and warm and you place yourself strategically. Kalonzo is not strategic. He is placing himself as an equal partner to Kenyatta and Raila Amolo Odinga. He is so mistaken. He cannot be an equal partner to Kenyatta and Raila. He is very far from that. He cannot even demand anything. So he should have thought twice before doing that. Now, going forward for Azimio, I would say that we dismiss Kalonzo. If I were in Azimio leadership, this is how I would play my cards. You don't argue with fools. You play their game. I would go to Kambani and say, you see, Kalonzo even said we are working together. So I'm telling you, this is my brother. We are working together. We are a team. I would not even pay attention to the things he's saying on TV. Even what his people are saying, this guy who just talked, what he was saying. I would go to Kambani and say, you heard your boss, Kalonzo Musyoka. You heard what he said. You heard he said that he's willing to have talks with us. We are a team. I would not even call him watermelon. And I would not encourage Gilu and Mutua and Kibuda to throw direct attacks to him. I would rather Mutua and Kibuda go around and say that even your boss said this. I would play his card. I would play his cards. I would play his game. So that for the next few months, the Ukambani people are kind of mixed up. They won't see me from Azimio as their enemy. They would appreciate that I respect their leader and I appreciate his role in Ukambani. So the ball would be in their leaders. It would be like, why is Kalonzo not supporting this person wholeheartedly? Yet this person doesn't call him names, doesn't do this. I won't call him names. I won't call him what I won't say to hell with him. No, I would go there and play to be his friend. And I would wait for after the elections. I would bring my demony part 3 that you played so hard to get. I got another bride. I'm sorry, sir. That is what I would do if I was in Azimio. So I think Azimio should not play. UDA is waiting for Azimio to be mad with Kalonzo. And so the Azimio MPs will start calling Kalonzo watermelon. And so they're going to push him away. So they should not do that. They should just play his game. Okay, sir, you want us to talk? I can even go to his talks, the talk he's talking about. I can tell him, sir, yeah, we're talking. So if he wants to drag the talk, I will also drag the talks. If he wants to drag the talks, I will also drag the talks as he wants. And then I will drag the talks as I penetrate Ukambani and tell Ukambani, you see, we're friends. We're good friends. We're working. We're talking. We're a team. So we are all in Azimio. You see, that's what I would be doing if I were in Azimio. I would not fight him head on. You know why we should not fight him head on? What has destroyed UDA is because Ruto went to fight the president head on. He called his names. He called him names, and his followers called the president names. So there are people in Central who are so mad because of that. So there are people who will be voting against Ruto because his supporters went to call the president names. And now I'm surprised. The last meeting I saw Ruto in, I mean, one of the last meetings I saw him in, he was saying, ati mimi rafiki yangu president, mimi sina ubaya rafiki yangu president. You know, he's trying to change, but it is too late. He let his brigade call the president names. So the Azimio team should not go this path. We should not, even here, we should just tell the Kalonzo people, we love him, he's our brother, we love him so much. And guess what? We are going to bring Madimoni Part 2 after the elections. But for now, we love him so much because he said he's having a talk with Azimio. So we take advantage of that and we go to Ukambani and tell the people, your boss said he's having talks with us. So we are having talks. So we are friends. So we'll not be confrontational with Kalonzo. However, just to stop there, I say Kalonzo is making the biggest mistake. And if he decides to go or through to and takes Mother Karua, I think, Alex, now you agree with me when I talked about Mother Karua. I was not trying to dismiss her efforts in this country. She's fought for a lot for justice, civil justice and all that. She's a fighter. But I don't like her approach. She is very confrontational. If you want to win, ask yourself why Mother Karua has fought for justice. She's been very brave. Why she cannot even win as a governor in Kirinyaga? Do you think Kirinyaga people are stupid? Why Kirinyaga people can't see that? It's because there's something that puts them off. For Mother Karua, it is either her way or nothing. So nobody wants to work with that kind of a person. So Mother Karua has gone to Kalonzo's camp and is like, it's either our way or nothing. So, and because she has that attitude, then even as Nasema, basi kaeni na your way. So meanwhile, this kind of people, because we need their backing, we smile at them the way men like playing around with us. You know, a man can tell you he's marrying you the next day, like he meets you today and tomorrow he tells you, see, you look like my wife. I even wonder what happened. I hadn't seen you. So we are going to behave the way many men do. I'm sorry, men, forgive me. It's just on a light note. We'll be like, we really like you, Kalonzo, and we are working things out. We are looking forward to have a big team with you. And then guess what? After 9th, Madimoni Part 2 will landing. Thank you, Mr. Zemba.
Thank you so much.
Can I
know. Hold on, Selena. I know there are so many questions that are gonna come, but you see, for me. Let me put this in 1 minute. There's no time for talk. The train has left the station. UDA is already sorted. Azimio have a presidential candidate who is still talking to who.
Mr. Demba.
Let me allow questions. I have Selena and then Wekesa. Selena.
Mr. Demba,
thank you so much.
Selena says.
Julia,
Yes, Selena.
The waiting has start. Wase wamekuja engagement. Bibi harusi wanatengeneza nguo. Bwana harusi anatengeneza nguo, harusi ni Saturday. Unakuja unasema no, ni mimi unataka unioe. It is too late, my dear. Kila kitu imeisha, harusi inatengenezwa, mali imekulwa. Sasa Kalonzo ajue tu, na pati mbaya hakuna come we stay. So kila kitu imeisha, akubali tu na anyamaze, kwa sababu hiyo bibi already imefungwa harusi. Mtukufu rais aliweka kofia akasema yes, Azimio, my roho, my ndani, my ear, dead up. Iliisha.
Yeah, I also have something before you respond. I think you are telling us half truth. I know when you're quoting each other, there's that moment of smiling. But when you present a girl home and you're doing dowry negotiations, in dowry negotiation, hata watu huamuka wanaacha chakula wanaenda na wanasema hata tutaki huyo msichana wenu. It's a different ball game when you are doing the dowry negotiation. And after they have done that hard bargain, and everybody has got what they wanted, now they come back and now cement the relationship. So there is time for everything. This is a time for hard bargain because it's the last minute. After all, even Kalonzo is not adversarial as he is. He's only doing a hard bargain. If we allow him, we allow him, he will take everything. He will come and disrupt everything. He will come and say, "Bibi nataka kwa this and this," and there are people who have sacrificed to come up to that point. So we should allow negotiation to go. If it's a tough bargain, let it be a tough bargain. But after that, we can only cement that when we have passed the stage of that negotiation. So in negotiations, you don't people don't smile. They really put on a face of negotiation. And that's why what you have had with Mumbua, the senator of Kitui, he's appearing to talk as if they are not interested. We can even walk away. But the issue is they are just bargaining hard.
Yeah, they are beginning hard. May I respond, Mr. Demba? So what I'm really saying, we don't wait for him. We get onto our plans, we get onto our campaigns, we get onto our those people who want to stand with Azimio. I mean, we go on and make this thing, Azimio thing, legal. But when we go to Kambani, we play our cards. Like you see, Kalonzo said he's one of us. In fact, we play into his boat. We say he hasn't said he's not in Azimio. He hasn't said he's not going to support Azimio. He hasn't come out that clearly. He hasn't even told Kambani people that he's going to vie for presidency. So as he wastes his time to make up his mind, we go to Kambani and campaign him and say he said he's supporting us. So by the time he decides to change that narrative, it will be too late for him. So we don't wait for him. The negotiations that are going on, even if Azimio is going to be, announced and all that by Uhuru and Raila and the other people, they should go ahead and do that. They should even get a running mate. They should not wait for him. They should get a running mate and announce him. Yes, yes. Mm-hmm.
Wekesa, can I step out for like 30 minutes and I come back? I know you want to sleep, but I'll be back in 30 minutes.
Wakesa, you are on mute, so we can't hear you.
Oh,
Temba,
sorry.
you can go.
You can go.
Temba, go.
Delay sana nitaachia mtu mwingine.
Temba, you can go because you're going to give me a chance, but it's okay. I still love you.
Oh, who's that? I'll be back in about 30 minutes, but Penny is here. No, Penny doesn't sleep.
Okay, so Wekesa, I was just saying that we don't hail our train for Kalonzo. No, we go ahead, just like you are saying. We go ahead like somebody who tells someone, if you want kuwa bibi wa pili ni sawa tu, mimi ninasonga mbele. So we go ahead. Azimio should go ahead. We already know who is the presidential candidate. We already know who is the presidential candidate. So Azimio should go ahead and get now into discussions as who is the best running mate. So, but when we go to Kambani, let us not play it the Ruto style. Ruto has lost votes in Mount Kenya region because of going head to head with the president. That is what has destroyed him most. That is what people who are here standing and supporting Azimio is because of the stupid things Ruto did in Central Kenya. But if Ruto had behaved his last this last rallies he was having, he was saying rais wetu ni rafiki yangu sijui nini, kama angekuwa natumia hiyo kind of campaign, he would not have been having as many enemies as he may be having now in Mount Kenya region. So we will not play that kind of a game. We will not be confrontational in Ukambani. We will say, Kalonzo said he's ready to work with us. Those are the words we are going to dig into. And before he decides I'm becoming president or I'm supporting Azimio, we will have entered into his camp and his people will be so confused. You see, first, if we confuse them, there are two results. Either they vote for Azimio or they don't turn out to vote. If they don't turn out to vote, well and good for us. Because the risk is if they vote for UDA. But if either they vote for Azimio, but if they don't turn out to vote, good for Azimio. So I'm trying to say, we will not be confrontational in Ukambani. We will not say nasty things about Kalonzo. We will behave like he's one of us, but
yeah, Julie, but I want you to raise this discussion. You see, the politics happens at different levels, and that's why, okay, you have never seen our presidential candidate the confrontation, but they are foot soldiers for a different assignment. When they call those three governors, every governor is given assignment. Don't think that the Mutua out of nothing, he says that. And you see, you are out for gathering intelligence. And to gather intelligence, you cannot be speaking the same thing. Otherwise, you will not gather any intelligence. This person will say this, another person will say this, another, and then out of it. And that's why they will want to hear how does Kamba react when we hit Kalonzo. So that in the event that he's running away, we either decide we need him or we don't want him. So unless you gather intelligence, you may not even make a decision. And most of the thing is people are fearful such that they don't even get the enough intelligence they wanted, and by so doing, they don't even make the right decision. Ruto was fooling us when he was trying to show us that he's abusing someone called Mudavadi. And they were having talks. So sometimes don't take things what you see in the rally. They were pretending to be abusing Mudavadi, but behind the scene, these guys were having the meetings. And after that, they had a surprise kind of thing that they are together. So sometimes it's gathering intelligence. They may not even say what you want to hear, but they want to get a feedback from the voters. What do voters say when we hit their man? And what will be the alternative? Let's have their hands up there. Kuna Penny, kuna Alex. Nani mwingine alikuwa ameinua mkono? Ni maswali kwa Julie ama ni comment?
Inaonekana uoni hapa chini.
It's a quick comment.
Wakeza uoni?
Videli sama anaitwa nani?
Uoni mkono hii imeinua the whole time.
Fidel.
You guys you're really not fair today. You've been having the same people on the studio since the whole thing started. Some of us have to wait for like hours and hours to even to be seen. I think it's unfair, but nevertheless, I'm already inside. So let me just make my contribution. But the first thing I'll do is to greet everybody. Alex, Wekesa, Penny, it's nice to see you back again, which is it's a pleasure as usual. You know, I missed your presence for all this time. I started wondering where you had gone to. Maybe you had joined UDA. I was just worried, you know. But
let me understand you, Fidel. Before you make a contribution, let me understand. What do you mean by we are unfair today?
No, it's just that I when I started trying to enter the studio right from the time you started, and it's been full, and nobody wants to leave and to give other people a chance to be able to, you know, to enter. That's what I was saying, you know. So I'm generalizing, maybe because I was a little bit frustrated. You know, you guys have been talking, and I wanted to be.
Let me now give you a feedback before you proceed. this is it's not a panel. Actually, this is an open forum. We normally use first come, first serve. And me, even sometimes I'm here as a host, but when it comes to entering, I struggle like everybody else. So sometimes even Bernard wants to go and sleep, and I come and support him. But when I try, the studio tells me it's full. So I tell Bernard, when the moment will come, tell me in an SMS I've slept. And sometimes even I sleep off. So it has always been an open discussion. Maybe we reach a point and we make it structured. We have a certain kind of audience and panel. Tuseme watu sita mko hapo kama 30 mtoke wengine waingie. But I think we will develop structures.
Okay. I apologize for that. I apologize. I'm sorry. What I wanted to say, I think Kalonzo is we're wasting so much time talking about an individual whose ego is just been blown out of proportion. I think the problem we have is Kalonzo has been convinced by so many people that he's so important that Azimio cannot do without him, and it has gotten into his head, thinking that he cannot be dispensed with. So there's a big problem there because it has gotten into his head. This is a person who was brought under the tutelage of Mulu Mutisia, Baringetun, Kariuki Chotara, Sharif Nasir. Now you can just imagine the kind of people that who tutored him, whom he learned his politics from. So it's a problem trying to think that Kalonzo can be a part of the progressive movement that exists right now. He still wants to come in and have a share of his portion. Yet we Kenyans, as we are demanding, is we need to have a political reset where everything is started afresh, on a fresh note. Everything that was there before this moment, after August the 9th, should be dispensed with. But Kalonzo still wants to put us back. Now, Kalonzo's problem, if we keep missing it, and I think the people who are advising him also are not really thinking properly, even the legal minds that exist. A party cannot have two coalitions, according to the political party that has just been signed. One party cannot join two coalitions. If Kalonzo Musyoka as Oka, Oka now is like one particular movement of their own. They want to join Azimio, but what Oka has done is Oka is coming under Jubilee, because that's what Kalonzo had insisted, that he wanted to. They had a coalition with Jubilee, and they will come under Jubilee to talk with the ODM. He did not want to have a direct talk with Raila Odinga. He wanted to come under Jubilee. So Oka has already got a coalition with Jubilee. Just like other parties that have signed agreement with Jubilee, Oka is a part of them. That's what Kalonzo has been telling us. So Oka itself is under Jubilee. Jubilee is now forming a coalition with ODM. You see, because Kalonzo did not want to come directly and talk to Azimio. He wanted to come to Azimio through Jubilee. So Kalonzo himself has already joined Jubilee. They have a coalition with Jubilee. He cannot again come out of that particular coalition and insist that he's also joining Azimio as Oka. Oka cannot be having two coalitions. Oka can only have one coalition. So that is a problem, So we keep missing that particular point. Two, the problem with Kalonzo again is distrust with Raila. He does not really think that Raila is trustworthy. So a person like that, how is he going to work with him? How is he going to work with this particular individual in the government? A person you mistrust. How? Because right now, probably the biggest problem he has is he wants to be appointed or nominated as a DP, a running mate. This is the same thing that Ruto has been doing to Kenyatta, to Uhuru. So how do we allow Kalonzo, with our eyes wide open before even the formation of the government comes into place, to deputize Raila, when we know that this is exactly what he's going to do? He's going to sabotage him to make sure that his government does not work, so that he stands a chance of re-inheriting that particular seat when Raila fails. That's what he's going to do. And so we as Kenyans should be aware of that particular intention that Kalonzo has. They cannot work. Two, Kalonzo has a problem with the governors. He cannot see himself being referred to as a principal, sharing the same platform as with the Kibwana, Mutua, and Charity Ngilu, that they are referred to as principal or as leaders of head of their parties. So he's standing on the same platform. He thinks he's above them. So this is also going to be a problem, because if Azimio keeps on begging Kalonzo to come on board, what message is it going to send to the three governors? Because the other day, Professor Kibwana was saying that if Kalonzo wants to join Azimio, he will have to take a back seat. What did he mean by that? What he meant here is they have already started. They have joined the movement. They have already taken the front seats. So if Kalonzo wants to come into Azimio, he has to take a back seat. So you can imagine if Azimio is going to elevate Kalonzo as a principal, what message are you going to be sending to the other three governors who have been doing groundwork in Ukambani? They believe that they have got followers, and if they do so, they are followers. So that also is going to create a problem with Azimio, because those particular governors have been working while Kalonzo has been playing fiddle with his, with his thumb somewhere. He wants to be appeased. So that's another problem Azimio has to deal with. So the question Azimio has to decide here is, will they rather do without Kalonzo or do without the three governors in terms of influence? But as we know right now, things stand, Kalonzo's influence is actually very minimal in Ukambani. One, the reason why I'm saying that here is the community wants to be in government. They don't want to be in the cold. They want to be in the government. So even themselves, they have to make up the decision. They have to decide which side of the equation, which formation is going to put them in government. First of all, even if you remember that it's the professionals are the ones who pushed the three governors to start being active, to seek Azimio, the professionals themselves. Not from a particular county, but Ukamba professionals in general are the ones who push the three governors to join Azimio. So what it simply say here is those professionals know where they want to be. And I believe they have a sway. They have followers within Ukambaland. And so on top of that, they have got these particular governors now coming on board, working with them. So Kalonzo's portion of the pie, as far as Ukambani politics is concerned, is very, very small. But because Kambas want to have a national representation at the table, that's where they've been pushing Kalonzo. But the more he delays, the more they realize that it becomes irrelevant, because they want to be in government. And if Kalonzo thinks that that he can do these things on his own, or run to the Debe, with Martha Karua, I don't think he's going to get people supporting him, because they know for sure that one is not going to put them in government under any circumstance. It won't go put them in government. So they'll follow Azimio, because they know they can see Azimio is going to go in the government. What is going to happen here is, you just imagine it. Think about this. Uhuru Kenyatta, Raila Odinga, the three governors, going into Ukambani, campaigning in Ukambani, asking for their votes, that they should vote for Azimio. Uhuru Kenyatta, the president, who still has authority, has powers. I don't think Kalonzo stand a chance. He does not stand a chance. So this idea of us begging him to come, we should talk to him nicely. He is already 60-something year old. How do you keep on begging a 60-something year old? 20-something year old begging us. What kind of a man is that? We people don't have time for that. He either make a decision to come aboard and become a part of the patriotic Kenyans who want to set something new, Kenya on course, or he goes home. People don't need him. It's not a must that Kalonzo must be in government. He is not a must. He can stay away without being in that particular place. So we should stop this idea of cuddling him and babysitting him and trying to push him to be no. I refuse. I refuse. I'm not a part of that. So we should be firm about that. Coming to Ruto, going to the States, I believe that this is speculation. So we really cannot come out and say that we know what he's going to do, but we are speculating that he's going to go look for funds. But the question here is, what type of people is he going to appeal to? Is he going to, the only people that he can appeal to are those right wingers, the people that who think that they are Christians, just like Ruto is. See the type of Christianity Ruto plays. You find some of them do that. So he'll find some room. People might end up, with his lies here, because those people really know how to lie. Some of those people, they're the ones who have been lying to Trump, making Trump believe that he's still popular, he's still the president. The same people. So he will find an audience. If he goes and lie well the way he has been lying to Kenyans, they might believe, because they are not in Kenya, so they don't even know the facts. But he knows how to twist his own things. So you might find also some Ku Klux Klans also coming on board, just like the way the name of the KKK. So is it KKA or KK, something like that, KK Kwanzaa or something. So it's a part of he'll find an audience, even if when he goes there. And somebody was suggesting that he must be trying to, I don't know, but that is just speculation, Gideon Moy, what is his name? That guy who is joining Oka, the guy who had his leg back. Moses Kuria. Look at that. It just tells you how confused Kalonzo is. Kalonzo, same Kalonzo, has given the impression that he wants to join Azimio. At the same time, he's dealing with other people who are, what I think is Moses Kuria is not going to join Azimio. That is for sure. But I think they're only there to strengthen the hand of Kalonzo, to make Kalonzo look like he's coming to the Azimio with some followers. People, he has got followers in Mount Kenya through Martha Karua. Martha Karua is not going to go to Azimio. She has never even, people usually think that Martha Karua and Raila get along. They don't get along. They've never gotten along. Remember, Martha Karua is the one who slapped Raila in 2006 outside the parliament. She slapped him in front of other members. It just tells you the distance she has towards him, And people usually think, oh, he's a reformist. I don't think so. Because if he was a reformist, she would not have actually come out and defended Kibaki in that particular bogus election, which they did in 2007. If she really, really believed that she was a human rights defender, she should have stood for the truth and said, no, I know what about.
Well, Keza, you want us to listen to the music?
Are you playing something? Is somebody playing something?
Wekesa is playing some music there.
Okay, so what I was saying.
Sorry, I didn't know my Lini is on. I was downloading Ruto'S.
Okay.
He was trying to say time up.
Okay, because I'm summarizing, just before anybody thinks that I've taken so much time, I'm summarizing. Martha Karua and Raila Odinga will never be in the same side. She might have said at one time, she said that between Raila Odinga and Ruto, that our vote is obvious. She was just saying that out of for people's sake. I don't think she believed it. But right now, as things stand, when she has got the opportunity to be able to identify herself with the reform movement, with progressive movement, what is she doing? She's playing, she's fidgeting with her fingers, and cold and hot at the same time. So you don't even know what kind of politicians these people are. And yet people are putting so much stock in them that they're the ones to move the country forward. No, these are all hypocrites. We want people, if you really believe in something, this is the time to identify yourself with that particular thing and stand on it. Uhuru Kenyatta, 2 days ago, just yesterday, what did the president say? He was channeling political thought to Kalonzo. He said, when Raila Odinga came to me to give me a hand to shepherd this country into safety, he did not even ask for even a single favor. Not a single favor. No condition, no nothing. He just said, yes, I'm a Kenyan, I'm a patriot, I am going to help you yonder to get there. He was telling Kalonzo that same day that Kalonzo, if you are really a leader, not a politician, you should come to Azimio without condition. He's saying, and even Uhuru said, I am in Jubilee. I am not going to ask the president to do me a favor, 1 or 2, 3 things. I'm just going to let him make decisions that he thinks fit as a leader, as a president, if he ever becomes a president. So Kalonzo should have learned from that this is what the president is also saying. And 2,
thank you.
Sorry, I've gone beyond my time.
Yeah, thank you. I think we need to move to the next. Then we will come back to you.
Okay, thank you.
Have you now realized that that topic of Kalonzo was juicy? I think you have also taken enough time to talk about Kalonzo. You are telling us we were wasting time on Kalonzo.
Yeah, it's just that we need to finish it and then move into other, green pastures, because it's taking so much of our time.
It is. We are at that last stages of making a coalition and move. So we are trying to remove the places which are locking. So that's why we are talking about. It seems like people are impatient. What is happening? So they want him to call him to order, either to respond whichever direction he wants to go, but he needs to respond and respond very fast. Let me play one clip here, even as we move forward.
But because I think people have got questions there.
Tupange line bwana. Tupange line. Let's make a line. Let's make a line. Let's make a line. Safari yako. Haya kazi mo kibu chumba jo. Ya bro jisibeze. Wana una kamera jo yo.
ya Abunuwasi. Abunuwasi alijifanya ati amekufa ili ajue vile watu ambao wako naye wanafikiria juu yake. Sasa yeye akaanguka tu siku moja, wakaenda wakakuta Abunuwasi amekufa. Sasa wakaanza kuongea, huyu mtu alikuwa mchawi, ndio nasema huyu mtu alikuwa mwizi, huyu mtu alikuwa mnajisi, wakasema mambo mengi mabaya sana juu yake. Baadaye wakaleta jeneza, wakachimba kaburi, wakaenda sasa kuzika Abunuwasi. Sasa ile ambao walikuwa mteremsha kwa kaburi akaamka, ni kitu gani? Nani mnazika? Watu wakashtuka. Sasa ile ambao walikuwa wanataka kumwingiza yeye kwenye kaburi, sio hiyo? Ndio ndugu yangu Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta. Walifikiri Jubilee imekufa, so walisema Jubilee imekufa. Jubilee ilikuwa inalala kama Abunuwasi. Si Jubilee imeamuka sasa? Jubilee sasa.
These guys are playing politics of intelligence. Umesikia Kenya Raila amesema. Anyway, the other video, Ruto has arrived in US and you have seen some of the guys who have been vocal on social media, the one who are receiving him. Those are some of his hosts. So you can make a contribution. I think we have. Kuna swali kwa Fidel ama tuende kwa tuko na Prince na Stony wajaongea.
Yes, there is some few things we needed to collect with Fidel, if you allow me.
In each one 1 minute, those who have something to point out.
Okay, yeah, I just wanted to say a few things which our brother Videla said. I honestly think that Mother Karua has been very straightforward, saying that he would rather deal with Raila than Ruto, and I really do believe her. The only issue which these politicians have is that they have something which is very personal. Unlike Raila, who moves on and is ready to forgive, these other politicians don't forgive. The problem is not Raila. The problem is Martha Karua still believes that she won wherever Kirinyaga governorship, but it was taken away from her with the help of Uhuru helping Waiguru. That is the personal beef she has, and she has never forgiven Uhuru for that. And that's why it is becoming difficult to come to Azimio, because Uhuru is also a major partner in that Azimio. So, but given the two, I think that Martha Karua has many times said she would rather work with Raila than work with Ruto. I wanted to from personal, maybe somebody else can correct it, but I think that's our stand. And I do believe that she has credentials to be a person who can deal with the opposition if she's given a chance. It's only that sometimes our stance goes beyond where it's supposed to be. Coming to the point of this coalition, you say that the OCAS already signed with the Jubilee. I do not think so, and that is also the challenge we have. I don't think that the new Political Parties Act allows two coalitions to join. So, then if you hear from what OCA is trying to propagate, is not, and when you hear from this Mutua, that is sent from Kalonzo. It's Kalonzo who has sent him to say what he was saying, that Oka is not joining Azimio. What they're trying to propagate that we're going to form a grand coalition, a new coalition where we are partners, not that we are joining. And all that goes to egocentric of Kalonzo. That he doesn't want to seem that he's joining others, that he want to say we have formed a new grand coalition. That's what they are dividing to, a grand coalition, and maybe we will name it Azimio One Kenya Alliance. So when they say One Kenya Alliance, is not Azimio joining with Oka. He's right from there. There is no road today which would allow a coalition of Oka to join another coalition. I don't think there is a law like that. And instead of being very honest that either they will go individually through Jubilee, that's the only route they can come to what we call Azimio. If you saw the NDC of these parties, ODM, Jubilee, they were passing a resolution to join Azimio. These are the parties, not coalition. So maybe somebody can correct me for that, but I think that a coalition cannot join another coalition. So,
yeah, but Jared, if I may just say something before anybody else say, you know that Jubilee just had agreements with so many parties, KANU, the governor of Pokot, West Pokot party. I think there were 6 of them. You know, there were 6 of them. In other words, did they join us? Are they now PNU right now? Are they Jubilee now? Or
okay, let me put it in perspective. And they chose their words when they were saying they are cooperating with Jubilee. It's not. These are levels. There is coalition. There is cooperation.
Yeah.
So
that's what I wanted to answer. In that these parties is a cooperation which they will work, but they are fronting Jubilee party to negotiate on their behalf. Jubilee is the one which is going to coalition with ODM. So it's not there is no Jubilee coalition. Is an agreement where I don't think they're gonna deposit it to this. What these people are saying, these are individuals. They are saying we trust the president to represent our stake. These are not people who want so much. They just want to protect their own territory. So, and that's why I'm saying I don't think 2 coalitions can be able to join. I might be wrong, but
no, you are right, Jared. Jared, you are right. And if you can hear what Raila was saying, you realize Kalonzo is speaking a completely different language.
Yes.
Raila said if there is any party which has a presidential candidate, someone is playing something. Okay. So Raila said if there is any party which has a presidential candidate should present. And he went ahead and named, if Wiper has a presidential candidate, let them present. Why? Because it is now ODM has a presidential candidate. It's not Azimio. So ODM is presenting a presidential candidate to Azimio. Wiper should present a presidential candidate to Azimio. It's not Oka. That's why they need to have to finalize that thing. If you listen to the clips, that is what was the conversation.
Yeah, so that's why I was saying. I'm finishing, Alex, please. If a few seconds. So there was a clip before. I think it was yesterday. The same tour. I think it's called Patrick somebody. When he was asked, in fact, after what Kalonzo had said, he said they're going to discussion. What our leader will decide, if he decides to join Raila, we will follow suit. Okay? At that time, he had not gotten the details because he got a message that Oka is joining Azimio. Today, what he is trying to communicate is a direct communication from Kalonzo, who is telling him, go tell the people this one. But after some time, my sister was saying, we tried to negotiate with these people. We don't have time. Remember that by 9th, I think it should be 9th or 8th of April, we have to deposit a coalition agreement as a party. So we don't have time to waste. I think you either join or we can crush you. I can promise you this. These governors who have been going around Ukambani, they're not using their funds to go around. They are funded so that they can crush this person down. And if you show...
Jared, I'm the one who still, I'm the one who was asking the question.
Let me finish so that you...
I want to ask something here because I'm getting confused. KANU is in Oka. KANU already has an agreement with Jubilee. KANU itself has an agreement with Jubilee. They signed whatever you call it, with Jubilee. So how can the same KANU under Oka now come on the other side and become a part of Oka, wanting to form a coalition with Azimio? Because KANU is already inside Jubilee.
I can answer you that, my brother. This is what it is.
Briefly,
KANU, yes. Yeah, KANU had an agreement.
Yes.
A post agreement of 2017 with KANU. Today, as we speak, there is no coalition called Oka. What they signed is an intent. So there is no paper anywhere. They have not filed anything. They are saying they're going to sign the agreement tomorrow. But this is now a pre for the coming election. The other one they had with Jubilee was a pre. That's why these other parties are signing a new one. Even Wiper signed a cooperation agreement with Jubilee, the old Jubilee. Now we have a new Jubilee. I think that's what I can say. Let me let the stage for others. But before I leave, I wanted just to say something about the video you saw. I don't know why Wekesa, you showed us a video and we were responding to this other Kalonzo. We didn't see anything about Kalonzo. What we're saying about UDA, it is very funny, and this is what's going to happen when UDA is coming back. UDA went with this without Wetangula. We understand Wetangula cannot travel because of obvious what happened with the gold. So he is stuck, so he couldn't join them. But what is funny, Omingo Magara is the treasurer of UDA. He could not accompany the entrance of going to the US. But
No. Omingo Magara decamped. He's in PDP, and he has also declared that he will vie from PDP. Trust me.
That's where I was coming to.
Okay.
Yeah, so the only two people we had left in Kisi, Omingo and Osoro, I'm hearing rumors that they are decamping. And also there was a tweet. I don't know if it was verified.
It's not a rumor anymore. It's very confirmed. It's not a rumor anymore.
Okay, please.
Thank you, Jared. I'll come back.
Yeah, let me finish Wekesa, please. There's something I was saying. There's a tweet.
You are only responding to this guy. Now you're bringing in other issues.
Yeah, there's a tweet which was from the vice chairman, Murate. I don't know if it was a confirmed that Wetangula and David might be heading back to... At first, he actually tweeted that, why is Mudavadi calling the Asmio secretariat or something like that? And then later on, he said, take this one to the bank. Mudavad and Wetangula, they're coming back to Asmio. I don't know how much weight we give that one. If it was verified from Murate, you'd rather take it serious. Thank you.
Okay, let's have... you have a question, Patrick?
You don't need rejects like those ones.
Yeah. Mr. Speaker and my fellow panelists, I just had a quick one. to clarify before I wait for my just some seconds. It is true there are a lot of agreements that are happening between parties, and let me speak to those areas that seems not to be clear to many people. There is an OCA agreement. There is an OCA formation. That let it be very clear. As we speak now, there is a formation called OCA. It is in white and black. It has the party of Jirongo. It has the party of Wiper. It has the party of Kanu. And then there is the issue of Mother Karua and the Kuria they are trying to bring on. The details of how serious the partnership of Mother Karua and Kuria is in as far as that is concerned, that is a topic for another day. But what I know is OCA is an agreement between those parties and they exist legally as we speak. Then number two, quickly, there is Azimio la Umoja, where Jubilee, ODM, the party of Kingi, and others have already subscribed to Azimio la Umoja as a prospective party organization for those ones. However, what seems to be...
No. It was in... They subscribed to Jubilee, not to Azimio. They signed, in fact, they signed it in the meeting of Jubilee. In the meeting of Jubilee.
Let me just submit, then you can digest it. In as far as I know, I don't mean I'm factual, I'm just saying, in as far as I know, there are two formations that have brought the two tractions. There is OCA, which has parties that are, that they're actually forming around that. Then we have the Azimio la Umoja, a name that has already been, reserved in the political parties, whatever, registration. That includes ODM, Jubilee, DAP, quite a number of those parties. They are there. So in my view, this issue, where we are as we speak now, Wekesa, it's an issue between the traction of Azimio la Umoja and traction of OCA alliance. So the issue of the two coming together, it is partnership, just like one of them, somebody spoke here. And Baba has been speaking of partnership, not followers. So if the Kalonzo group who are in OCA will come and form an alliance with the Azimio la Umoja, the name will not be Azimio la Umoja. That's what we are saying. And that's what they seem to be going. The president spoke to this, Wekesa. He said, Azimio...
You are getting it wrong because they say, even Kalonzo himself acknowledged that this shall be a three-legged, and I'm playing you that clip.
Let me finish.
It's a three-legged stool where Jubilee and its corporation is coming, ODM is coming, and we as OCA are coming.
Okay,
so
give me some 30 seconds.
That he's meeting two groups. They are coming to meet two groups.
30 seconds, Wekesa. I respect your opinion. Let me just put it into perspective. Then you can deconstruct it completely. There is the issue of partnership at the administrative level. There is the issue of partnership at party levels with their followings. The partnership at the administrative level is between Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta and Raila Amolo Odinga. And that is why Kalonzo Musyoka comes in under Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta in partnership with Raila. That is administrative. And then when you look at the administrative structure, you even heard Kalonzo say, you'll be the head of that negotiation. That is administrative. But when we talk about partnership in terms of parties and collusion, in my view, there are two. There is Azimio la Umoja, and then there is OCA. That is why we are talking about the name of Azimio la Umoja OCA Alliance, which they are still working on. That's my view, and I think that's where the story lies. But Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta leads the administrative bloc one side, Raila Amolo Odinga one side, because of the mistrust. Kalonzo Musyoka is actually coming under Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta in matters administration. But when it comes to party, then he wants to be on the OCA, while Uhuru Kenyatta will be on the Azimio. something that will lead to a new name. Thank you. That's what I just wanted.
I think you have confused us further, because when you talk about administration, what are you administering? And you cannot be administered under different arrangement and then partnering under different arrangement. Anyway, let's have PK and then Zainab make their submission.
Banawekesa, can I allow the lady to go first? I'm a gentleman.
She said she's at work, and you can speak other comments there.
Okay,
Yeah,
okay, I did.
I've given her. I was supposed to go to her, but when I read her comment, so I have decided to give you chance. If you're
Okay.
going, I give another person.
No. I was doing it for the lady.
Okay.
Yeah.
And you don't have to broadcast. You are a gentleman. You are always a gentleman.
Thank you, Alex. Thank you. Okay. First of all, let me greet all of you, brothers and sisters. Once again, nice to see you guys. Alex, Temba is behind the curtain. Fidel, Patriot, Julia, Jared, and Princess. Now, I came in when you guys were on Kalonzo, and everywhere now. When you go anywhere in this country and you talk about Kalonzo, watu wanakuangalia na macho ingine. Unfortunately, it's so unfortunate that he doesn't know what is happening, and I would hate when I become or elected that I lose touch with the voters. And I think this is what these leaders of ours have come to be. They are mad now. They are crazy. They don't care about the voters, and they think they'll vote for themselves, because all these merry-go-rounds are just personal, and Kenyans are tired, and they're getting tired, and I can assure you by next week they will start doing what they did to someone like Wanjigi, Ama in Kitui, what they did to Ruto last Thursday. So Kalonzo should be careful. He has been a darling to this country, but people are losing patience in him. Anyway, I don't want to dwell in him. It's up to him. He's on his sunset days politically, so if he wants to be buried earlier, ni shauri yake. Talk of this trip, Ruto, it is so sad if you look at the people who have just received him. One of them is my neighbor, a guy we hold with a very low regard. He used to be very supportive of Papa. Unfortunately, we call each other Bokoyone, but I disagree a lot with him, because even when he told me he has jumped over to support Ruto, I couldn't believe, because of what I knew and where I knew his heart was. So whatever happened, I've never known. I hear he's coming to contest, but I'm not sure that will happen. So what am I trying to say is that look at who receives Ruto there. Is he going there on official mission, or is it just another trip created to be able to go reconnect with his monies? Because now nobody trusts the DP. Any movie makes it suspect. There is a rumor, because he has run out of money, he's going there carrying Mudavadi so that he can pay Mudavadi his money. These are things that are doing rounds in the social media and also in the streets and corridors of the city. And it is so sad when you have such things going around, and they are going around regarding a candidate in the name of a president. A candidate that Kenyans and the world are putting a lot of doubt. That tells you how low our credibility is gonna be. Our rating globally it's endangered actually, and we are keen to see what kind of crowds is going to to address. It was posted that he was going for a certain meeting. He was invited by the US. We would like to see and hear what he's going to present and on whose behalf. Because one, we know he's not in the party. Jubilee was expelled. So yes, he goes as DP, and this is the problem again with our constitution. So is he our deputy there? Is he representing us as... It's a very confusing thing. So for me, I was thinking that trip, he needed it most because he's under stress, very depressed indeed of the goings on that have happened in the country. He needs that break, and that break for him, being the way he is, you know, Koramingi, he would want it to look like it's a working trip because he's a copycat. He would like to do things the way Raila does. When Raila went to Dubai and India on a working trip, so he wants to do the same. Then kupoepoe kidogo, and then when he's coming, he will try to rejuvenate people. And we thank God that he has gone, because like today, Citizen TV had some interesting news. Our ears were spared from those very, very childish, namings, calling the president all manner of names. Ile mchongo ano ile ya mtaani, ambayo of course citizens are getting tired about. As it is for now, we have kind of 5 or 4 groups who are really defining the politics of Baba and including Ruto. And for Baba, I think we have a group of people who are traditional supporters and who really believe Baba will, whichever day he will deliver what he has always said. So that group is very intact. Then we have this group of his peers who are so egoistic, huge egos, and that's why I place people like Kalonzo, Martha, Karua, Moses Kuria, and and a little, all those are what we call these guys who have grudge, this Kunjuri, those dotted guys. They have an issue. Their issue is a grudge, their revenge. Kunjuri is unhappy because he was fired by Uhuru, and Uhuru told him the truth. Sometimes it's very bad to tell people the truth, that you are not capable, you are incompetent. I'm sorry, I selected you for this position, which became a problem to Kunjuri. So that group, and they are dreaming. They feel like they'll make changes. They're imagining that they will form a force, and hoping that they can drive such that Raila will not get 50+1. And indeed, I would want Raila to take it very seriously, and let him not even bembeleza people, because people saying that Uhuru should mediate, Uhuru is a retiring president. Uhuru anatoka urais. The competition is Raila and anybody else who wants to be. Why would you start crying like a baby, saying ninataka Uhuru kuja ukae chini tukiongea hii maneno? I find that very childish. Why do you want to bring Uhuru into your argument? Indeed, someone like Raila, I think God is really blessing him so much because he knows his friends. Like, I would never recommend Kalonzo to deputize Raila. Raila will have problems worse than what DP Ruto is doing to Uhuru Kenyatta. We have already seen this. Martha would be another evil in Raila's government. I mean, somebody who has that personal grudge and hate, not even grudge, but hate. Yeah. So I think this is very good blessing for Baba. He will be able to comfortably pick a humble deputy, a loyal deputy. To have people like Akina Kalonzo, it will be terrible. Those people who feel like it's, their egos are too big. Yeah. So I don't imagine Kalonzo following directives from Ruto. From Raila as a president. He will just go wrong because he thinks they are equal, which they are not. You know, we should agree that if I'm the president and you come to deputize me, we should agree I'm your boss, period. I'm your supervisor. Whether you are a doctor, whatever you are, I'm your supervisor and you have to attire to me. It's not a matter of standing up against that and showing hata mimi naweza. If you can, go straight to the debe. In fact, I'm praying and I'll pray hard. I want Kalonzo to go to the debe. That is good now. I want Kalonzo to go to the debe, and I want all, that small group of Makangas, the Kuria, and who, what we call this other guy? Keep on forgetting, Junjuri. If they feel they have Mount Kenya, let them also, you know, kind of sponsor their candidate. And then lastly, as I conclude, I think we are overrating Mulima. Let even Mulima be divided into so many pieces. Because you see now, they have reached to a point of annoyance. Yeah. So we want them to go and let them front as many presidents as possible. Let them vote for Ruto if they feel Ruto will help them, which is a dream. It's the most, hiyo ni ile inaitwa ya ngiri, you know, for forgetfulness. If Mulima does not know what they went through for 24 years, if those youth, that group which I was calling the third, you know, it's a third group that is problematic in this election because they have no direction. Hawajui mbele, hawajui nyuma. They are saying they don't want history. Let them vote for Ruto. You know, tuwabariki. Let them vote for Ruto. Kila mtu kaende. And then we see. We would want to have 4 candidates, and then we see how it will go. Yeah, so that kubembelezana iishe sasa, ndio tuweze kufanya kazi. Like Baba now wants to know who wako na nani, because negotiation round table time is gone. I mean, how long do you want me to involve you? Oh, sijui structured. And I kept on saying, Kenyans, we take vocabularies and start throwing them up and down. Your structure ni kusema nini? Unataka kuwa deputy. Sema hivyo. What other structure are you talking about? Hiyo ni utoto bana. Oh, structure. For 3 months you are talking about structured discussion and you are a lawyer. Sincerely. Si uchore hizo structure na uziweke hapo tuzione, because you draft them and say what the structures are. You know, you are late, you are dilly-dallying huko, Baba akaenda mbele. Unakuja very late, unataka kupewa serikali nusu. Sincerely speaking, you are coming too late, unasema we ni mguu ya tatu ya hiyo nini ya hiyo structure. Sincerely speaking, and you know this kind of nini, I've been working in conflict and post-conflict countries. These are the kind of things that cause problems. You know, these individuals, Kenyans, we have no problem. Kenyans just want to be told, tuko hivi, mimi Kalonzo sisimami na mtu, munipigie kura. Raila ni uko. Ule mwingine anaitwa nani, Gojiri, ukitaka uko. Then Kenyans will decide who to take. But when they take us, they move us from hotel to hotel. Then the newspapers here, the press are there giving, you know, hyping stories. Is what is creating tension. Right now, debate mtaani ziko mbaya sana. They are taking a different direction. People are beginning, like the other day, yesterday or the day before yesterday, people are fighting pale Jacaranda. I pass there every other time I'm getting out of my estate. People are fighting. And then newspaper, watu wa news, they are so happy. Oh, Raila supporters and UDA disagree in mtaani. So that is what we don't want to, because we know what can spark this kind of animosity. So heightening the debate, this country is not ripe for those kind of a thing. This country is not ripe for a prolonged tension and debate. In fact, mahali tumefika, hata debate haikuwagi mzuri. Even here in Mtembea, you can always see when a UDA guy is here. Yeah. So we need to bring it to a stop. Kila mtu aende kule anataka. Kalonzo, go for your seat. If you believe you are so popular in this country, if you believe you are equal to Raila, why do you want to say Raila to support? You go alone. you know, like me, if I was Raila hii juzi ningemwambia my friend, si lazima unisupport. His body language was very bad at Jubilee, Jubilee NDC. He behaved ni kama ile utoto ile ya primary na secondary school. These are old men who should be an example. Yeah. When Raila told him, when nilikupigia simu ulikuwa mteja, Mudavadi, I called you uko kwa airport unaenda. And you know, when we have issues to discuss is when you schedule your things just to be away. You know, so personally, I think that they should spare us the tension. It's just too much. Tension is just too much. Gideon skips that. That's good because Gideon ni mtu mpole. Anajua hiyo ni ujinga, ni utoto. Yeah. Sasa mara unasema you are with these people. Then unasema you are going to form another coalition. How many coalitions are you going to make? Are you not tired? Are you not really tired? Yeah. So unfortunately, Kalonzo will be very isolated and he will regret this kind of moves. No wonder Mudavadi, whether it's a rumor or not, they're out there, they have realized hiyo kurukaruka huko kwote is a waste of time. These are our elders, leaders who should, wanapanga, wanatoka, wanaenda. It's their sunset years in politics. They should have been together like NASA, wapate hii serikali miaka 5 watutengenezee vile ilikuwa and then watoke. But because of your ego, pride always goes before fall. Thank you very much, Wekesa. That was my maiden speech. That's why nimeongea kidogo. I'm here. Any question is welcome. And I hope we are brought to a pause. This tension is too much. Those of us who are on the ground know how it is. It's no longer fun. Mahali ukienda hata si fun, ukijaribu kudiscuss inakuwa tension immediately. Asante. Thank you guys. Wekesa? Anybody with a question before Wekesa comes? My fellow panelists.
Wekesa ametoka kidogo.
Amesema ni wewe PK. Umeambiwa
ni mimi. Haya basi.
Amesema uendelee.
Niulize maswali.
Wewe ndio mdosi sasa PK.
Haya mimi mdosi, acha nichukue time. Yes, Patriot.
Asante Stone, PK, my other brothers and sisters. I think it is good that we do this thing the way Kenyans do. We have discussed over this matter. It has been bitter pills for some of us to swallow. It's been sweet. It's been that. You know, that's part of the process. Allow me to therefore say something very quickly, my brother Stone PK. If you listen to the discussion that is going on as far as the collusion agreements and arrangement and discussions, you know, is concerned, you get the feeling that, although some of them I've mentioned, you get the feeling that it's not a walk in the park to actually come up with such a partnership. It's not an easy thing, you know. You are right, and I want to agree with you 100%. That where the story has reached, it is costing money and time, and it's causing jittery in people's relationships, and you can see the confusion. But I want to address myself to one issue, and this is the meeting that happened between Mother Karua, Kalonzo's, and the other group in the absence of Gideon Moi. I think the Honorable Kalonzo Musyoka is just trying to raise his bargaining, you know, he's trying to raise the stakes in his bargaining. And I think one of the proposition as to why he is, you know, displaying what they have done, especially like today, is to give an indication and a warning. It's a coded message to the Azimio. Of course, there's Mio Group, Baba, and the president and the others. That if you don't give me what I want, I still have a support of going my direction, and that's where I want to agree with you, PK. That let it be an option for him. If he wants to have a third force, let them go so that they don't waste much of our time. It is his democratic right. he can do that, because my position still remains, in as much as I advocate for respect for leadership across, the divide, regardless of who they support. I still want to maintain Kalonzo Musyoka will not be the best running mate for Baba in these circumstances, because, and as I said, the Mount Kenya have a better number, to gamble with. They have high numbers that will make sense if Baba, gave them the running. So it will be a serious gambling off the target if Raila went out of his way to promise, Kalonzo Musyoka as a running mate. Whichever way he comes in, whichever way, whether he's coming in as Oka or he's coming in or as Azimio, Oka Alliance, any ticket that will culminate to Raila Kalonzo running for the presidency, in my view, it is not a sure bet. It's not a sure bet. And if I was to repeat what I said some days here, and I don't mince words, we also support people that we support. If I might repeat it, the person in my view who fits the bill, this is just in my view, and I can be wrong, well, anybody else can have his opinion. A woman candidate from Mount Kenya would make much sense to Baba. If Raila Amolo Odinga gave a woman candidate, from Mount Kenya, the like Muranga and wherever, your guess is as good as mine. That will give much traction than a man candidate from that. But if they find in their own wisdom that there is a man who fits the bill, then it is my desire and my seated opinion that the best running mate must come from Mount Kenya if Baba has to be on the sure side of winning the election. And lastly, PK, the issue of Ruto going to, to the overseas, it has a lot of explanations. It has something to do with money. It has something to do with mending faces with the international community, trying to clean his image. There's a lot that can be said about that. So that, in my view, is neither here nor there. That's why I don't want to weigh much on myself to that. But I want to end my take and my submission by saying Moses Kuria, never should anybody imagine that he can support Raila Amolo Odinga. In fact, Moses Kuria is a mole of UDA who is derailing the process of Azimio La Umoja arriving at a proper agreement with the Oka. People like Kuria, these are just crying babies who are out in the cold because the father UDA, they are giving them condition to enter. The rain is almost beating them. So out here, they're clinging to anybody who is passing around, and they're trying to tell Kalonzo, my friend, we can be the naughty boys. Instead of you going to Raila, and now that we are not getting an opportunity to work with Ruto directly, we can make you somebody. I think it is a clear indication that Kuria has a master. Kuria is having some master. And to me, it's no doubt who Kuria is serving, including, Mother Karua. That's why I don't waste time speaking to these people, because I know Mother Karua, with what happened in 2007 and the history he has had in the demographic equation as far as our history of politics is concerned, she can never be on the same side with history that defines what Baba will do in this country, and especially coming into, coming into the formation where the sitting president, who has disagreed with Mother Karua's ideologies, including the BBI and many other things that the president has done, the most vocal person who has been consistent, bashing and of course reprimanding the president on those kind of, positions as a president, it's been Mother Karua. She's been anybody who is a friend of the president is an enemy of Mother Karua, and Mother Karua has, made her case clear. She will never support the ideals and matters related to the leadership of the sitting president, Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta. So in my view, I am of the view that Kalonzo Musyoka, yes, they are taking too long. He has his democratic right. The annoyance is going everywhere. That's very true. But the thing that I still want to hold, if there is any arrangement that is going to happen, is not going to be under Azimio La Umoja. the president spoke of Azimio, Azimio Oka Alliance. They spoke that. Those clips are there. I can see where the story is, but Kalonzo is not the best person to be a running mate, in as much as I respect his position. So the best thing, I want to agree with you, PK, I just want to echo that. They would rather give us exactly what they want in time so that we get out of this nonsense and then we move forward. Thank you. Back to you, PK.
Thank you very much, Patriot. Yes, just before Fidel comes in, Fidel, come in. Then I can make a comment and hand over to Themba.
Fidel just spoke. I need to speak.
Hey, Alex.
Fidel, is a question or you want to speak? Let's get that clear.
Okay, I'm going to let Alex speak, but you see, he's hiding behind the curtain. We don't know what he's doing.
Okay, let's have Alex. Alex, then Fidel. Alex, come in.
Alex, come on. Come out of the curtain. Come on, my friend. Come on.
Why do you want to see me? Anyway, I want to follow up.
Okay, mute Fidel.
There's a guy called Adams. He spoke something that was important to me. He spoke to my heart. And this is what he said. Kalonzo, whichever way, if he behaves right now and joins us, he will still give us problems later on. And I've been thinking about it a lot. He said whether Kalonzo, we allow him whichever way, Kalonzo is going to give us problems later on. Now, in perspective of what the president said, his speech was very powerful. The president said they went and wanted to block me from working for the people. I went to Mzee, we picked Junet, we picked Gladys Wanga. He spoke even the names. So the president was specifically saying they had a plan to block me in parliament so that I cannot achieve whatever I should. And from what I've been hearing, I am not sure. Politics is about speculation. And Murathe wrote something that really disturbed me. Murathe is writing that Musalia will be the deputy prime minister. I don't care about that. But then he tells us that Wetangula is going to be the speaker for the Senate. Then he tells us, don't ask me how. Are these people handing over the presidency to Baba and then become a stumbling block? Because I'm looking at a situation whereby if Kalonzo has to negotiate now, there are seats he cannot negotiate. Kalonzo will start negotiating on a speakership, on majority leader, on parliament and the Senate. Is that not sabotage? And that's why I'm insisting. I was not with Themba. In fact, I disliked Themba. At some point, I even turned my Mutembe off because he had hatred for Kalonzo. But I'm agreeing with him that the coming of Kalonzo, whichever way we will look at it, whether we want those votes or not, the guy at some point is going to sabotage us. Do we really need the guy? In my opinion, no. Let the guy just go. Akingia Yuda, that would be much better because he belongs there. Because he speaks like one of them. So I don't know how that will go with you, Stone, who knows him. Tell us, will that guy sabotage us if we allow him to be in the government with us?
Thank you, Alex. Let me answer you after Fidel. Then Fidel.
Well, right now, the way where we are right now is we are doing speculation at the same time. Well, I'm a bit disturbed when I hear Murathe saying something like that Mudavadi is going to be a prime minister, and the other guy, what is his name? Wetangula is going to be a speaker. We are talking about people who are on the other side, people who are lost. They have already sold their soul to a worthless cause. How do you bring people like those who are still bring them on board? And imagine that you're moving the country in the direction where it deserves. It's like you're short of personality. So you even end up going and dragging people who have already who are sinking in their own miasma, into leadership. I mean, how do you bring somebody like Mudavadi, who has gone out there and described the present leadership as worthless, directionless, and then Murade comes and says something like that. I mean, at the same time, see, those are the kind of thing that we really don't want to hear right now. We want to know that when Baba takes over, there is a reset, a newness that comes into formation, where he's not being dictated, to by some amorphous organizations outside there, because by doing that, they're still giving people the impression that he is easily manipulated. He can be manipulated by these other forces. That's not the kind of leadership we want to see. That's the kind of leadership that has failed Kenya for all this time. We want a leadership that inspire people, that also captures people's aspiration, knowing that this is where we want to go. But when you bring in Murade's sentiments into the equation to be even as a part of consideration, then it becomes a problem for the newness that we are talking about. It's like are we simply replacing individuals in leadership, or we are starting afresh? See, that's a problem. So either we should treat Murade's comment with contempt, but if it's a remark or a sentiment that represents a certain type of people that who think that they are going to have an influence on the coming government, then that should be a cause of concern. That such kind of people still exist, because we don't want. This is not going to be a question of parochial interest, where you're looking at, okay, this community need to be represented. It's also their time to be a part of it, and this other one. No, we want newness. Newness means competency. I mean, if we have to come, we have to overcome this stagnation that has just happened in Kenya for the past almost 20 years, where nothing seems to be moving. People are just going in circle with the tribal chauvinists, taking over and playing their own games. So Baba needs to be very, very careful with some of this advice that come from, although Murade probably want to give the impression that he's an insider. And so when this thing happened, then people will attribute it to him having known the secrets of what is being planned. But I think that is a wrong message that he's sending already. We want Baba to have freedom to be able to handle his own affairs, move the country forward without all these chauvinists, playing a role in whatsoever. I mean, Uhuru Kenyatta made it very, very clear that when when he invited Baba to help him, Baba did not come with any. There was no conditions that he put in the equation. He just came clean, with clear hands to help. And the same thing Uhuru was trying to channel to Kalonzo, so that Kalonzo should have that kind of thought, that kind of thinking, if he wants to work with people as a leader, not as a politician. He should have clear mindset where he does not come into the conversation with other people and put in condition. He should come and say, what role are you guys asking me to play? I'm willing to play whatever role that I'm given, as long as it's moving the country forward. That's the kind of thing that Uhuru was channeling to Kalonzo. He even told the whole nation that he's not going to be putting any expectation or any pressure on coming government no favor. He's not asking for any favor. So we should take that as a message which these people need to emulate. If the president is doing it, and we also say we are followers of the president, we need to emulate that. And I think I'm referring to the sentiments we just expressed about Murathe. Murathe should stay away from expressing all the kind of nonsense. We don't want to hear it. We want a clean government that is purely based on the need, or what the country need, rather than what the parochial interests are asking for. No, we don't want that. Coming to Kalonzo again, Kalonzo thing has been beaten. It's like a dead horse, right now. But I think Kalonzo is also competing with the three governors of Ukambani. He does not want to be seen like he's in the equal footing, So that is another problem that he's got. He does not want to be seen to be, when they are called out there on the platform as political leaders, that he stands there. Ngili is also called, standing next to him. Dr. Mutua is called, Professor Kibwana is called, and they're standing together. He wants to be above them at all times. Just like a petulant, egoistic individual that only think about himself, instead of thinking of, okay, what does the country need? And two, if you come to think about it, and we have already mentioned that, what is going to happen to the governors who think that just 2 days ago, I already mentioned this earlier, Kibwana said, if Kalonzo wants to join Azimio, he should take a back seat. I mean, Kibwana is not just somebody you're going to wish away. His sentiments also have to be taken in consideration, that Kalonzo should take a back seat. Why does he say that? Because they've been there at the forefront, agitating for the Azimio's cause, Baba's cause. So they are not going to be taking it lying down that Kalonzo is going to be propelled now as a principal above them when they know where he's coming from. First of all, they have also assessed him. They have realized that he does not even have that particular voter command that he keeps claiming. He does not have that. Now you just imagine a situation where Uhuru Kenyatta, Raila Odinga, the three governors go to Ukambani to campaign for Azimio. Does Kalonzo really stand a chance? I mean, even if Kalonzo wants to go and run and become presidential candidate to go to the debate, Kamas are not that silly. They want leaders. They want to be in the government. They have to choose which side that's going to take them to the government. The president is here. Yes.
Stone, I want to ask a question.
Yes.
Are you done, Fidel?
No, you wanted to ask a question.
Yeah, it's Patriot who wants to ask. You want to ask Fidel, Patriot? Patriot. Okay, ask.
Yeah, if he allows, I can ask as he continues.
Oh, no, go ahead. Go ahead.
Oh, thank you. Don't you think the question that Alex, or the subject that he has introduced to this discussion, requires that we digest what that statement means now that we know who Murathe is in this country? Because I am seeing you are not really addressing to the meaning, but you are reacting to that statement. I wish, Fidel, you give us the substantive meaning of that statement, if it's coming from Murathe. That's what I thought Alex was asking.
Okay, if I may answer it, I think it's a very dangerous statement coming from Murathe, because if it's indeed a representation of those who are backing Murathe or Murathe's masters are the ones who are pushing that or floating that thought of thinking so that people can be able to know that this is what is going to happen. That is as good as saying the incoming government is manipulable. It can be manipulated, where before it even forms, people are already claiming portion stakes of what is going to happen, and yet the presidential candidate himself, I thought he's the one who's supposed to be making those kind of decisions. In other words, with his own input, that this is what he would want to see. But if you are hearing it from a functionary outside there is the one who's making that kind of claim, it's giving a bad picture. I'm saying that's a cause of concern. I don't know whether there should be any discussion there, because like whatever I'm going to say is a reaction based on. Yes.
Fidel, since Alex asked a question, then can I try to add my answer to the question? Because I think I got it different.
Oh, one moment, Patriot. Are you done, Fidel? Because you've spoken to it.
Yes, I'm done. Because
okay.
I can only react to it instead of discussing the content of the content of what Alex said. It's only a reaction that I can give.
I feel you. I get you. Because that will actually go into very deep hogwashing the government, and it will now become, actually, they will just be falling into Ruto's trap, in my own opinion. They will be playing into his field, where he has said it's the dynasties trying to subdivide seats and all this kind of a thing. They will fall directly under Ruto's feet, and they will be crushed like never before. I mean, if they start playing that kind of such games, I can assure you, itakuwa watu wataona ni upuzi mtupu, and it is dangerous, actually. I agree with you, Fidel. It's really dangerous. Yes, Patriot.
Yeah, thank you. Now that you have already addressed yourself to the reactionary, submission to it, let me make a bit of analysis out of that statement. It is a twofold. To me, I'll take it. There are two ways. One, it is speaking to the assumption of the people who belong to a school of thinking that Musalia Mudavadi did not go to support Musalia Mudavadi did not join UDA as a person. He went there as a project. He's a spanner in the works. I'm just trying to expound on that. Meaning, Musalia Mudavadi can only become one who works with Raila because he was given a mission. He's a man who is working out there in the field for the interest of Azimio. I mean, that's the only way we can end up having to reward somebody who is in the public domain fighting us. But if he's doing the mission that he went to do in UDA, meaning distracting the voting bloc of the mountain, because in as far as I'm concerned, where we sit PK, the running mate is going to come from the mountain. And that has been very clear today for those panelists who spoke today in several media. They said clearly the deputy president cannot afford to ignore Mount Kenya in matters running mate. So if the running mate is going to go to the Mount Kenya, in my view, in relation to the statement of Murade, then it means the Luya vote will actually get back to Baba. So that back and forth, probably that is the role that Musalia Mudavadi was sent out there to do. And they might stage, a protest at some point. I'm just trying to speculate out of that statement. Maybe they are going to protest at some stage to say, listen, you told us we are going to have a running mate. Now you have given it to Mount Kenya. Come to this side. No wonder majority of the ANC and Fort Kenya are not with the two leaders. It's just the two of them. I can see their wives, their children, and what they're in safety, just like Ukraine. The young men are out there to fight, but those who are vulnerable have been kept into safety. So I want to imagine Musalia Mudavadi and the party leader, Fort Kenya, who are sent on a mission. That is the only way you can explain. The other way around, that is interesting, is probably to say that because I don't know, when you say Musalia Mudavadi is the prime minister, Wetangula is the speaker, did he say that the president is Raila Amolo Odinga or Ruto? Because when you get that, then you have a proper explanation. Because is he saying that Raila Amolo Odinga is the president or Ruto? Because if the story is not complete, then it's possible that probably Mrathe is trying to say that if Azimio la Umoja does not play their cards well, then the UDA will win the election. Maybe whoever picked that just picked the role of Musalia and Wetangula. So I'll be interested to know who is the president in matters speaking Mrathe, because I know Mrathe is one person.
You sing Baba.
Okay. Lastly, then, let me just conclude by also saying this, Fidel.
The tweet was saying under Azimio government.
Okay,
that is
thank
why
you.
yeah.
No, thank you, Alex. I had not seen that. So I am of the view then, from where I sit, that there is a lot that is going to happen in as far as the OCA and Azimio matrix is concerned. I think there are a lot of undertones. What that informs me that there are a lot of things probably that are going under the carpet or behind the curtains without us really knowing, and that will come in as a really surprise. And then probably they are saying Kalonzo Musyoka is not joining us. He's not joining us. Then if he doesn't join us, Musalia will come in and the last thing. So what I wanted to say is Mrathe is the one who told us before anybody knew that the NDC, Jubilee and ODM will happen in the same day. It is Mrathe who spoke about that when he was in Nyeri. Some people didn't know. We were like, how was that going to happen? So I don't want to, from where I sit, I may not have the authority to lecture Mrathe on this. Probably he has much to know than I know, and I think he does, because he told us that Raila Amolo Odinga Mandela moment is going to come, and we seem to go to that. On how he brings up this, I think for me, I will not really have much to say, either to support it or not, because I really don't understand how that comes if Baba is going to be the president. Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry.
But
thank you, Patriot.
Oh, sorry.
Yes, Fidel. A question you want to ask or what?
Yes, I have a question. I'm saying to myself, if that were to be the case, where Musalia Mudavadi was sent and Wetangula went over to UDA to go and destabilize it or become moles of Azimio, it defeats. We want to play clean politics. I don't know when are we going to start doing that. We want to have clean politics where we identify those who are on the other side, who believe in a particular concept, are our opponents. I'm not going to call them enemies, opponents, because they believe in a certain concept. And politics requires competition of ideas, So if we are going to be in a situation where people are manipulated like that in order for us to be able to win an election, because this thing, the voters are watching. So if tomorrow Musalia Mudavadi comes out and starts saying, oh, no, me, I'm Azimio guy and all kind of stuff, voters are confused now, I know to them it will be like, oh yes, now we can vote. No, because the tribal sentiments they come aboard. But I was thinking that we need to raise the game in terms of political competition and also the conscientization of our people. In other words, when you have identified somebody has taken a position on the opposite side, you beat him down with ideas. Not infiltrating your opponent with this dirty, that this is not politics. That's not politics, We want to start a fresh government, ideal government where we have objectives which we want to be able to meet and then be able to reflect
There's
back.
nothing like clean politics, my friend.
Alex, just wait for him to finish, then you can comment. Yes, Fidel, conclude.
Alex, I understand what you mean by clean. What I'm saying by clean politics here is we want to be able to be in a situation where in some years to come, we are able to look back and say, yeah, look at that. Because this is what Kibaki did 2002, when Kenya was the most optimistic country on earth. And what did he do? He ended up destroying the entire country with his tribal chauvinists, who ended up destroying the whole thing. He had an opportunity. So it's a reset. We want to go back again and capture the imagination of our people and move them forward so that they know politics can be played in a certain way. And I thought Baba should set that example, saying this is how we are going to do it. And this is how we are going to be able to get all these things that we are put in place, that we want to put in place in a positive way. In a positive way, not in a cutting corners, so that we play off politics maturely. I end there because I don't want to take so much time.
Thank you, Fidel. Banazemba, I'm going to invite you after my 1 minute here to answer Alex, and I'll answer Alex in this form. Welcome, Jakindube. One thing that I know from when I observe even body language of Baba, especially, I've been very keen to see, because I know the relationship from beginning, from 2013, between Baba and Kalonzo. That I was very close. I was vying in 2013, and I was vying with Kalonzo's party. So we had a lot of meetings, for us to have code. We had very intense communications. We used to meet with these people trans-night. You see them when they have taken their wines. You see them when they have not taken. You see them when they are annoyed. And to tell you the truth, Baba is done with Kalonzo. Honestly, because Kalonzo says it's Baba who has betrayed him, but it is the other way around. Because now, there's one question I would pose. Why does Kalonzo feel endowed? Why does he feel he's owed support? From where? I mean, how many votes can Kalonzo command as alone? Does he feel he has votes because he was a running mate for Baba in NASA? I mean, in COD? Is that what he feels makes him, a very, very indomitable candidate that Baba should now shelve and say, Kalonzo, you are the one, Kalonzo Tosha? That question is being asked everywhere. From where does Kalonzo come? It's like Mudavadi saying he's going for presidency. Okay? The truth of the matter is that we have very few people among those guys who can actually say, I'm going for presidency and expect to really put up a competition. That is one. And that's the reality. It's a fact. So accusing Raila that this time, he must sit back and say it is Kalonzo, it's wrong. And he's basing his bitterness on that. At one time, even they are not greeting each other. Like the last time they went to State House, they didn't even shake hands. It has come to that. And indeed, Raila is feeling a bit stressed because Kalonzo is being forced into accepting to come into OKA. And that's why you can read it all when Kalonzo keeps on insisting that is Uhuru who has to mediate. Why? That is a very bad thing. We've not gotten the government yet. Then you don't trust the guy who might be the president in your own view, and you are saying for you to speak to him, somebody has to have betrayed. That's, for me, that is when I began to downplay my chairman. I mean, he was my chairman then. I felt very disappointed in him because you cannot start playing that card. Now, come to people like Mudavadi. Mudavadi, for somebody, even if Murade always says things and they happen, that would be the worst card to play. Mudavadi, even if you brought him back to Luya, they will not vote for him. I mean, you see, these people, their ego still shows them that they command respect with the Kenyans. It's the other way around. Ni uongo mtupu, you know. In fact, that's why I'm praying God that they choose to go to the ballot. Ndio watu waone, wataonyeshwa dust ile hawajawahi kuona. Okay, I mean, really, Wetangula can't be voted anymore in Luyaland. And these people I keep on saying they have messed on their sunset days politically. These are very critical days when you're supposed to tread very carefully. Because kwanza, you know, there is also some very kuna vita ya vijana kupiga wazee. So for the bigger voter majority, they are being told these are dynasties. So once they start tossing around like this, ping-ponging, that will be, itakuwa ni mtelezo, and they will be thrown out. So basically, to answer Alex, I think I've already answered Alex's question. Kalonzo, where he is now, is better off. He will even be better off if he runs to the ballot. Because I don't think he can serve under Raila. Even Raila will not be comfortable. Even Mudavadi, it's not the best to serve with Baba. Because if these guys come into the helm with Baba, they will antagonize him and there will be no delivery. These guys will just be playing tribal cards there, regional cards, and they will derail Baba totally. I wish Baba can pick a brand new team of energetic guys and dump these old, I will now also call them old, because they have started playing very, very wrong card. Very bad card for this country, which is already exhausted, tired, you know, and at the economic deathbed. We actually, when I go around mtaani, people are saying, easy discussions is inatusaidia na nini. People are suffering. And you are here every time calling press conferences. Oh, you are needed. So Kenyans are asking, what is it they are discussing here? What is it they are talking? And it's not bringing us bread on our dining table, you know. And when voters start questioning you, when voters start even boycotting your meetings, when you go and you don't see people coming around, no, there is a problem. And these guys are landing into that problem. They are landing into that problem. Wetangula, my DVD, this guy called who? Kalonzo. Because if you asked Kalonzo plus Oka, plus Gojiri plus Mount Kenya, will be equal to what? Honestly, you guys analyze that. Kalonzo plus Kuria, Moses Kuria, plus that guy called, I keep on forgetting, this one of agriculture, okay? Add all those, yeah, Kujuri, yes. Add them and get me the sum total. What does it give?
Plus Martha Karua.
Plus Martha Karua. Martha Karua, in fact, might not get the governor seat. And that she has sensed that. So she's floating up here, disorganizing people. And for me, I think these guys just want to sabotage Baba's government. They just want to scatter and derail Baba's government, such that even if Baba gets elected, he will have a very politically charged government, yeah, which again might take some 3-4 years to fix, which will be critical. And then people will start saying, you see, we told you this guy could not deliver. That is the sabotage. And I don't trust Central at all. I keep on saying this. My brother Patriot knows that. I've never had trust for Central, especially when they started dividing themselves that way, you know, and I've never trusted Moses Kuria. And this question of moles and moles, in Kenya, it doesn't exist because we are too clever. You are sent to my camp, I will know. I know. One word you talk, I know you don't belong to me. Moses Kuria was being peddled like that he was a mole in a UDA. For Moses Kuria is UDA 100%. so he was not a mole. That's where he belongs. They even called him during his comeback party. They said, you are the father of UDA. So he has never been a mole. That's where he belongs. Mudavadi, where he has gone, that's the blunder he has made because of brokenness. Okay? And he was trying to revenge on Baba. By revenging, he lands into that hot soup he has gone to. So even if you want to come back, you will have no face. You know, it's a terrible blunder they have done. DAP has swept them completely. Unless now they start dismantling the Afford Kenya and that a silly thing, you know, ANC, and they join DAP as as featherless ducks. Then they stay there, you know. So time is crucial. It's crucial, and we have now to start thinking on how Baba is so bright, he's so clever. He has noticed this. Even if you read his body language, Baba wants to go it alone. Yeah, he wants to go with the goodwill guys, and he has already identified those people who are there, because these guys even exchange behind the cameras. The maneno ile wanaambiana huko, it's interesting. Wanaambiana huko. That's why Ngilu, because Ngilu knows, Ngilu is so, in fact, Ngilu is annoyed, is mad that Baba is giving some audience. Ngilu alikuwa ameshaambia Baba ndege ni itoke, meli ngoe nanga tuende kazi. And every meeting Ngilu is talking, anaongea hivyo. And she knows what she's saying. Anaambia Baba twende, Ukambani is safe. Ngoa nanga twende, achana na maneno ya Okay, Themba, I want to hand it over to you now. Hapa kwa ground, people are getting very tired. They are charged. They are getting annoyed, and they are the voters. It's not nice. It's not. They are saying they are being subjected to some theatrics that they don't. You know, a hungry person. Alafu unakuja kuanza kumwambia ati oka ye, oka, those kind of things. Azita sell. Thank you.
PK, where is Ndeto?
Maybe that, I don't know where he disappeared to. I'm looking for him. Nisikia kona party gani? I don't know. Maybe he was joking.
Themba doesn't like him. Themba
let her go kwa ground and a campaign. Now, I wish to give my 2 cents to 3 things that have been said. The first one is on the nature of politics that Fidel is talking about. You can't use clean and politics in the same sentence. You know, politics is about resources. Who owns it? Who distributes it? So when you start talking about clean and politics in the same name, it's a way of, first of all, misunderstanding the nature of politics. It's not necessarily the best politician who gets to the best leader. It's about who has the best strategy that gets there. Now, in politics, it is not wrong. It's not wrong to even have intelligence and counterintelligence. That's normal in politics the world over. Whichever democracy you want to talk about, they have used that. And if you study in the government is usually the best propagandist ever. If government can be beaten in propaganda, then most likely that government can be brought down. So the first propaganda is brought by the government, you know. And if you can't be ahead as a government in the use of propaganda as a part of your maintaining your power, then you're on your way out. So talking about clean politics is an interesting idea that it's idealistic. Yeah, you can talk about it in as an ideology. So someone is so idealist, and in some cases you might find that happening mostly in I should dare say maybe if you're in certain churches that are pretty good in choosing, you know, their leaders, but not in politics. Politics is by itself a way where you are gaining power, and if you're gaining power, you must gain it for you to be able to control how the distribution of resources occur. Now, in the different dispensations that we get, the ideologies differ. There are some of them who maximize on certain things, and you find probably they become progressive. No government delivers 100% of what they promise. That is also not true. So that for me is the first thing. The second thing I want to address myself to is the issue of Morathe. Morathe has the right. There are things you cannot control in this era of information age. Morathe is tweeting and saying that Mudavadi will be deputy prime minister in an Azimio la Umoja government. That is interesting because I wonder why we want to have issues with that, because in the first place, the constitution as it is right now does not have a space for deputy prime minister anyway. So you see, if you want to take that as something to in my view, to be sad about, then there are so many things that we are going to be sad about moving forward. I think Morathe is up to his own case. Anybody wanting to believe that that's he can tweet. You know, even the way it's in my view, it was said in jest. You know. You know, when he says that you're going to be a deputy prime minister in Azimio la Umoja government, you know that even for you, you find that one is laughable for anyone to even take that serious. The constitution, as it is right now, offers for.
And he finishes, don't ask me why.
Yeah, don't ask me why.
Don't ask me how.
He's saying that in jest. You know, he's saying that in jest. So you must be, you know, like you find some things to laugh about, you know, like that one, you know. The constitution as it is right now, and it's not likely to change between now and 9, is we have a president and deputy president. That's why whoever becomes a deputy president is going still to be where Ruto has been. And we're hoping they get someone who's going to give the president, the Azimio la Umoja president, a good, you know, a good starting point. The other thing that's going to happen is that the Azimio la Umoja team has said after they come back, they are going to revive the building bridges. That is likely to take another 1 year or so, you know, because you can't come in and you revive it immediately. So that is going to take 1 year. The first 100 days is to organize your government. So the first 1 year or 6 months or so is organize government, make sure that things are running. And then, of course, after that, you can't come from an election and then within the same time, you want to conduct a referendum to pass the BBI. That will not happen. So after an election is probably within the next 2 years, that is 2024, that you are likely to have a referendum to bring in the other things, you know. So, I mean, we need to be a little more realistic about that. Finally, I think Stone PK and Alex, I think they have captured what I've been saying here many a times, and time without a number. We don't need, in my own thought, I'm not speaking, I'm not in Baba's negotiation table. So it's up to them. But for me, I don't think we need Kalonzo's from his key allies are saying that they're not coming to Azimio. Why is he going? There's a lot of dilly-dallying. So we have said that. And I think I wouldn't want to repeat what Stone PK has said and what Alex has ably echoed. Finally, on Ruto's trip, I don't understand what he's trying to do in the international, I mean, going to the US, going to these places. I remember 2000 and I think 2017, when Baba went out and then, you know, Baba was talking to people. It is the same Ruto who was castigating the West. He talked so badly about them. He talked about how they shouldn't even interfere with Kenyan politics. He told them, he talked about we are a sovereign state, so we should not even be consulting. By then, Baba was trying to, you know, to look for international relations, you know, looking at international community to listen to what was going on in Kenya. Ruto condemned that very vehemently. You know, he said that, you see, even there's no, even the US, I remember there was a statement that was made that choices have consequences. He said that those people cannot tell us what to do. We are a sovereign state. What happens, flip side, a few years later? Ruto is busy writing to those people that the other day they released a letter. I mean, they sent letters to everyone who could care to listen. After, I don't know what bill was passed, the political parties, I think bill was passed. They wrote letters, you know, to the international community. Right now, He's the one going to for trips in the state. What is he going to tell them? He's going to tell them that you guys need to now pay more attention to Kenya and the election, and going to tell them how election is going to be rigged and stuff like that. I think there's a lot of double speak. And the same double speak I saw in Ruto's point person in the, if you watch KTN, you know, I see a lot of double speak in the lady, Boss Cholet. She's now busy saying the way the president should not have, you know, come, and she's trying to give some decorum on how the president could have addressed the deputy. Yet the same people have been on podiums with the deputy president addressing the president in some unpalatable, names. You know, they've been putting some names so badly to the president. They have been talking
unsavory names. Yes,
exactly. They have been so ruthless. You know, Ruto has not been presidential at all for the last 4 years, and right now she's trying to lecture the president on how he should have addressed the deputy president, the way they should have been called to Jubilee. The same people who are going out there saying Jubilee is dead. How do you call the same people who are saying Jubilee is dead? And they want to be called so that they can come and say and be told why they're leaving the Jubilee party. I think that those are the kind of leaders we are looking at. Then you see the pretense. So for me, I find a lot of hypocrisy on deputy president's party. I was so disappointed with, I listened to Gladys Boshole. I think she's the one who is brought there to defend the deputy president, and the way she does it, and to know that this is what someone who has been the registrar in the, in the Supreme Court. I get disappointed. She says that he should have called the deputy president and told the deputy president, this is where you have been wrong, this is what you should do. You look at the person talking, and I think Mbadi did her a fair share. She said that there are things she's saying that simply because the president went ahead and said yangu kumi yako kumi, then the president was being presidential. That was promised in a podium, political podium. But now that the president is not supporting Ruto, now he is not being presidential. Ruto is part of presidency. When has Ruto been presidential? When has Ruto come out and told Kenyans that this is why I'm not supporting this Jubilee, I'm now on my own? He's not been presidential at all. For 4 years, Ruto has put us on a campaign trail. Someone said that. And that's not presidential. That's, if you expect the presidency to be a symbol of national unity, Ruto should be a symbol of national unity. So I don't understand, when you have put the country for 4 years on a campaign trail, now you are presidential, and you have made sure that Kenyans have paid you for 4 years without working, and now you want them to give you another 5 years to work on things that you're supposed to have delivered. That is a disappointment. So in my view, I think if there's any joke that has ever happened to us, is a joke called UDA and Kenya Kwanza. Now that joke needs to be stopped on 9th August. That is what I can say. Wayara, what did you have before I bring Jakindube?
No, I just wanted to you remember you was talking about, I talked about clean politics. Clean politics is supposed to be the benchmark of how we're supposed to be playing politics. In other countries where politics is played, where even the contribution somebody receives has to be, people need to know how much money this person he has received from the public, and it has to be accounted for. That's what I mean by clean politics. Because outside that, what you do in order for you to be able to gain power also has to be an actionable, something that you have to do within the perimeters of required expectation. In other words, there's a legal framework that has already been set where you're supposed to play your politics. It's already defined. So once that you don't go outside that, then you're playing clean politics. If you want to acquire power through other legal means, then now what you have simply done is you have committed a crime in other countries. where politics becomes enjoyable, you know.
Fidel,
but yes, yes.
Legal is not necessarily clean. Did you know that everything Hitler did was legal?
Did I know that what?
Everything Hitler did was legal.
Yeah, but see what the first thing that Hitler did, he suspended the constitution. He did not go to the parliament and ask them to be whatever that he became. He suspended the constitution. He promised Germans that German needed an authoritarian person who will restore Germany to its own glory.
Wait, let's go, Fidel. Let's go slowly. You know, let's go slowly. What he did, was it legal?
According to what? According to who?
No, was it legal within the German?
Themba, the question should be, was it constitutional? You know, legality and constitutionality are two things. It was constitutional to his country because whatever he did, it's like colonization. Colonization, when these people came with their own constitution and allowed it to be legal.
No, you see, legal is a broad frame. Legal is broad. Like it depends on which you see, because it does not cut across universally. It depends on what legal.
And that is why we are using constitutional. Now, was it constitutional to German what he did?
Yes.
Because when you say legality is defined by the Constitution. So I don't know what you're saying, but my question is, well, okay, let me use Constitution.
From the perspective of your environment.
Okay, hold on. Fidel, was it within the, within the German Constitution, was it acceptable?
What he did is he went to that particular German parliament. See, he went and asked for that power and he got it.
Okay, fine. That's what I'm asking. That's what I'm telling you. Hold on,
it was constitutional because they're the ones who gave him that particular mandate.
Okay, good. So what I'm saying, I'm asking that question on the basis of your comment that if the Constitution allows it, then that is clean politics. What I'm saying is something can be constitutional, but it is not necessarily clean. Okay, so when not everything that is constitutional is good. All right, and when you're talking about cleanness using the Constitution has been used to even deprive people of certain rights that they needed to have because the Constitution said. Because remember, Constitution is about what? When you pass in a referendum, it says that minority will have their say, majority will have their way.
Correct.
Right? So that does not necessarily mean that what the Constitution says is right, is clean. You see? So that's why I was trying to tell you that in politics, you know, when you start talking about cleanliness and politics, then politics is far from what you want to practice. Maybe someone needs to practice something else. Even the things you're talking about, even take a society, a developed democracy, like even the US. There's nothing like clean politics. They may follow the Constitution. There's that strictness to it, but it does not necessarily mean it's clean. So when you come in and you know you're talking about politics, and then you try to blend in the concept of cleanness, maybe you need to. That's why even in Constitution, in the politics, you don't talk about fairness. You talk about justice. Has justice been served, and has it been seen to be served? You know. So we tend to have what you are calling a social contract. What is the social contract? What is the Constitution or whatever it is that do we have? Do we stick to the spirit and the letter of the Constitution? But cleanliness is a mirage, my friend Fidel. So you'll be troubled so much expecting cleanliness. What we need to try and push for a lot is having a social contract, a constitution that is working. We give it we give it power. We tend to we make people who are within. All the stakeholders, who are participating in constitutionalism to stick by it, and at least make sure that the constitution represents the wishes of the people. That's why you have people's participation. It will be closer to representing that. But as it is, and as it is always, is that in a democracy, the minority will have their say, majority will have their way. They may not agree with it. I want to give you an example of 2010 Constitution. Not everyone agreed with it, but it came to be. All right. So you may be frustrated with the clean, and I sometimes find trouble when we tend to imagine that everything that is Western and whatever, that's a clean thing. No, it's not clean. It is simply they tend to follow, the law. They have that, they actually stick to it. They tend to be more religious to their laws. They tend to have that. This is how we follow it. This is how it works. Doesn't necessarily mean it's clean.
Maybe the word I should have used is I should have used maybe justice, where what you call fairness, where that becomes reflective in the society. Society seems to see, if let's say, for example, you are in a political competition and your opponent is vanquished, but is vanquished in a manner which both the vanquished and the victor are able to accept that whatever that has happened between the two of them is justifiable and as the justice has been served. In other words, that's what I mean by clean. I'm not saying that clean in the sense where everything is in its purity form. No, I'm talking about where somebody even feels, justice has been served. I've been vanquished in this particular competition, but I don't see how my opponent did not zigzag or did not break the law or did not do something to undermine me in order for him to be able to turn out victorious. That's what I'm talking about. Clean politics is not in the sense where everything you do is on its purity form. No, that one can never be achieved on this particular act. And
Fidel, what you're also saying is not for you to determine that. That's why you have the courts. It's not for you to determine if your opponent lost illegally or if they did something that was bad. That's why you have the courts. What you do, you set systems and institutions within the society. That now you have a court that is going to determine if this thing was actually done within the constitutionalism. Like, for example, let me give you an example. The political parties amendment bill that passed in Parliament the other day.
Yes.
You see, there was lobbying. There was those who didn't want it. There was, of course, the majority deciding that we have to work with numbers and pass it. Filibustering is allowed. Someone might say that is waste of time. Yet it is part of the game plan. So eventually, if someone is not happy with this and feels aggrieved, just like the BBI, you go to court.
That's creation of the laws. Creation of law is different from somebody following what has already been made.
Themba Jakindu Bay is waiting.
Sorry. We can pursue this thing later. Sorry.
Alex.
I apologize.
Jakindu Bay, how are you?
Jambo bwana.
Alex amejifanya yeye ni Yesu
Alex ananitetea. Hiyo ni vizuri kwa sababu
amejifanya yeye ndio mtetezi wa wanyonge.
Hapana,
hiyo ni uongo kabisa.
Nawaambia
Jakindu Bay asikudanganye, huyu jamaa hajui kutetea watu kabisa.
Alex huwa ananitetea. na wasalimia wote. Hamjambo jamani.
Naomba msamaha.
No, uko sawa, lakini mimi nataka kusema hivi. Mimi nasema hivi, tafadhalini tuache kujipima na West. Tuache tunataka kufanya kama inawezekana.
Asante mzee.
Tuache kuangalia vitu vyetu western, sijui constitution. Unajua hizi constitution saa zingine kuna vitu vingine hazifanyiki vizuri kwa sababu mazingira yetu na mazingira ya western ziko tofauti. Hii ni kitu moja mimi nasema sijui, mimi labda ndio naona hivyo, lakini mimi naona katika hizi western, ukiwaangalia kila nchi iko na tabia zake na vitu. Hakuna vile wamefanya vitu kama uniform kama sisi vile tunataka kulinganisha. Kila moja wako na constitution, kama ni namna ya kujitawala ile inawafaa wao. Wanajitengenezea wao, na hata sisi natakiwa tujitengeneze. Tuache hii mambo ya kukopi na kupesi. Hii tukiacha tutakaa vizuri, mimi nafikiri, kwa sababu ukiangalia Kenya huwezi kusema inaweza kufanya demokrasia kama ya Amerika holela, ama ya Jerumani holela, au ya Kijapani holela.
Nipe dakika moja tu niseme kitu kingine hapa. Mjadala ambao tulikuwa tunazungumzia, huo mjadala ambao tulikuwa nao ilikuwa kati Murathe mwenyewe aliandika vitu vyake akisema kwamba Mudavadi na rafiki yake Wetangula. Umesikia?
Nimesikia hiyo.
Sasa huo ndio mimi nilikuwa na upinga. Siasa kama hizo sisi hatuzitaki, kwa sababu wewe angalia hivi, huyu jamaa amejitokeza, ameenda upinzani na maneno machafu kabisa, amemkashifu huyu kiongozi wa Azimio, baba mwenyewe ametumia maneno machafu kabisa wakati huu tangu atoke. Naona wametumia lugha mbaya kabisa. Sasa ukisikia kwamba yeye mwenyewe vile alivyo, eti kuna mpango mwingine ambao inasemekana kwamba uko mbeleni, uko usoni, hizo mbele ambazo uko siku zijazo.
Sasa nataka usikie maoni yangu.
Basi endelea.
Mimi nasema hivi, maoni yangu vile ninavyoona, nilisema hii kitu tangu tambo. Hawa watu Kalonzo, Mudavadi, Wetangula, hawa sio viongozi. Hawa watu ni watapeli. Hawa watu ni watu ubinafsi. Huwezi kuwa kiongozi kama huna kitu inaitwa utu, au kama huna
msimamo,
ama huna kitu ambayo unataka vile vile kusema wewe vile vile unajitoa muhanga kwa nchi yako. Kama huna hiyo, hauwezi kuwa kiongozi. Kuna president alisema jana kwamba kuna kiongozi na kuna politician. Hawa watu hata sielewi kama ni politician au ni watu wa namna gani, kwa sababu uongozi wao sio viongozi hao, kwa sababu hawa ni watu wanataka, wao wanataka, lakini wao hawafanyi. Sijui kama hiyo mnanielewa. Hao wanataka kitu ambayo ishafanywa na mtu. Wanataka kitu, nyumba ukishajenga anataka yeye akalie, akusukume wewe nje. Unaona? Sasa hawa watu, mimi kwa maoni yangu, sio viongozi, kwa sababu hawajui kuongoza, hawajui kujenga nchi. Huwezi kusema ati unataka kuweka sijui unataka kuleta kufanya eti kuunganisha Wakenya kama una mbinu za kuwaunga, za kuwafanya waungane pamoja. Huwezi kufanya hivyo. Ndio maana ninasema kwamba mazingira ya kama nchi kama Kenya ni tofauti sana na nchi hizi zingine za Western, kwa sababu sisi tuko na jamii nyingi katika nchi moja. Ili tuwe vizuri kuongozana, ni lazima sisi wenyewe tuketi chini kama Watanzania. Mimi na angalieni Watanzania wameunda nchi. Nyerere aliwaundia nchi hata ambapo Nyerere hayuko, lakini bado ile vile aliunda bado inafanya kazi, kwa sababu ukiangalia Watanzania, Nyerere alikuwa Mzanaki, kabila ndogo kabisa kutoka hapa Msoma. Alipotoka akawa Mwinyi. Mwinyi ni Mswahili huko wa Pemba. Huyo Mwinyi ni Muislamu. Nyerere alikuwa ni Mkristo, Mwinyi ni Muislamu. Alipotoka Mwinyi akaja Mkapa, Mkristo, ametoka kwa kabila lingine. Alipotoka Mkapa akaja nani, Kikwete, Muislamu. Akaja alipotoka Kikwete amekuja Magufuli, Mkristo, na ametoka kabila lingine. Hiyo inavunja ukabila. Hiyo vile wanaifanya inavunja ukabila, inavunja hata udini. Hakuna mtu atasema sisi hakuna mtu akijaribu kusema hana namna ya kusema. Ndio maana Watanzania hawazungumzii udini, hawazungumzii ukabila, kwa sababu wanazitumia. Kwa hiyo huwezi kusema. Ni siku moja nilimwambia kwamba inafaa tutumie ukabila kuvunja ukabila. Ukitumia ukabila ndio unaivunja. Hakuna mtu atakuja kusema kwamba sisi tunaonewa ama vipi. Hakuna. So mimi kwa maoni yangu, hawa watu ambao mnawaita viongozi, hawa watu sio viongozi. Hawa watu Kalonzo, Mudavadi, Wetangula, hawa ni watu wa binafsi. Kwa sababu Kalonzo, angalieni, juzi nilisema nimekasirishwa na Kalonzo na watu walikuwa wanashangaa. Angalieni Kalonzo vile anafanya. Azimio la umoja ni kitu nzuri. Sasa hiyo azimio imemeza ODM, imemeza Jubilee, imemeza chama. Sasa wao wanasema sisi hatumezi. Kwani hiyo majina unataka kufanyia nini? Azimio la umoja. Azimio la umoja hiyo ndio inatakiwa iwe slogan ambayo sisi wote wa Kenya tunatakiwa tuwe na azimio la umoja. Tunataka kuwa wamoja. Sio tena atoe hiyo alete azimio la umoja sijui Kenya moja. Hizo zote ni ubinafsi. Kwa hiyo huyo jamaa huo wote ni ubinafsi. Huo huwezi kusema ati huyo ni kiongozi ambaye anaweza kuongoza Kenya. Tena mimi kwa maoni yangu hawa Kalonzo hafai kuwa makamu wa rais ati Raila anaweza kumweka hawa makamu wa rais. Atamsumbua, atamhujumu, atafanya mambo ya kumharibia. Afadhali Raila achukue. Mimi nasema kuna watu wengi tu wa kuchukuliwa. Peter yule wa Murang'a, Peter Chapchap, maendeleo Chapchap, kijana mzuri. Ngilu anaweza kuchukua mama. Au achukue Murithi au yule kijana wa jamaa wa Nakuru. Watu ni wengi tu. Awachane na hawa watu. Hawa watu tunataka watu ambao watafanya kazi. Nchi yetu inataka kufanyiwa, tunataka tufanye kazi. Nchi yetu inataka tuijenge. Hatutaki mambo ya siasa. Tunataka tukimaliza kuchaguana tuingie tufanye kazi. Tufanye kazi, tujenge nchi yetu, kwa sababu hawa watu wakina Kalonzo, angalia muda gani amechukua. Saa hizi muda gani amechukua yani haoni haja ya, yani anataka yeye kwanza mahitaji yake, haangalii mahitaji ya nchi yetu. anaangalia mahitaji yake, kitu binafsi. Sasa huyo atatufaa kweli? Mimi kwa maoni yangu anifaa. Mimi huyo ni mtu, mimi kusema kweli, maoni yangu ni kwamba ni mtu ambaye hafai wa kiongozi, na mimi ushangaa, na ndio maana hata watu wakisema ati mtu kama Mudavadi anaweza kuwa prime minister, ndio maana Kenya tutazidi tu kupiga mark time kama tunaweza kufanya vitu kama hivyo. Tunapiga mark time. Ni kama viongozi hawako. Kwani viongozi hawako? Oparanya sio kiongozi. Wangapi? Wako wengi tu. Eugene wako wengi tu. Kama ni lazima huyo kiongozi atoke huko Uluyani, wengi. Hatuwezi kuwa tunashikilia watu ambao hawana haja ya kupeleka Kenya mbele ati kwa sababu kwa sababu yeye ni Mudavadi. Hapana jamani, tuacheni hii mambo kabisa. Tuacheni watu. Kuna Wakenya wengi tu ambao wana sifa, ambao wanaweza kufanya hizi kazi. Wako vijana wengi, wako watu wa makamu wengi tu. Kwa hiyo hatuwezi kutegemea ati mtu kama huyu ambaye anaunjumu vile tunataka kujenga nchi yetu, wanavuruga, ni watu wa binafsi. Asipofanyiwa kitu fulani anafanya kama mtoto mtukutu, ati kwa sababu hajafanyiwa hivyo, kwa sababu mtoto mtukutu. Kwanza hawa watu hawafai hata hawafai kujipima na Raila jamani. Kusema kweli, Raila ndio kiongozi tu kwa hawa watu wote ambao wanataka kuwa president, ambaye hajasimama kwa kijiji yao, hajasimama kwa community yao kule wazazi wake wametoka. Wote hao wengine wako, kila mmoja anatoka kwa kijiji chao. Raila atoke kwa kijiji chao. Raila anatoka mahali kila mtu Nairobi ndio tangu aanze kuwa mwanasiasa amesimamia Nairobi mpaka leo. So hawa wengine wanajipima na Raila kwa vipi? Hawa wengine wote wanatoka kwa vijiji, wanachaguliwa kwao, wamechaguliwa kwao. Raila hajachaguliwa kwao. Raila amechaguliwa mahali hakuna, si mahali alizaliwa. Lakini hawa wote wengine kila mmoja anatoka kwa kijiji chao, amechaguliwa kwa kijiji chao. Yaani anarudi huko kwao. Raila akiambiwa arudi kwa constituency yake, yuko Nairobi. So lazima hizo vitu zote tupime. Huyu ndio kiongozi ambaye kama unasema utaifa, ana utaifa. Si hao ambao wako kwenye vijiji vyao. Kwa hiyo lazima au viongozi kama kina Kalonzo, mimi kwa maoni yangu, hao watu wanatupotezea time. Hakuna kitu watatufanyia. Manake kwa sasa anajitakia yeye mwenyewe. Sioni hivyo. Bado mimi nasema mtu kama hawa viongozi ambao ni wako kina Ruto, mimi saa zingine nashindwa hata la kusema. Huyu mtu ni mtu ambaye anadanganya 24 hours. Anaishi nyumba ya serikali, afanyii serikali kazi. Analipwa analipwa mshahara bure. Hakuna kitu anafanya. Na Wakenya hatuwezi kumuuliza. Bado huyo tunataka kumchagua. Ndio maana saa zingine hata watu wanapolalamika, saa zingine mimi ushangaa, mtu unalalamika namna gani? Na ni wewe umempatia huyo kura. Ni wewe unamsupport huyo mtu. Anachukua pesa na hafanyi kazi. Alafu unasema huyo ndio tunataka kumchagua. Mtu anamtukana rais. Anamtukana rais ambaye ni wanafanya naye kazi ofisi moja, ambaye yeye anatakiwa awe na mfano mzuri. Anamtusi, anamuita tapeli. Huyo anarudi anatuambia ati president ni rafiki yangu, tunafanya naye kazi vizuri, na anamtusi. Jamani, mimi hiyo kitu inanishangaza sana, vile Wakenya sisi tunaona mambo. mimi naweza kuwasihi wa Kenya, tufungueni macho, tuokoke kama wale wa dini wanaokokaga, tuokoke, tutoke kwa hii giza ambayo sisi tuko. Asante sana Bwana Themba. Saa zingine hii kitu unifanya kuzungumza na sisemi hasira, lakini na huzuni mwingi rohoni.
Okay, asante sana Jakindube. David, habari gani?
Mzuri Themba.
Haya, toa maoni yako tafadhali.
Mimi nimeamua kusikiza leo, nitatoa tu baadaye. I'm still listening.
Basi, Megi, habari gani?
Niko poa.
Toa maoni yako. Toa maoni yako tukusikie.
Maoni yangu mimi
Tumempoteza Megi. Ziana upo?
Mwambie atoke kwa giza bwana.
Megi amemute, sio kupotea, amepotea.
Amepotea kwa nini, sijui connection yake iko vipi. Unatoa maoni?
Mimi maoni yangu ni kidogo sana.
Haya, toa maoni tusikie.
Mimi ninazidi kusema sitaki kuzungumza kuhusu Kalonzo. Nimekasirika mno. Megi amerudi. Utampa nafasi? Nasikia akisema hello hapo.
Wait. Come. Megi. Hii connection yake. Maliza tu Ziana, tutampatia nafasi.
Mimi nimekasirishwa sana na Kalonzo sana. Kwa sababu Kalonzo walimuita watermelon, na ni kweli, kwa sababu hana msimamo kabisa. Anashinda akiongeleshwa na nafikiria wanayemvuta mguu. Wacha ile alisema ati aliwekwa kwenye katuni anavutwa mguu na kina Ngilu. Anayemvuta mguu Kalonzo sasa hivi ni Martha Karua. Amemshika mguu. Kuria amemshika mkono, sasa ameingia pale, amemshika mkono, anavutwa kila upande. Kwa hivyo Kalonzo mwenyewe hawezi jiamulia. Ameamua kukaa mtu ambaye ana uamuzi, hawezi kujiamulia. Kwa hivyo mimi naona Kalonzo aachwe kabisa. Kama anataka kutengeneza pati yake, atengeneze pati yake. Awe nayo hiyo Oka, akae nayo, amchague yule atakaye kuwa deputy yake. Tuone akichagua Martha Karua. Akichagua Martha Karua, kwa sababu Moses Kuria alisema ukimchagua yule atakayemchagua Martha Karua ndiye atakuwa rais wa Kenya. Kwa hivyo hiyo nafikiria ndiye inamsumbua akili. Achague huyo Martha Karua, waende naye, tuone kama basi wataendelea na hiyo pati yao hiyo ya Oka. Mwingine Murathe kuzungumza kwake, tunaona ya kwamba Murathe anaangalia upande wa kuwa BBI itarudi. Hiyo ndio inamsumbua. Akiangalia anaona, hata uliona Kalonzo siku nyingine alisema hapo baada ya siku 100 anataka BBI irudi. Lakini Kalonzo hata akisema baada ya siku 100, yeye hayupo pale. Akina Murathe wameshapanga, na hapo ndio nasikia vibaya tena. Kama Kenya tutapangiwa, hiyo haifai kabisa. Kama tutapangiwa, basi wacha mwingine, hata sio Raila kuwe rais. Kenya iende vile itaenda. Kwa sababu kwa nini mpatie mtu awe rais lakini bado mnamvuta mguu?
Wewe ngoja, nani amesema itapangwa?
Sasa Murathe mwenyewe akizungumza, hiyo Hiyo ndio inanisumbua akili mimi.
Hapana,
anazungumza.
ngoja kidogo. Constitution nasemaje?
Constitution naye iruhusu.
Hayo ni maoni yake Themba.
Wewe nyamaza Alex bwana. Acha nimuulize Princess Yana jamani. Constitution nasemaje?
Constitution haisemi ya kwamba kuna pangwa. Constitution kunasema ya kwamba watu wanaenda kwenye debe.
Aha.
Alafu hamna hiyo prime minister, haina bado haina hiyo prime minister.
Mwezi wa nane kutakuwa na prime minister ama hata deputy prime minister.
Ndio nimesema haina hiyo prime minister, haina hiyo deputy, lakini
sasa ningependa sasa hapa bana uweze kuongea kwa ile hali ilivyo, maanake sasa ukizungumzia kila kitu kile mtu anapost kule nje, sasa hiyo utafanya kila mmoja sasa anaanza kuona ati labda hata mnapeleka ile dhana ya kwamba kuna vitu mingi sana Murathe amesema ambazo hazikuja kupita. Kwa hivyo Murathe si mtu ambaye sasa ukiona amesema jambo nasema sasa inamaanisha kwamba huenda. Kwa hivyo hivi hata vile president alivyosema atamkampenia Raila, hiyo sasa pia ni shida.
Sasa si tunakasirika kwa sababu kila wakati wanasema Murathe akisema kitu yeye ndiye anasema yeye ndio yuko ndani kwenye serikali.
Haya, Atuoli alisema ya kwamba Ruto hata kuwa president. Hiyo kuna shida?
Alisema hivyo, lakini sasa unajua Atuoli mwenyewe kusema hivyo ya Atuoli, kuna zingine za kweli, kuna zingine pia zinapita aziwi za kweli. Mimi
nasema tu tusiwe tunachukulia vitu vingine kama mapost za watu, hizo ziko, tunaishi kwa era ya mtandao
Mwambie hizo ni maoni za Murathe.
Hiyo ni maoni ya Murathe.
Maoni za Wakenya.
Sasa tungependa haswa tusukumwe na yale mambo ambayo anasema. Kama vitu tunasema hapa mengine hatujui sisi, hata hatuko kwa government, hatuko kwa nini, unaelewa?
Nasikiza.
Sasa Murathe akipost kitu, yeye ako na uhuru ya kupost chochote, lakini sasa unajua pale kuna wale ambao wanachanganua hizo katika kule ndani. Bora sasa usije ukasema kwamba kama Murathe atakuwa heri hata tupate hata kama ni huyo Ruto. Jamani, hata wewe.
Sijasema tupate hata huyo Ruto. Mimi nimesema haya basi siende hata kwenye kwa sababu mimi nakasirika kama atasema kama ni kweli hivyo. Nimesema kama ni kweli hivyo. Sipendi Kenya iwe hivyo. Napenda Kenya ambaye tutachaguana, tumchague rais wetu sisi wenyewe na tujue kiongozi wetu ni nani, na asiambiwe la kufanya. Yeye mwenyewe ajue la kufanya.
Na kuunga mkono
Bwana Themba, wacha nimekuregeshea kwako.
Haya, shukrani. Uhuru mwenyewe alishasema kwamba mimi sijauliza Raila chochote. Sasa sijui Murathe ana mbona amzungumzii wazo la Uhuru?
Murathe anikera sana mimi. Anikera.
David sema.
Ingawaje nimekuja late, kama chair unangestahili tupea brief kiasi, but I've tried to follow.
David, si kuna brief hapo unaiona hapo? Kuna Ruto international trip.
Najaribu kuiona, lakini ni kama kuna jambo Kalonzo amezungumza na Murathe.
Unajua kuna wakati debate imekuwa hapa masaa kama 6, so kuna vitu ambavyo vinatokea vinachipuka. Nafikiri Jakindube nimepata hapo so, wakati tunaendelea kuzungumza kuna mambo ambayo yanachipuka, so yanapata ya kwamba mazungumzo, lakini wewe anzia popote pale ambapo utaweza.
Nilikuwa nasema at some point politics disappoints so much that what someone says in the streets cannot be differentiated from what has been discussed in some political meeting or some kamukunji. My other name is Thomas. Thomas is a very doubtful man. and I've always doubted one Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta. I was going through the post of my Facebook. There's a time I posted when this handshake started in 2018. Actually, I got that post, and one catchy word that made me look for that post is that Atwoli said, Uhuru is not going anywhere. And that statement was repeated a few days ago, if my memory serves me better. To me, Temba, that one casts a lot of doubt, even what's going on.
It was David. I saw it somewhere too.
That one leaves my heart to be very heavy, because even the man we are doubting to be our flag bearer was once humiliated by one Kibaki. I still don't believe that 100% someone has decided to let it go, but the only hope is once Raila becomes president, he will be president anyway. So I don't want to talk much, but I want also to remind you that in 2013, when we were voting Jubilee and Ruto and ODM, you know, some people said, and we were in some Kamukunji somewhere in Homa Bay under a tree. We used to call it Simba. Someone told a friend by the name Koech, I can mention because a friend, he said, the moment Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta gets the second term, nyinyi Koech, mutalia. I think he listened to this. He can bear me testimony. And Koech was saying we have no option. It's better to be with the Uhuru than to be with the Raila. And then we were arguing like buddies and said, why don't you remain here tushughulike na shida zetu hapa kwa ODM? Mbona mnatoroka mnaenda kwingine? Sasa nyinyi mlituita omena. Why am I remembering all this? I still hold to my name Thomas, which I changed and became David. I doubt that people are serious with this Kenya. They are just protecting some interest. But my prayer is, let's hope Raila will deliver this country from politics of deceit, politics of patronage, and the politics of individuals to set a country into a mood and a level that it can provide services to Kenyans, and Kenyans feel they are in their own country. These guys who are coming in with their demands, we need to be very careful, very, very careful. Some of them will be set to test some fire and to test some water, and see what happens. But the mood is the ground. However deceitfully they are selling the agenda, imeshika moto. In fact, saa hizi moto imeshika tu. Wenye mimi naona, sometimes we are people who post the funny things to collect some information. The information on the ground, honestly, in Nyanza and other areas, Baba is doing very well, but he's gonna be faced a task of deceit. That is from my point, nobody's idea, but it's my own reasoning that still those statements of Bwana Atwoli and Murathe, don't underrate them. Isikuwe kama ile Simba tulikuwa tunakaa chini wakasema we are better in this. This is likely to happen. So let's make more friends. Let's campaign for Baba, and also pray God that the people come out of deceit and handle Kenya with the seriousness it deserves.
Thank you so much, David. Now, the nature of politics is such that the leader will come telling you how much they are going to do the things that you want them to do for you. But it's all about interests. And someone said very clearly that politics is about interest. There are no permanent friends or permanent enemies. It's about interest. And even the negotiations that you're seeing going on, it is not that someone, even Kalonzo, someone said, dear, Kalonzo is selfish. It is not about Kambas that is negotiating. It's about his political journey, what is it that is going to stand out for him? And that's politics. If you go to politics because you want to think that now I want to be so nice, then you are in the wrong profession. There are many other places where you can do nice things that are good for everyone, like charity work. You know, you can go there and pursue things that are good for everyone without looking for interest. You can register a foundation, an NGO. Tell me where politics, if it is not national, even county government, they're busy looking at interest. It's about interest. And someone put it so well that politicians go there to look for something for their kids to eat. It's not necessarily to solve your problem. Solving your problem is a byproduct of them eating. So it is important for us to appreciate that the nature of politics is such that it's not about interest completely ya mtu wa kawaida. It's about me. What is it that I'm going to get out of it? And yes, you are right, David. It is true that there's no way that the president can go and then he goes without necessarily knowing how safe he's going to be. I mean, that is how it is. You see, the way politics organizes itself and the way it's organized about people pushing so much for where am I safe? And that is what they're asking. And so you are choosing between the lesser evil. Which one is lesser, you know? So I think coming to say that, okay, fine, it's going to be sinister. It's about who is gonna, be more clever than the other, you know? So for this time, I want to disappoint most of us who come here and thinking that now, if Baba comes in on 9th, I mean, if he is voted in 9th on August, then we are going to get a very clean and, nothing like that. Politicians don't go there.
But I said towards the end, Themba, that the only consolation I have is that ultimately you're not going to play the second fiddle or second number. He may decide to be a man of his own, rather than compared to Ruto in 2013 and 17, where he was depending on who makes the final decision, who finally signs down. So Kenya is kind of characterized with individualistic than communal policies and things that can help everybody. That's what I wanted to. That's my mind, though.
Okay, thank you. Maggie, are you back now?
I'm back.
Are you able to talk now?
Yes, I can talk a little. Then
Okay, go ahead, Maggie.
yeah. Okay, I don't want to say that I'm annoyed, but I'm wondering where are we heading to, because initially we were thinking that we were in the good direction, but now after endorsement ya Baba na Uhuru Kenyatta, I think, let me just say it like that, it seems like things are really changing and they are coming out of hand. And it's really hurting so many people, actually, those who are following Baba and those who are feeling that Kenya should be a new Kenya, not an old Kenya whereby it is being ruled by corrupt people. It seems those corrupt persons are really getting a hand into where they should not be. I don't know what is really happening. I'm wondering whether you people are still into it, that Baba is going to be the flag bearer. I heard something like that Baba, there is when they are going to choose for the person who is going to be the flag bearer. I don't know how it's going to work, because all hopes, my hope, even you people's hopes have been like, Baba Aweshachokwani, Baba has been endorsed, Baba has been. Do you think it's really going to work? The months are still too many. I don't know. But anyway, tumwachie Mwenyezi Mungu, because Mungu naye anajua whom he wants to lead us. What I'm praying for, isiwe na mfurugano, isiwe na bloodshed anymore, isiwe na sijui nini, those things which are really making people look at us as if we don't know what we are doing. In as much as you people are talking about Baba, I mean, I have a big question mark in my mind. Unless ifike hiyo 9th August, kama Baba ameapishwa, I think that is when I'll say yes. Because the months remaining are still too many and anything can happen. For Kalonzo being allowed even to come with his bargaining powers, he's coming from nowhere and he started bargain, he wants this, he wants this. You know, it's something which is uncalled for. Somebody was nowhere. Baba and Uhuru has been working on to this thing for 4 years. He has been nowhere. And now he's now strongly coming with bargaining powers. Where are these people taking us? Where are these people taking Kenya? Are they taking Kenya for granted? And do they think that Kenyans are so foolish? So it is something which really rings a big question in my mind all the time. Remember, back to you. I'll be back again. I'm still around.
Thank you, Maggie. And yes, it's true. In politics, you say it's not yet done until it's done. So Baba has not yet got it until he gets it. So that one we share. We said that I think 2 days ago, and we said if there is anything that needs to happen right now, is Baba's foot soldiers to get everywhere and to sweep out the vote, make sure everybody has voted. And we said here that the surest way to make sure that Baba has it is when people vote overwhelmingly. When every vote matters and every vote counts. So we get out there. So there's no resting. Without a doubt, Baba is the Azimio presidential candidate, so there's no doubt about that. There's nothing like what Kalonzo was saying, and we have already finalized that. Kalonzo people are saying that they are not joining Azimio, so the only thing that they can come to think about is the deputy, which I think also is not going to go to Kalonzo. But Baba is the presidential candidate for Azimio. That one is you can rest easy. However, I agree with you. There's no resting until the last vote has been counted. So if there's anything that we need to be sensitizing and talking to people more is register as a voter and get out and vote. That is the thing. So we share with you that it's not done until it's done in politics.
Exactly. But
Yeah,
did you
so
hear
that
what?
one is.
Did you hear what the Uhuru Kenyatta, the same president, said kwa hiyo party ya chama yao?
What did he
Baba
say?
crossed over and went there. He said something which was really questionable for me, that watu watachaguana and they are going to choose their flag bearer, not deputy flag bearer, their flag bearer. That means there's still elections here.
Na Maggie wachana na hiyo. Hiyo ilikuwa ni that was just to respond to assuage people's egos. So there's no problem with that. The flag bearer is Baba.
Oh.
Yeah.
I fear because you've been there before. Hiyo nini ya 207 ilinipata Kenya. It wasn't good.
Yeah, so it's for Azimio is sorted. Baba is a presidential candidate. So rest easy. Don't worry about that.
I am. But anyway, pale alisema vizuri, which I really liked, huyo Uhuru Kenyatta. Alihakikishia wenye wanakuja use such kind of words that Raila came to him without any bargaining powers and alikuwa wamefanya naye kazi for the 4 years, na anahakikisha kwamba kazi amefanya vizuri in the last 4 years, and Raila was hand in hand with him mpaka walikuwa wanaenda hata usiku, and I loved that. Back to you, Themba.
Okay, thank you, Maggie. Pen Nyagaka, are you there?
Yes. Habari.
Toa maoni yako, niko salama. Toa maoni yako mkubwa.
Hakuna taabu, ni kucheka tu na kuwa na raha vile president atuambia jana. Na yangu ni kusema kwamba huyu Kalonzo muonee huruma. Yeye alikuwa na tafuta BBI na BBI is illegal na hakuna. Sasa ajui aende kwa Raila, ajui aende kwa Ruto. Lakini hiyo yote ni kama miezi 5 imepaki Themba. Alafu tuanze kuzungumza maneno mengine. Hakuna taabu. Everything is good. Vijana yangu kina Patriot, kina Alex wanaendelea mzuri sana. Mimi niko na raha nyingi sana. Mimi ni kama mzee wenu, mimi kama baba yenu. Sitaki kuwagombanisha, lakini lazima niwaonyeshe mahali tunaenda. Vile niliwaambia jana, azao watoto yangu kina Alex lazima niwaambie. Hao wakifika miezi 5 ikipika, wanichukue tuende Azimio ama niwachukue tuende mahali nyingine ya Kenya kwanza. Kwa hivyo hakuna kukasirika, tuwe na raha, tuone vile tutasaidiana. Vile nilikuwa nawaambia vijana yangu kutoka jana, tunataka tuone kama usi means Nyamira and Kisii, tupate building structures ya school ziwe permanent. Kaza kama Alex anasema ukiwa hapa America na Tembo ukiwa hapa Dallas, unaona shule. Wacha niwaambie, mimi nilikuja kwenda shule na ile shule nilisomea hatukuwa hata na viatu, lakini ukikuja hapa America, America wanakuuliza how do you do this, how do you solve this, that's when I learned really important about economics, but that's a story for another day. Kwa hivyo yangu ni kusema kwamba Temba tuwe na la huyu nani Kalonzo ajue mahali anaenda, so the next time, the next elections ni Raila na Ruto, one of them will win regardless of whether you like them or not. Mimi niko na Ruto, nyinyi yote mko na Raila, so let us be happy, let us be comfortable with what we are and where we are going. Hiyo tu ndio mitawaambia, hakuna uombana ama ule mtu wa Azimio wa Kenya kwanza na abara watukana na tumia language mbaya. I really ask forgiveness on their behalf, kwa sababu when unaanza kutumia matusi is like you don't have no knowledge, you are stupid. Hiyo tu. Na Temba, hiyo philosophy yako unasema ni mzuri sana. Socrates wale wote hapa Socrates hata aliuawa. Na there is more than one reason. Because of you I went back to school. It's about 8 to 9 reasons why he was killed. But because of your show, one of the reasons he was killed was because of politics. Wao walikuwa wanasema hatutaki mtu ambaye ajui siasa apige kura. He wanted only the smart people to vote. Now, that's one of the reasons he was killed. So these things have been going on. Kenya, wengi wetu, wacha nimalizie hapo. Kenya, tunataka iwe kama America hapa Temba. It's 2 parties. The ideologies are very clear. It's either you're a Republican or you're a Democrat. If you are a Republican, you give money from the top down. If you are a Democrat, come on Joe Biden, you give the people who have no money, who are poor, bottom up. So it is very clear. Mumeona, ninyote mumesoma, mumetembea all over the world. There are examples. So if you want us to go to Kenyatta right away, it's like in Germany or Israel, but you have to follow the constitution. Japan is a large party state. South Korea, but they follow the law. The president of South Korea now is in jail because she took bribes. So if we follow the law, we will be really good. And we have no problem. They are very, very smart people. Hata sikiza kwa station yenu. Wengi wenu mmesoma all kinds of stuff. And that's good. Use it. We don't need the government to stand in front of us to tell us how to use our education. Let us use our education the way we want. Hiyo tu ndio mimi nawaambia vijana yangu. So yangu ni kusema kuwa na raha, jiburudishe, do whatever you want to do. Lakini the government should not be in the way of our way. Thank you, Temba. Asante sana kwa kunipatia wakati.
Karibu sana Penya kaka. Jakindube, uko na swali kwa Pen?
Kubattle na yeye kidogo. Nataka kumwambia Penya kaka, kwanza jambo la kwanza anafanya vibaya ni kukaa nyuma ya curtain. Hiyo ni number 1. Ya pili, yeye upenda kusema kidogo alafu anapotea. Wakati tunataka kumjibu anapotea. Hiyo ni jambo la pili. Jambo la tatu, Penya kaka, mimi nashangaa sana kuona vile wewe unasema uko unaangalia mambo ya Amerika. Mtu wa Amerika kweli, kama wewe unafuata mambo ya Amerika, mtu wa Amerika kweli anaweza kukaa kwa serikali kama vile Ruto anakaa na kula mshahara ya bure na akae hapo na unamsupport? Ama hii unatuambia tu, unatupatia mfano ambayo haifanyiki. Amerika huwezi kufanya namna hiyo, na hata dakika moja kama usikilizani una resign. Lakini hii yako unasema tufuate hadi mfano kama Amerika, sijui Japan, lakini huyo Ruto anapinga serikali ambayo yeye yuko na anakula mshahara bure, afanyi kazi, na bado wewe unasema unamsupport. Hiyo ni haki gani? Asante.
Temba, nimrudishie.
Yeah, go ahead Pen.
Temba, mzee Jakindube, jaduong ahera inyo nikiki iwonjo mabera inya. Ndaro mora ng'eyo dhoruo tuto sa jorar. Lakini wacha nikuambie, mzee, we were here yesterday, 2018, when Uhuru Kenyatta said, we don't need any politics, just go to work. The next day, immediately the next day, Joe from Mombasa and all the people went to Western and started cursing Ruto. Yani unyamaze. Mtu akutukane unyamaze kwa sababu president kukataza unyamaze. Mzee, mimi najua mzee Oginga Odinga ambao nilikwambia nilikuwa jama yake ya KPU. Let us remember those who we have left behind. That's where I am up to right now. Huyu angeacha constitution imeandikwa ya Kenya because of what Moi was doing. He was firing everybody anyhow, anywhere. Yeye ametii kufanya kazi vile alipewa na constitution. Hiyo tu. Hakuacha kazi kama mzee Oginga Odinga aliacha. Mzee Oginga Odinga tulikuwa naye wakati 1982 when Raila was trying to overthrow the government. We were with him. We were some of the engineers. Lakini sasa Raila ametuacha, ameenda kukaa na matachiri. Na tumfuate huko. Mzee, bila kuheshimu, sina taabu na wewe, sina taabu na anybody. As of right now, as of today, let us be where we are and move forward. Because in 5 months, we will change. Get there. Bila kufuata. Ama unifuata. One of the
sitasema tena, sitazungumza na wewe kwa sababu nimekusikia ukisema mambo ambayo sio ya kweli, lakini nimesikia kule mahali huko, mzee wangu, nimesikia mahali huko. Kwa hiyo mimi najua ni kazi bure mimi ni kusema, kwa sababu jambo ambalo umesema sijui Raila alipindua serikali, alitaka kupindua serikali, sijui ni hizo ni maneno ambayo hayana msingi, kwa sababu hayana chochote. Lakini kusema mambo ati mzee Jaramogi sijui kama kweli unajua kuwa makamu wa rais ni kuwa spare wheel unaiweka kwa boot. Na kuwa makamu wa rais ni spare wheel. Na kuwa makamu wa rais lazima ujue kuna vitu vitatu: loyal. Hiyo ndio kazi unatakiwa kufanya kama wewe Lakini kama unaona president anafanya kitu kibaya, it does not matter kama umechaguliwa na watu, lazima unaenda unawaambia watu, mimi kitu president anafanya sitaki, kwa hiyo mimi na resign. Alafu unampinga ukiwa nje. Huwezi kuwa unamtusi bosi wako ndani ya serikali. Hata wewe bibi yako hawezi kutusi ndani ya nyumba mkaishi pamoja. Mtamwambia pana, uenda zako. Kwa hiyo hiyo mambo ambayo unasema sio ya kweli, hizo ni mambo za hearsay. Kwa hiyo mimi nitakuacha hivyo. Asante sana. Sijakasirika. Usiseme nakasirika. Mimi nazungumza tu kama wewe vile unazungumza. Lakini mimi napenda, tofauti yangu ni kwamba mimi husema vitu ambavyo ni za ukweli na zinathibitishwa. Kama nikisema uongo, namwambia Demba, anaenda anachunguza, akiona ni ya uongo naomba msamaha, naenda nasoma. Unaona, tunataka siku zote tuseme ukweli. Ukweli ndio inajenga, uongo inabomoa.
Okay, asante. Unajua Jakin baby, kuna siku ngoja kidogo Pen Nyagaka. Kuna siku nilisema hapa Pen akanilemea sana. Nilisema mimi sasa, kuna watu wa UDA nilisema sitaki kuwajibu. Akisema 1 + 1 ni 11, ninakubaliana nao. Sasa mtu kama huyu alikuwa Pen Nyagaka, lakini sasa Pen akanikashifu sana, akaniambia ongea tu bwana niweze kusikia. Sasa huwa tunaongea. Huyu huwezi mbadilisha, hata umuulize umwambie nini, hakuna kitu tujamwambia hapa. Ni mzee veteran hapa, so hakuna wacha usikie. Hata Alex akimwambia kitu saizi hata sikia. Alex
wacha mzee,
wacha niongee na Penny.
Ongea na Penny.
Unajua hii ndio shida tulikuwa nayo Kisii mpaka tukaamua Simbarati must change the narrative of Kisii once and for all. The reason for a long time we are refusing for a so-called change in Kisii because there's that caliber of people, and I'm sure 100% Penny Nyagaka used to be a primary school teacher for at a certain point, and it's not wrong. It's a profession, but there are people who totally believe that a person called Omogere, as we call them, a Luo, cannot be a president. And the way Penny Nyagaka speaks, he comes from that caliber. He will lie. He will tell us stories about Mzee, about Jaramogi Oginga Odinga. And I know for sure he did not subscribe to that person because the way he speaks, and he does not just criticize Raila, he hates Raila. He doesn't speak any point that is coherent, that you can criticize that Raila has done this and this and this. He comes with hogwash, he comes with propaganda, he comes with things that are not true and speaks about Raila ati yako kwa government. Sengine unasema ameua opposition. He talks of things that, and I can borrow some ule jamaa mwingine anafanana naye huyo Sam. I can borrow his term, conspiracy theories. He comes with them, and then when you question him, and then yasema unajua mimi sina shida, watoto wangu Patriot, watoto wangu Alex, don't associate myself with you because sasa unaniharibia jina. Mzee, kama uko na your ideologies ziweke vizuri. We want to tell the people of that caliber ambao walikuwa wanatuambia mtu ametairi hawezi kuwa president. Waachane hiyo maneno because we have seen those even who are circumcised but they have messed our country. We want somebody who has been consistent, anatupeleka mahali ambao hii inchi tutaona a light whereby utapata somebody is not 40 years old ama 30 years old, they cannot marry because they have no job, they can't pay dowry, they have nothing to give to their children. We want to speak of that kind of things. We are in a big problem right now. If our unemployment just changed by 5% today, I'm telling you, our population is going to be affected, or we are going to have many more single mothers than we have ever had in, and that's why Raila keeps saying, kuna in the 6,000, mostly itakuwa wamama, because according to demographic, most of these are single mothers. So Mzee Penny, don't hide under the banner. If you hate Raila for no reason, acknowledge that. But you cannot compare. If you truly loved Mzee Jaramogi and his policies, they might not be the same na Raila. But you cannot love Jaramogi and then you tell me you love Ruto. I mean, that is incomparable. Then you can be on the middle ground to say, I'm not going to vote this time around. But your love for Ruto explains a lot that you never subscribe to Jaramogi Oginga Odinga's ideology. You are lying to us. And usikuja hapo sema sisi ni watoto wako. When you know very well, kama wewe ni mtoto wangu, kama wewe ni baba yangu, and I want to retaliate that, you must understand the times we are living. We are not here because we are happy. We are here because there is no security. We are here because even if we go back, hata make development moja mbili, utajipata tena in a hole, tena urudi in this country. When you came here a couple of years ago, you wanted to go back and stay there, have a job and raise a family there. You've stayed here long enough because we do not have structures. In case we call Kwabiro Monyamwaka, you've stayed here overdue. We did not come here to stay here. We came here for two things, education and money. But we have finished making those things, but still we can't go back. Why? Because we don't have leadership. We don't have structure. There is no future. Our people still depend on us. And since we can make a little bit, we have to keep doing that. So Mzee, I will urge you to be honest in your heart. And at least David is very correct. David Arika says that we hope this Mzee will give us the light that we need, because he is our last hope right now on the leaders who are standing on principle. There is nobody you can compare to Raila right now. Even all of them brought together, you cannot. And that is why Uhuru said, this man has been my competitor. We did not come because of politics, but because of leadership. He offers leadership. In 2007, he offered leadership. Now, when this man wanted to give me problems in parliament, he offered leadership. He has a cathedral mindset. He thinks beyond. He doesn't just plant trees that can grow today so that people can use them today. He plants long-term trees so that his grandchildren can build homes in the future. So if you are not that kind of man, don't lie to us that you subscribe to his father's ideology. Your political tenant is of that of hatred, kama ya Ruto, of that's my ya kublame mtu throughout. You come here with blames, no solution. Blames, no solution. What kind of men are you who will not give a solution as young people? And then you say you are a father. If you are our father, come here, give us solutions. Tell us, let's have peace. Let us make our country better. But I can group you simply in the caliber of those people who believe that uncircumcised man should not lead Kenya, because you have hatred. You have no resolution to tell us the reason. Raila is not in the government. The president has said that several times. He has told us the man came with no condition. Why are you repeating lies here? You must stop that.
Eko Alex, Eko.
Can I answer that?
Asante sana Alex.
Hello.
Pen, are you sure you want to answer?
Yeah, very, very much so.
Okay,
Kwanza, Alex, Mimi, I am not a liar. Number two, I don't hate. Hate is for stupid people. Hate weka kitu kwa your heart ambao kitakuumiza. That's hate. I don't hate Raila. I just don't like Raila. When your uncle left and we were the chairman of the Kenya students, it was a Luo. And I am the one who spoke with the Luo in the Luo and told them that we have to support this guy. And we made him a chairman. God bless his heart. I hear he has passed on in Kenya. But when I finished secondary school, sikwenda nyumbani, ilikaa huko Migori side, Jaluo side, na Waluya na watu wengine. I am a very free person. I speak my mind. I was brought up by the uncles that you know, Abuya Muya. ananyona. I have my opinion. Demba nilianzia kusema it's only 5 months left. Nitakuja kwenu ama mtakuja kwangu. I'm not lying. I'm speaking my mind. I have a right. In America, I am the one who I work for one of the largest companies in America, and our union represented Obama. I got money from West Africa for Obama. I got money from Trump, $1,000 kutoka wazungu. It's your opinion. That's it. That's it. I don't have to change because I've listened to you guys then, but I've listened a lot when my phone wasn't working. And I've seen that all of you speak the same language. There's nothing wrong with that. And I'm not here to say you're wrong for thinking like that or you are lying to us. No, the elections are coming. It's just elections. That's it. Hakuna mtu anaua mtoto yako ama anafanyia nini. No, it's just elections. It's part of life. Mzee Jakili Bey. Yani mniambia ati sikupenda Raila kwa sababu yani baba yao, kwa sababu huyu Raila anakaa hivi. Baba yao kitu alisema, alijakili Bey tell us. Baba yao alisema we'll do away with provincial administration kutoka chief mpaka PC. Alafu wakamgeukia. Those are the ones we are talking about. Why the provincial administration is still there in Kenya today as we speak? If we have to address the issue, let's address the issue. If I fail, I fail. If you fail, you fail. Accept the fact as they come. Not because I am here to convince you or you are here to convince me. If I don't talk like you, then I'm stupid, I'm this, I'm that. No. Everybody. I will speak my mind, but if you guys feel that, then you will welcome me that. I'm going to welcome you to come in. I'm going to welcome you to share my ideas and scale your ideas. You teach me a lot. My daughter is a banker in Germany. She made me start telling about John Miller case. And she said, Dad, who's that? You know, so we learn from each other. There's nothing wrong. Alex, kama utaki nikuja kwa yangu, sitakuita. I will not. Just because I am not the type who nasema ati omogere. I grew up in Roland. I know Zuluo. I came here in America. The Luos gave me a ride for 3 years for free. I took where the neighbor has most of my friends are Luos. One of them, we have a bet. Ananiambia mkisia atakuwa president before ya mjaluo. He is just a personal friend. Mzee Jakili ona huyu nani Professor Konditi na bibi yake wamekuja huko Kenbe, wamerudi nyumbani. Those are my personal friends. I have nothing wrong with the Luos. No, that's what we used to think like that. So that's my father's age. No, not me. Hiyo umenipata mbaya sana. Lakini sitaki hapa kuambia ati mimi napenda anything that is started for, because it changed from being a person of the poor to the person of the rich. And I will not follow through with that. Hii ingine mnasema broad freedom nini. Mimi nishakwambia, I grew up kinanyona walikuwa wanawekwa chera. Mzee Abuya still alive when nilikuja nyumbani tunakaa na yeye. We speak for hours and hours in. So that's my opinion. It doesn't jive with yours, Alex, but that's it. Sio kwamba I'm old enough to be your dad. But if I'm stupid, unaniambia wewe mchezi. You do. We have 5 months to one better. Thank you, for giving me a minute.
You are still my father, but
Okay.
No, you are still my father and my uncle. I know that. Na nakuja Dallas, but hii maneno ya kutuambia unapenda Jaramogi alafu unasema unapenda Ruto, hiyo ni mafuta na maji bwana. If Jaramogi wakes up today and you tell him that you are supporting Ruto, he is not going to agree with that. Hiyo naye ndakwambia ukweli, and you need to agree into that.
Okay, we can let it rest. You've made your point, Alex. Ben has made his point. I respect both of your points. And Ben, Nyagaka.
Yeah.
I respect your view. Si unaona mimi nilisema mimi nitawaacha tu watu wajudie.
Nina swali kumuuliza, bado anagombea kiti ama liona iliwaka moto ikawa hawezi keti kwenye kiti?
Okay, let me answer. Can I answer that, please?
Yeah, go ahead.
Princess, I have a personal issue. My mom is 94 and she's kind of failing health and she's here with me. So hiyo ndio nanisumbua. Siwezi kwenda kuwania kiti na niaje, mother. So I'm not right now because lazima nimalize personal issues. There's people that's what Zainab you were saying the other day. Vile mama yako alikuchukua shule nini. You have to have commonality, you have to have attachment. Alafu ukienda hapo nje kina Alex inataka wakikuona wanajua umetoka mahali fulani. So that's my issues Zainab. Lakini mbele tu hakuna taabu.
Nilikuwa nafikiria unagombea naye kiti bado. Sawa. Kumbe uliona ni kumoto.
Haya, ameshasema the reason. Princess, hata nyinyi pia mnalemea pen kabisa. Thank you so much. I think tunaenda tukimalizia sasa. Wacha tupate sasa maoni yetu ya mwisho. It's we have about 35 minutes, so let's try and finalize. So I'll start with David. David, maoni yako ya mwisho. David uko?
Yeah, niko lakini sitaki kuongea. Just go on, thank you.
Haya. Fidel, maoni yako ya mwisho? Sasa nyinyi bana, hiyo alilala pia. Haya, Alex, maoni yako ya mwisho? Ndio nimlete Jakindube.
Mimi nitatoa. David, wacha hiyo maneno yako, toa maoni. Usikuje hapa kwa panel alafu uanze feelings. Toa maoni bwana. Tuko hapa na tutaleta hizi maoni mpaka siku kura inaisha bwana. That's why we are here, tunatumia data yetu. I want to say that Kalonzo, maneno yake, he has disappointed us, and he shouldn't be playing politics as if we have time again. We need to get our country together. In 10 years, what has been taken from this country? It's like corruption since independence. Since the colonists came until 2013, somebody steals just in 10 years, actually in 5 years. And you could see how, coffers were depleted. I like what one man said one time. I was in Kenya, and one man said, unajua hata ukienda kukamua ng'ombe, unakamua kidogo, unawacha ndama, inakuja inafanya nini? Inanyonya. What the Uhuru government did by allowing Ruto to be in charge, ni kama waliwacha wakakamua ng'ombe mpaka damu ikatoka. So we have a country like the one the Zambian president took over that is in deficit, is bankrupt, there is no money. It's like the Gambia when Yaya Jammeh went out, he took all the money from the central bank. So and this is a beautiful country. I wish all Kenyans could understand, by being away from home, you are abroad and you're looking at Kenya from far, the best climate, the best people. Kenya is a country that many people will want to have. And through history, you can understand that the British people did not even want to get out of Kenya. Why it not for a Mau Mau who put a spirited fight? The British people will never have gotten out of Kenya by all necessary means. When you read the 1912, the dispensation of the Jewish people, the Zionists, they wanted Israel to be in Kampala and in Kenya. Actually, from Eldoret all to Jinja, that is where they wanted the Israel to be. So we have a country that we must defend. And we have the best country. When you are abroad, that is when you appreciate your country, especially Kenya as a country. So what we should do is that any politician like Kalonzo who is coming within and blocking that country to achieve what we want, we must tell them no. We must direct the narrative of that country. Now it's not time for them to tell us what they want. It's the time to tell them what we want. And that should be it. If they don't want to hear that, then we will tell them, look, we are going to elect only this man, and this man will form a government that we will tell him, and we want in 5 years to finish this corruption so that this country can be put back. We want to go back. We want to enjoy our country because we have invested so much there. So thank you, the people in the comment. Thank you, the panelists. And I hope we finish this issue of Kalonzo once and for all. Now, as I said yesterday, we are reading a book called The 91st Days of Our Government. Anybody who can get that soft copy of the book, read, so that we can challenge the government that is coming. So that the government, in the first 90 days, we can know the signs that this government is going to do something for us. And uneducated people and people who read, they will know how to challenge a government so that we can accomplish together what we want. We have a collective problem and we need a collective solution. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Alex, for your submissions. I want to ask Jakindube to give his final submission. Jakindube, karibu.
Asante sana Zemba. Mimi nashukuru na naweza kusema kwamba hii safari ya Ruto kama ni ya kwenda kulia huko usema hati amefanyiwa hivi, hizi ni vitu tu, what goes around comes around, kwa sababu wakati mwingine alikuwa anawakashifu sana mtu yoyote, ila akitoka nje anawakashifu kusema vile wanaenda kuzungumza na wabeberu sijui nini. Sasa yeye ameenda kuzungumza na wabeberu, the same thing. Kwa hiyo ndio maana mimi sikubaliana yeye, kwa sababu Ruto anasema uongo kutoka asubuhi mpaka jioni. Sijaona kitu anasema. Ukimsikiliza hata hotuba yake anawadaa watu na hii ndio kitu nasema ni jambo la ajabu sana wa Kenya, kwa wanatuwadaa na tunakubali na hizo uongo tunakubali. Mtu kama Mudavadi, Kalonzo, hasa Kalonzo, afadhali Mudavadi na yani wameenda, lakini Kalonzo, jamani, Kalonzo ni mtu ambaye mimi nataka na muomba baba amuache, aache atengeneze yake, kwa sababu si mara ya kwanza yeye kutengeneza yake. Amwache achukue, kama ni lazima achukue mtu kutoka Ukambani, achukue Mtua, achukue Ngilu, awe mtu ambaye atakuwa mwaminifu, mtu ambaye atakuwa loyal. Watu ni wengi tu, hata huyu jamaa wa Gatanga ni jamaa loyal, akae achukue mtu mchapakazi, atamsaidia kufanya kazi. Wakimaliza wanaenda nyumbani. Kitu tu moja ambacho mimi nasema kwa maoni yangu, nataka makamu wa rais yoyote akichaguliwa anaenda pamoja na rais nyumbani, si ati wakati yeye yuko kwa ofisi anagombania urais. Hapana, inatakikana tubadilishe hiyo. Akitaka kugombania agombanie baada ya yeye kukaa nje 5 years, ndio agombanie hiyo kiti. Lakini wakati wakiwa na president, kama wakiwa tamu 2, wakimaliza waende nyumbani. Akiona hiyo after 5 years kwamba bado ana nguvu, agombanie. Lakini akiwa kwa ofisi inaleta tafaruki, na tumeona mtu yoyote anaweza kupata president mwingine, anaweza kupata vice president kama Ruto. Hiyo italeta msukosuko kwa serikali, vile imeleta msukosuko. Kama kwa mfano basi, kama angekuweko Raila, president hata labda angetimuliwa kwa ofisi. So tunataka makamu wa rais ambaye ni mwenye uaminifu, yule atakayekuwa mwaminifu kwa president wake, rais wake atakuwa mwaminifu. Hatutaki namna hiyo. Maanake nchi yetu inataka itoke mahali ilipo. Nchi yetu imesaka sehemu ambayo haifai. Tunacheza kwa liga ambayo haitufai. Kwa hiyo wale ambao tulikuwa nao kwa ligi wametuacha kwa ligi ya majani, wao wameenda Premiership, sisi bado tumebaki pale pale. Hii ni jambo la kuhuzunisha sana. Na hata Wakenya wengine wanazungumza hapa kwa hii forum, wanasupport wale watu wamewafukuza nyumbani. Hali nyumbani mambo ni mazuri, chakula ni nzuri, hali ya hewa ni nzuri, kila kitu ni maridadi. Lakini sasa unakaa mahali pengine ambapo kuna baridi, kuna upepo, kuna yani vitu ambavyo haviziko Kenya. Kwa hiyo mimi nawasihi wananchi, sisi wote wana Kenya, tuunge azimio la umoja. Azimio la umoja ni hii ndio iwe, tufanye kama president vile amesema tangu jana ile, kwa akili yake, kwa mdomo wake, kwa roho yake na damu yake, ni azimio la umoja. Hata mimi unaona inawezekana. Siku zote inatakiwa kila mtu ikae damu wako. Hiyo ndio tutajenga Kenya. Asante sana Bwana Demba, asanteni sana.
Asante sana Jakindi. Tunapoendelea kufunga, tafadhali muendelee kusubscribe, especially watu ambao wako Facebook, subscribe, na YouTube subscribe kwa Mutembei TV. Uendelee kulike na kushare, ndio kila wakati tunapowaletea vipindi hapa unapata notification. And ninapoleta Pen Nyagaka kutoa maoni yake ya mwisho, mnapo subscribe kwa Mutembei TV, subscribe pia, niko na channel yangu inaitwa Themba Ondiege TV. So tafadhali pitia pale pia usubscribe, jinsi utakavyoweza, upress like button and also notification bell. Tunapo drop any video unaweza kuona. It's a journey between a conversation that I'm having with my daughter. So you want to see my daughter, go to Themba Ondiege TV. I'll put it right there. Pen Nyagaka, maoni yako ya mwisho.
Asante sana Themba and the co-panelists. I come here in peace and I always want to live in peace. I feel private. But everybody sharing, yangu ni kusema kwamba Kalonzo is just a waste of time. I mean, I will not describe in positive, negative, kila kitu. Kuna vitu Mheshimiwa Raila mnasema ninamheri, amefanya mzuri. Moja yao ni kuita Kalonzo a watermelon. And that's what he is. So why should we even think too much and argue on a watermelon? Kalonzo, I mean, Raila amesaidia Chemtai. Yesterday, Miss Yego was telling me that was one of the fairest opposition leader. Chemtai. Kalonzo amesaidia mzee, I mean, Raila amesaidia mzee wangu makazi huko nyumbani. So there are so many things you can see somebody has done, especially Raila Odinga. I will not argue with that. But I have a right to make my opposition where it is. I voted for Kenyatta twice. Both of them I went to Kenya intentionally to vote. But it's a disappointment. I mean, that's what I feel, because I am the one who voted thinking that with all those hospital theories and the roads and all this, it will make Kenya better than anywhere you will stay. The security wamefanya mzuri. You know, back then, you know, like 10, 15 years ago, people were being killed like animals on this. Unakula dina unawawa huko Kisii. So security is better. And let's go in that direction. Hiyo ndio nakwambia Themba. Let us stay positive. I know that this issue is going to be solved in 5 months, and let us be happy. Let us choice. I wish you guys, you know, especially your radio, to go even 30, 40 years from now, because you share what is in your heart. Kijana yangu Alex ananiambia kama mzee yake, baba yake, what he thinks, and that's good. When college does a lot, Miss Princess, Kisii, that's how we are. So I have no problem. I have happiness. Let us be happy. Let's move on. Let's have a good time. Now, Alex, no, I am not the one who says you're going to better. I voted for Obama twice. I frontiered to make phone calls from our
Then
union office.
vote for Raila, Mzee. You must go. You must come to Azimio. You must.
I voted already for Roboget.
You must come. If there is any catch we want here, is not Jared. Jared was accidental. It is you.
Thank you, Temba. Thank you. I'm going to Houston soon, and I want to meet Jared, but I can't meet him now. You've taken him.
Okay, thank you, Penya Gaka. Ziana. Princess Ziana.
Asante sana Bwana Temba kunipa nafasi tena. Mimi mazungumzo yangu ya mwisho, nashukuru sana katika hii channel ya Mtembei TV. Inatupa nafasi ya kuzungumza, inatufundisha, inatuelimisha kamili. Tunajua yale ambayo tumesema mabaya, yale tumesema mazuri katika nchi yetu ya Kenya. Penya Gaka, asante sana. Tunajua hivi karibuni utakuwa tu ushindi. Umesema kama Azimio imeshinda tayari, utakuwa pande hiyo. Tutakukaribisha. Kwa Wakenya wenzangu, mimi sina mengi, ila ugatuzi tulishaletewa na atakaye kuwa rais wetu wa 5, Raila Amolo Odinga. Kwa hivyo kama ugatuzi tulishaletewa, ile tufanye ni kuwachagua wale watakao msaidia katika kazi yake. Tuwachague wale kutoka kwa MCA, MP, Senator na Governor. Tafadhali tuwachague wachapa kazi. Tusichague ndugu yako wala dada yako, ila uchague yule mtu atakayefanya kazi kusaidia nchi yetu ya Kenya. Na waomba wa Kenya tuwe na amani tunapoenda kwenye uchaguzi na undugu. Tukiwa na hayo, hatutapenda Kenya nchi yetu iharibike. Na washukuru nyote. Kwako Temba.
Okay, asante sana Princess Ziana. David, kuna jambo unataka kusema?
No, Temba, I just want to say that I think when I came to this forum, you gave me a chance. I said I've just come from work. Let me listen to what you guys were talking. And at some point, somebody discussed something, and I just kind of replied my mind. But I'm not happy the manner in which David Olo is treating my name on media, painting it red and with a lot of prejudice. I think I'll take a brief from this Mtembei TV for a while and allow him to campaign for Raila by himself, because seemingly coming to Azimio is a crime to law, and I'm not welcome. So I wish that I wish him well. I wish everybody well. Let me take a break and we wait August and see what happens. Thank you.
Wait, David.
That guy called a cook from Sugoi. He called me a cook from Sugoi. So that's the ignorance.
Hey, David.
Mzee, who call you a cook from Sugoi?
No, called me a cook from Sugoi.
David,
You cried yesterday. I heard you. Yesterday you cried that somebody called you a cook from Sugoi.
Okay, I really, okay. I mean, we would really want to be tolerant.
Bwana Nyagaka, kama wewe ni mwanademokrasia, hizo ni vitu ambavyo ujali. Wewe unakuja hapo unazungumza na sisi. Hiyo mambo ya watu kusema, wamesema mambo ngapi kwa Raila, ngapi kwa Uhuru, ngapi kwa Ruto. Si bado wanaendelea tu. So usiseme hiyo inakufanya uji hapa.
Temba.
Jacob, hata sikutaka kusema kitu because akiniona nikiari hiyo kwa internet ananitusi. Na sijawahi kuleta hiyo. Ndio naambia David, don't let that go.
Now listen, gentlemen and lady, and those on the comment. You know, don't take it personal. These people have never met you; they don't know you. I mean, I've been told so much. You know, I've been called names on the platform, and there was even a time Alex here wanted to chase me away, not to moderate. You know, I mean, these streets are like that. I mean, that's the nature of politics. You must have it's called the metal. You have to have the. If you listen to Kajwang alisema kwamba kitchen inaendelea kuwa moto na kama huwezi pika utoke. Now what I'm saying is we don't encourage people to be disrespectful. We don't encourage people to insult others. But I really also request that the person you're seeing there doesn't know you. And if one person is calling you names, there are 100 others who are also there saying you are a good person. So you don't need to concentrate on that one. There's a comment that says that if you see a door that is closed, if you pay too much attention on the door, you will not realize that there's a window that is open. So you will pay so close attention to the door until you forget that actually there's a window that you're supposed to be using. So don't pay too much attention on the negative comment. There are several other comments that do not even concern you, and this person doesn't know you. And after here, you will not meet this person. So just go straight to other things. I mean, this is life. But I think even David, I mean, we can always try and talk to the other person, and don't take these things personally. That is what I would request all of us. But again, those who are coming on the comment section, take it easy. Sisi ni mandugu, sisi wote. Whether you are Azimio or UDA, sisi ni mandugu. And I mean, it is not hata mtu akuita jina gani, it is not sticking on your face. You don't walk around with that name. It is just something, a comment on the section, and itaenda. So let's always be mindful of the others, but also be strong. Politics haitaki watu weak.
Temba.
Yes.
Mimi nimetusiwa, lakini nilisema hayo yote uweki moyoni. Nakumbuka tu Mandago. Nikikumbuka Mandago nafurahia sana. Nasema kumbe unaweka, hii ni siasa. Uweki kwenye
Usiweke kwenye roho. People there don't even know you. They don't even remember it after Alex came here, took me through mpaka nikashindwa, hey Alex, kwani what has happened? The next day, I mean, hata yeye mwenyewe, I mean, these are like that.
Temba, hasa hiyo ni skando unanipiga. Temba mimi ama ni Alex mwingine?
Si wewe, ni Alex mwingine ninasema. Nini nasema wewe kweli? Hapa tuko na Alex watatu.
Let me say one word, Temba.
Yeah?
Let me say one word. Ule kijana huyu Olo aliniita cook from Sogoi. Na mimi nikamchip back. Nikamwambia mimi nakula filet mignon na steak. Unajua cook any of those? Alafu akaniacha. Thank you, Temba.
And usually what we say in psychology is what people say don't hurt you is your interpretation of what they have said. So when you interpret it as though it's an insult, then you're going to be, it's not the person that has insulted you, it's you who has chosen that thing to insult you. So
that's how it's
yeah, it is what you make out of it. So people don't cause you hurt. It's you who cause yourself hurt by how you interpret what has been done or what has been said. So I really, Lama Barigan, let me acknowledge some people kule kwa ground. Alex ako kwa ground. Peter Nash ako kwa ground. Asanteni sana. Lama, David Olo, G Mombati, Erico Suarez, asante. George Magaga, asante sana. Robert Mabolo, Alex bado yako kwa ground. Ni mtu unacheza ground najua. Steve Mutumbu, asante sana. David Olo, wewe ndio unasumbua David Arika mpaka anatoweka. Julia pia yako kwa ground. Temba, kwani kuliendaje wala was away? Watu wamecatch my feelings. Yeah, watu wameenda huko kwa ground, wamejibizana, alafu wanakuja kwa platform huku catch feelings. Ukienda kwa ground, kaa kwa ground, umalizanie huko. George Gakure, do you have two like the father and son? G Mombati, yeah, Alex na Penya kaka wanajuana. Hao ni watu wanatoka village moja, so hatuwezi ingililia vita vyao. When they start exchanging, we allow them to finish each other. Ni watu wa nyumbani, so
not the village. Anatoka Nyamira, mimi natoka Kisii. Nyaribari, Bogetutu. Not the same village, Demba.
But you are related, right?
My mom come from their place. My mom grew up with his grandfather.
Awesome. So vita ya nyumbani hatuingilili. So tunawaacha, tunapelekana mbio, ukimalizana
Pemba nilikuambia Penny Nyagaka alisoma na my grandfather. Akafanya kazi na my dad. Saa hii tuko na yeye kwa comment section.
Apara, your grandfather is way too old, young man. Aliniambia walitairi na my mother. That is what your grandfather was telling me. Your grandfather.
Saa hii tunasoma na yeye comment section. I mean, Penny, you should graduate.
Alex.
Hiyo yenyu ni kali.
Hizi vita yenu ya nyumbani mtarudisha nyumbani. Haya, tuendelee. George Gakure. Ni Mombati. Yuko na vita baridi ya nyumbani. Rico Suarez, asante. Baba wa wajukuu, asante. Babu wa wajukuu, okay. Yes, thank you. Tafadhali endeni Themba Ondiege TV subscribe tafadhalini, nyinyi wote mko hapo. It takes only a second. Just go there, subscribe to Themba Ondiege. Please. It's a journey between me and my daughter. I just want to listen to some things. Every time we post a video, you get it. We post 2 videos every week. Enda pale. Alex, can you give them some evidence that videos iko pale ni nzuri sana?
Unajua, unless they subscribe they won't know, but the daughter's father relationship ambayo nimeona from Themba is something that we must all ape, especially David Olo ambaye anatuambia yeye ni atheist, ajui, hana Bible, hana Quran, so you can learn from hapa. So David, subscribe, niliona uja subscribe, and Amy subscribe. Maloba amenichapa 10 ila hapo, you need to subscribe. And honestly, it's a good channel. I've watched a lot and I'm learning too. So maybe you are going to learn too, but I hope you learn, not maybe. So subscribe. Themba Ondiege. I don't know mbona hajaiweka huku leo kwa comments, but weka kwa comments, people I think will subscribe.
Alex,
thank you.
Wewe una learn kwa sababu msichana unaye. Kwa hivyo anza kujifunza mapema. Uko na msichana. Jifunze mapema.
Wasichana, sio msichana, wasichana.
Uko na wewe ni baba ya wasichana. Haya, jifunze mapema basi.
Yes. Agave.
Haya, ndio hiyo nimeweka hapo Themba Ondiege TV. Tafadhali endeni pale subscribe. Asante sana Alex for that shout out. Nimeshukuru sana. Subscribe also to Mutembei TV. We are on our journey to 300,000. We'd like to get there soonest so that you can keep getting such awesome discussion from these able panelists, Penyagaka, Alex, now Princess Ziana. We really appreciate you all. And of course, as always, we say that here you are free to come. Anybody, anytime from 8. We start at 9 p.m. Today we start a little bit late. We start at 9 p.m. Kenyan time, and of course go until this time. So if you can come, if you have a phone that is working, gadget, a phone or a computer, you have connection, you have something to share, and you're willing to learn, this is the place for you. From 9 p.m. Kenyan time, global time, wherever you can check it out. The station or the podium takes only about 10 people. So if you come in and you find the station is full, don't worry, just wait. Someone will drop off and then you'll come in. It is a place where we share ideas and we try to be as factual as possible. We are moving, basically we are talking about Kenyan politics. This is an open forum for Kenyan politics. We are trying to understand Kenyan politics in the backdrop of global politics and also what is happening, governance, leadership, what do you expect? It's time we started chatting the basis and the objective of how leaders come in, not the other way around. Leaders should not tell us how they want to rule us. We should tell them what we expect. And this is where we get your ideas. So please, thank you so much for joining us up to this time. I know some of the Kenyans are not yet asleep. We really thank you so much for staying on up to right now. Really appreciate always your presence. And kama kawaida, before we go, we finish with a word of prayer. And our word of prayer is normally the national anthem, the first answer. And today, to take us through that will be Princess Ziana. Tafadhali, tupe maombi.
Ee Mungu nguvu yetu, ilete baraka kwetu, haki iwe ngao na mlinzi, na tukae na undugu, amani na uhuru, raha tupate na ustawi.
Asante sana. There's a reason as to why tunasema tufunge na maombi ya wimbo wa taifa, kwa sababu it's a symbol of national unity. In spite of our differences in opinions, tribe, or even persuasion, we believe that we are all Kenyans. And the national anthem in the first answer and all of it puts us together. Tukae na undugu, amani na uhuru, raha tupate na ustawi. Thank you so much. See you again later today.
Wasitizie undugu. Nini
Yeah.
maana ya undugu? Undugu.
Yeah, undugu. Yeah, undugu, as we say, ni kwamba yule pale penye Gaka tunatofautiana, lakini yeye ni ndugu yangu. Alex hapa anatofautiana na Nyagaka, lakini ni ndugu. So when we remember that, ya kwamba huyu ni Mkenya, ni ndugu yangu, you'll address them as ndugu yako. We don't need enmity. Si lazima awe adui, si adui, auongee naye kama adui. Huyo ni ndugu. Pen Nyagaka amesema vizuri sana ya kwamba hata baada ya tarehe 9 mwezi wa 8, huyo atakuwa ndugu yako. Tutakuwa tumepata viongozi. For lack of any other way of getting leaders, we have an election. If we had a way of getting leaders without an election, we would use it. But right now, we have an election. Let's bring the leaders, the brothers. Yule ndugu yako atabaki kuwa ndugu yako. Nobody goes to the hospital and says, I need blood only from my political guy. I need only blood from UDA. I need only blood from Azimio. No, you need blood because the blood is red. If it is AB, it's AB. It doesn't matter who gives it to you. So let us love each other as brothers, whether we are of the same opinion or not. All of you here. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. See you later today at 9, inshallah.
Penny is saying hi to you.
Temba, good night, but I'll tell you that